The summer after my sophomore year of college was supposed to be nothing more than a fun, laid-back break with my closest friends. We planned to head up to northern Michigan, renting a lakeside cabin just outside Traverse City for the entire month of June. Nothing fancy, just a place to hang out, swim, and forget about school for a while. I'd spent a few summers there as a kid, so I was familiar with the area and the quiet, pine-lined roads leading to the cabin. Our group was 5 strong. Me, my best friend Jake, my girlfriend Emily, and 2 other close friends, Sarah and Matt. The drive up was uneventful, but filled with that electric buzz of freedom. Windows down, music blasting, and the smell of fresh pine and lake air rolling in as we got closer. We arrived early on a Saturday afternoon, the sun hanging high and warm over the lake's shimmering surface. The cabin was old but sturdy, a classic timber build, with a stone fireplace and a porch that overlooked the water. It had an almost nostalgic charm, the kind that made you feel like you were stepping into a simpler world. The water was cold but inviting, and the surrounding forest was thick with towering pines and dense underbrush. The first few days passed in a blur of swimming, campfires, and late-night talks under starry skies. We'd hike down to a small dock, jump off into the lake, and laugh as the water splashed around us. Evenings were spent roasting marshmallows and telling stories, some real, some exaggerated. The lake was peaceful, the forest quiet, except for the occasional call of a loon or the rustle of an owl. But after about a week, things started to feel off. It wasn't anything dramatic at first, just subtle enough to get under your skin. At night, we'd sometimes hear footsteps crunching in the leaves just outside the cabin, even though we'd all be inside. Jake joked that it was a deer or maybe a raccoon, but the sound was heavy and slow, more deliberate than animal. Once, Emily swore she saw a shadow flicker across the porch railing when the lights were off. One night, around midnight, I woke up to the sound of the front door creaking open. My heart slammed against my ribs. I grabbed my phone and shined the flashlight toward the door, but no one was there. The screen showed the door was still unlocked, though I was sure I'd locked it before bed. I woke the others, but no one had heard anything, and we all chalked it up to the old cabin settling. The next morning, we found deep scratches on the door frame, long, jagged, as if someone had tried to claw their way in. None of us had been outside after dark, and the woods around us were thick and untamed. We started to keep watch, taking turns staying up late and listening. One night, Sarah saw a figure in the trees, barely visible but definitely human-shaped. When she shined her flashlight, it vanished. We debated calling the police, but the area was so remote, the nearest station was miles away, and there was no cell service. Then we found strange symbols scratched into the bark of several trees near the cabin, circles intersected by lines, strange runes that none of us recognized. Matt, who had studied anthropology, suggested they looked like some form of ritualistic markings. That sent a chill down my spine. One evening, Jake and I decided to explore the woods beyond the cabin, following a faint trail that disappeared into thick undergrowth. We found a small clearing with a stone altar at its center, roughly hewn and stained with something dark that looked like old blood. Around it were more symbols, painted with what appeared to be ash or charcoal. We took pictures but didn't linger. On the walk back, the forest seemed to close in tighter. The air grew colder, even though it was still early summer. We both felt watched. That night, the chanting began. At first, it was faint, barely audible under the rustling leaves. But as the hours passed, it grew louder, more insistent. The voices were low, chanting in a language none of us understood. It was hypnotic and terrifying, all at once. Emily woke screaming, saying she saw shadows moving just beyond the firelight. Sarah and Matt refused to leave the cabin the next day, too shaken to even go for a walk. We packed up and tried to leave the next morning, but the car wouldn't start. Jake and I checked the battery, but it was fine. It was as if something was preventing us from leaving. Over the next few days, the presence around us grew stronger. Doors slammed on their own, objects disappeared and reappeared in strange places, and that chanting echoed on the wind, sometimes right outside the windows. One night, I woke to find Jake missing. His bed was empty, the sheets cold. I searched the cabin and the woods near it, but found no sign of him. Then I heard the chanting again, coming from deep in the forest. I ran toward the sound, heart pounding, until I reached the clearing with the stone altar. Jake was there, kneeling, his eyes vacant, chanting alongside shadows I couldn't see clearly. I grabbed his shoulder, shaking him out of the trance, but the moment I did, a cold, unnatural scream tore through the night. The shadows recoiled, and Jake collapsed. We fled the woods and finally managed to start the car. Driving back to town, I looked back at the dark tree line, feeling eyes burning into my back. Jake never fully recovered. He barely spoke about that summer, and when he did, his voice was shaky, haunted. I still have the pictures from that clearing, and sometimes at night, when the wind howls just right, I hear faint chanting carried on the breeze. That summer changed us all, and none of us ever returned to that cabin again. Story the end. That summer break, the one in 2009, was supposed to be like any other for me and my friends. We were a group of 6, all just out of high school in a sleepy town in Vermont. Small enough that everyone knew everyone, and summers were long, lazy, and filled with the usual mischief. Bonfires, lake swims, late-night drives with no destination. It was our last summer before college, and we were determined to make it count. It was mid-June when Jeremy, the unofficial leader of our group, suggested we take a trip up to the Green Mountains. Not just a day hike or a camping trip, but a real backcountry experience. We'd been talking about it for months, and finally, the timing was right. None of us had been deep into those woods before, and the idea of being off the grid was thrilling. We planned everything carefully, or at least we thought we did. The plan was to hike in 3 miles to a spot called Devil's Hollow, set up camp, and spend 3 days hiking and exploring before heading back. The trail was marked on old maps, but was known for being overgrown and challenging. A few locals warned us it was better left alone, but that only fueled our excitement. The day we left, the air was thick with humidity, the kind that clings to your skin and makes every breath heavy. We packed our bags with tents, food, water, and enough gear for the weekend. As we drove out of town in Jeremy's beat-up truck, the city and noise faded behind us, replaced by the scent of pine and dirt. The hike started off easy enough, winding through thick forest and crossing babbling creeks. We joked, sang songs, and stopped to take pictures of the wildflowers blooming along the path. After about 2 hours, the trail narrowed and the canopy thickened, casting shadows that made the woods feel cooler, darker. By late afternoon, we reached the clearing known as Devil's Hollow. The name itself was a little ominous, but the place was beautiful. A wide, grassy meadow surrounded by towering trees. We set up camp near a cluster of birch trees and built a fire pit from stones. The sun was beginning to dip, turning the sky a soft orange. That night, around the fire, the mood was light. We shared stories, roasted marshmallows, and passed around a bottle of cheap whiskey. The air was alive with the sounds of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. But as the fire died down, a strange silence settled over the meadow, like the woods were holding their breath. It started with a noise, soft at first, almost like whispering carried on the wind. We strained to hear, but it was gone. Then came the footsteps, slow and deliberate, crunching on dry leaves just beyond the tree line. Probably deer, Matt said, trying to sound confident. But the footsteps didn't stop. They circled the camp, sometimes close enough that we thought we could see movement through the trees. But when we flashed our lights, nothing was there. The feeling of being watched crept over us, heavy and cold. Jessica shivered despite the warm night. Jeremy tried to brush it off, saying it was probably other hikers or local hunters, but none of us felt reassured. As the hours passed, the noises grew louder, more persistent. At one point, we heard a low growl, deep and guttural, that made our blood run cold. The fire flickered violently, and shadows danced unnaturally across the clearing. Suddenly, the night exploded into chaos. From the darkness, something charged. Tall, impossibly fast, with limbs that bent in ways no humans should. We screamed and scrambled, grabbing our gear as we ran into the woods. Branches tore at our faces and arms, roots tripped us, but we didn't stop. Jeremy was ahead, shouting for us to keep moving, but the thing was close. We could hear it crashing through the brush, snapping branches, breaking twigs. I stumbled and fell, hearing it behind me. Its breath was hot, wet, and reeked of decay. I thought it would kill me. But then, just as suddenly as it started, the creature disappeared. The woods went silent again. We regrouped, shaken, and hiked through the night until we found the truck. The next day, we reported what happened to the ranger station, but they told us there were no signs of anyone or anything, just us and the scars of the night. Jeremy never fully recovered from what he saw. He moved away the following year, and we never spoke of that summer again. Years later, I still wake up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, hearing those footsteps in the dark. Story the end. The summer after my junior year of high school started out like every other summer I had known. The air was thick with heat, the kind that clung to your skin even after the sun went down. My friends and I had made big plans, convinced this would be the kind of summer we'd look back on when we were older. There were bonfires to be had, trips to the lake, and long nights cruising around in cars we had just gotten the legal right to drive. None of us had jobs that demanded much of our time, so we were free most nights to do as we pleased. Looking back, I wish we had just stuck to the usual spots in town instead of thinking we needed something more exciting, something that would make it a summer to remember, because we got what we asked for, just not in the way any of us expected. It started with Matt, the one in our group who always had a taste for trouble. He wasn't a bad guy, just the kind who was never satisfied with ordinary. If we were hanging out at the park, he'd be the one climbing onto the roof of the shelter to see if he could. If we were swimming at the lake, he'd swim out farther than anyone else, daring us to follow. So when he brought up the idea of going out to the old cabin in the woods, the one our parents had warned us to stay away from, we should have known better. But of course, we didn't. I had heard stories about the cabin since I was little. Everyone in town had. It was one of those local legends that passed down through generations, changing slightly depending on who told it. Some people said it was built in the 1950s by a man who went crazy after his family died, that he lived there alone until he disappeared. Others claimed there had been murders there, that hikers had found the place abandoned with furniture still inside, like the owners had just up and left. Most versions agreed on one thing. Strange things happened to people who went out there. Some said they saw lights in the windows even though the place had no electricity. Others swore they heard screams in the woods. My parents just told me to stay away from it. No explanation, just that flat, serious tone that said they weren't joking. So naturally, when Matt suggested it, the rest of us laughed and pretended we weren't nervous. There were 6 of us that summer who hung out almost every day. Me, Matt, my best friend Jenna, her boyfriend Kyle, and 2 other guys we knew from school, Tyler and Chris. We were the kind of group that had formed mostly out of convenience. Same grade, same boredom, same desire to not be stuck at home. None of us were the type to say no when someone dared us to do something, and that night was no different. It was one of those hot July nights where the air barely moved, and the sound of cicadas was so loud it filled your ears. We piled into 2 cars, brought some snacks, a couple flashlights, and more bravado than sense. The road to the cabin wasn't really a road anymore, more like a dirt trail that wound through thick woods about 5 miles outside town. We had to park halfway in and walk the rest. I remember how dark it was under the trees, the way the flashlight beams seemed to vanish into the blackness instead of lighting it up. Every step crunched loud on the dried leaves, and even though we were all together, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. When we finally reached the clearing, the cabin stood there just like in the stories. It was smaller than I expected, 1 story with a sagging roof and boarded-up windows. The front porch leaned to the side, and weeds grew up through the steps. It didn't look like anyone had been there in years, but it also didn't look completely dead. That was the first thing that unsettled me. You'd expect something like that to be falling apart, but it wasn't. It was like it was waiting. Of course, Matt went straight up the steps and pushed on the door. It creaked open like something out of a movie, and the smell that hit us was strong, damp wood and mold and something else I couldn't place. Not rot exactly, but something sour, like old metal or dried blood. I hesitated at the doorway, but Jenna grabbed my arm and pulled me in. "Don't chicken out," she whispered, her voice half teasing but half serious too. Inside, the air was thick and heavy. Our flashlights cut across dust and cobwebs over broken furniture and a fireplace full of ashes that didn't look as old as they should have. The walls were covered in peeling wallpaper, faded flowers barely visible anymore. There were 2 rooms, a main living space and what looked like a bedroom in the back. Everything was coated in dust, but there were footprints on the floor. Fresh ones. "Someone's been here," I said before I could stop myself. My voice sounded too loud, and everyone turned to look where I was pointing. Sure enough, there were tracks through the dust leading from the front door into the bedroom. They weren't ours. They had been there before we walked in. Matt grinned, trying to cover his nerves. "Probably just some kids messing around, same as us." He said it so casually, but his eyes kept darting toward that back room. Chris muttered something about how we should leave, but nobody moved. We were all stuck in that place between fear and curiosity, the kind that makes your chest feel tight, but your feet keep moving forward anyway. We ended up in the bedroom, all 6 of us crammed in there with our flashlights bouncing off the walls. The bed frame was still there, the mattress half collapsed and stained. There was a dresser too, with one drawer pulled open. Inside were clothes, yellowed and stiff with age, but still folded. That was when Jenna whispered, "Why would someone leave all this here?" No one had an answer. That was when we heard it. A sound from outside, faint but distinct, like someone walking around the cabin. The footsteps crunched over leaves, slow and deliberate. We all froze, listening. The sound circled the cabin once, then stopped at the front porch. The boards creaked under weight. Heavy, slow weight. Tyler whispered, "What the hell is that?" But no one responded. We just stood there, flashlights shaking in our hands, staring at the doorway. The creak of the porch came again, closer this time, then the doorknob rattled. Not a wild shake, just a slow twist, like someone trying it quietly. Jenna grabbed my arm so tight it hurt. Matt raised his flashlight like it would do something if someone came in. After a long moment, the knob stopped moving. Silence pressed in. Then, from outside, came a sound I'll never forget. A low, drawn-out humming. A man's voice. Deep and steady, humming some tune I didn't recognize. It went on for maybe 30 seconds, circling the cabin again, then faded into the woods. We stayed frozen long after it was gone, none of us willing to move. Finally, Kyle whispered, "We need to get out of here." No one argued. We shuffled back through the main room, trying to stay quiet, though every floorboard creaked under us. When we stepped onto the porch, the air outside felt cooler, fresher, like we had been holding our breath inside. We didn't see anyone, but that didn't make me feel any better. Whoever, or whatever, had been there was still out in those woods. The walk back to the cars was the longest of my life. Every twig snap made us whip around. Every shadow looked like it was moving. Once, I thought I saw someone standing just off the path, tall and still, but when I blinked, they were gone. By the time we reached the cars, we were practically running. We didn't stop until we were back on the main road, the cabin and woods shrinking behind us. None of us talked much that night after we got back to town. It was like speaking about it would make it real, and none of us wanted that. But over the next few days, things started happening that we couldn't ignore. At first, it was little stuff. Jenna said she heard humming outside her window at night. Chris swore he saw someone watching him from across the street, but when he looked again, no one was there. Tyler's dog wouldn't stop barking at the woods behind his house. I started waking up in the middle of the night, sure that someone was standing in my room, though when I turned on the light, it was empty. Still, the feeling lingered, like the shadows were just pretending. The worst was Matt. He tried to act like none of it bothered him, but after about a week, he showed up at my house looking pale and shaken. He said he had been back to the cabin, alone. We all thought he was insane, but he said he needed to prove it was just an abandoned place, nothing more. Except when he went back, the footprints were still there, and there was a new one too. Bigger, like someone had been following his steps. He left immediately, but ever since, he said he kept seeing that same figure at the edge of his yard. Tall, still, watching. The rest of that summer spiraled into something I can't explain. We all stopped hanging out as much, too afraid to admit what was happening, but too afraid to be alone. Nights were the worst. The humming became more common, sometimes faint, like it was far away, sometimes so close it felt like it was coming from inside the house. I'd lie in bed, holding my breath, praying for it to stop. More than once, I thought I saw someone's shadow pass across my window, even though I was on the second floor. By August, none of us were sleeping much. We were jumpy, paranoid, shadows under our eyes. Chris stopped answering our texts completely. Later, we found out his family had moved suddenly. No explanation. His house sat empty for months. Matt grew worse too. He started locking his bedroom door at night, boarding up his windows. The last time I saw him that summer, he told me in a flat voice that the figure was inside his house now, standing in the hallway at night. I wanted to believe he was joking, but his eyes were hollow. 2 weeks later, he was gone. His parents said he ran away. None of us ever saw him again. By the time school started again, the group had fallen apart. Jenna and Kyle broke up. Tyler wouldn't talk about any of it. I tried to focus on normal things, sports, classes, anything that made life feel safe again. But even now, years later, I still hear it sometimes, that low, steady humming, always at night, always when I'm alone. And I know if I ever go back to that cabin, I won't come back out. Story the end. The summer of 2011 was supposed to be the best one of my life. I had just turned 19, finished my first year of college, and my friends and I had grand plans to make the most of the break. Back home in rural Pennsylvania, the days stretched long and hot, and the nights carried the smell of wet grass and honeysuckle. Most of my friends were working part-time jobs, but the weekends were ours. We spent them driving out to the lakes, drinking cheap beer around bonfires, and sneaking into old abandoned places that dotted the countryside. We weren't kids anymore, but we weren't adults either. That summer felt like a strange, fleeting middle ground where danger was something we thought we could laugh at. One weekend, early in July, we were bored and restless. We'd already been to the lake twice that week, and sitting around someone's backyard drinking felt too ordinary. It was my friend Trevor who suggested we go out to the old summer camp. Everyone in our town had heard stories about it. Camp Bellwether, a once busy sleepaway camp tucked away deep in the woods, about 30 minutes from where we lived. It had been closed since the early 1990s, after a kid had gone missing on a hiking trail and was never found. Parents pulled their children out the following summer, and by the end of the season, the camp was bankrupt. Since then, the buildings had been left to rot, swallowed by vines and trees. We'd all heard rumors that campers had seen the missing boy wandering at night, that a counselor had gone crazy and killed himself in the mess hall, that hunters who passed through sometimes heard screaming in the middle of the night. It was the kind of place kids dared each other to go to on Halloween. I'd only ever seen it from the road once, years earlier, when my parents drove past. The entrance was chained off, and the sign was so weather-beaten you could barely make out the letters anymore. That night, though, it felt like the perfect kind of adventure. Reckless, creepy, and something to brag about later. There were 6 of us, me, Trevor, my best friend Kyle, his girlfriend Danielle, and 2 of Trevor's buddies, Chris and Mason. We piled into 2 cars, loaded with flashlights, some beer, and one of those Bluetooth speakers. The drive out there felt exciting, like we were heading towards something forbidden. The further we went, the darker the road became, swallowed up by forest on either side. When we reached the turnoff, Trevor slowed his car and we all pulled over on the gravel shoulder. The gate was just like I remembered, chained shut with a thick padlock. We climbed over easily, our flashlights cutting through the dense dark as we started down the overgrown driveway. I remember how quiet it was. Not peaceful quiet, but heavy. The kind of silence that pressed in on you, broken only by the crunch of our shoes on gravel. The camp was bigger than I expected. The first building we came across was a collapsed cabin, its roof caved in and windows shattered. Beyond that, the mess hall stood mostly intact, a hulking wooden structure with doors hanging off the hinges. The paint had peeled away almost completely, leaving bare gray wood beneath. The air smelled like mildew and damp earth. Inside the mess hall, graffiti covered the walls. Names, dates, crude drawings. Broken chairs were stacked in a corner, and the floor was littered with glass bottles and old sleeping bags, evidence of other trespassers before us. We set the speaker on a table, playing music low while we cracked open beers. It felt like we'd claimed the place, like we were the first people to bring it back to life after years of being abandoned. We laughed too loud, our voices echoing off the empty walls, and dared each other to explore deeper into the camp. After about an hour, we decided to split up and look around. Trevor and Mason went toward the cabins. Kyle and Danielle wandered off down a trail marked with a faded sign that read, archery range. That left me with Chris, who was the quietest of the group. We stuck to the main camp area, checking out the bathhouse and what looked like an old storage shed. Both were filled with garbage, but the weirdest thing was how much of it looked recent. Empty soda cans with logos that hadn't existed in the 90s, a blanket that didn't look weathered at all, and footprints in the dust thick across the floor. I joked that maybe someone had been living there, but the words felt heavy as soon as I said them. Chris didn't laugh. He just said, "Let's head back to the mess hall." When we returned, Trevor and Mason were already there, laughing about finding a raccoon nest in one of the cabins. Kyle and Danielle hadn't come back yet, though, and when 20 minutes passed without any sign of them, we started to get a little uneasy. Trevor whistled loudly into the woods, but nothing came back except the echo. Danielle's voice finally called out faintly from the trail, but something about it made my stomach twist. It sounded strained. Not like she was laughing or joking, but like she was out of breath or scared. We grabbed our flashlights and hurried toward the archery range trail. The trees swallowed us quickly, and the beam of light barely reached 10 feet ahead. The trail curved, and that's when we saw Danielle, standing in the middle of the path alone. She looked pale, almost gray in the harsh glare of the flashlight, and when we reached her, she just shook her head and said, "I can't find him." At first, we thought she was kidding, but when she explained, her voice cracked. They had been walking together when Kyle suddenly stopped and said he heard something in the woods. Danielle thought he was messing with her until he stepped off the trail, telling her to stay put. She waited, calling after him, but he never came back. She'd been standing there for almost half an hour, listening, but she hadn't heard anything else. Panic set in quick after that. We fanned out along the trail, shouting his name, our voices bouncing uselessly through the trees. The woods were so thick that every sound seemed to twist and bend. More than once, I swore I heard footsteps behind me, but when I spun around, my flashlight only showed trees. We regrouped after half an hour, breathless and sweaty, and still no sign of Kyle. Trevor wanted to go back to the cars and call the cops, but Chris argued that Kyle was probably pranking us. He was known for stupid jokes like that, and disappearing into the woods fit his sense of humor. Still, none of us were laughing. We decided to check the archery range itself, thinking maybe he had gone ahead and was waiting for us there. The range was a clearing with half-buried wooden targets, their paint flaking and arrows long gone. Our lights swept across the field, and that's when Mason cursed loudly. There was something standing at the far end of the range. At first, I thought it was Kyle. The figure was tall, wearing a dark hoodie, just standing motionless. But when we called out, it didn't move. My chest tightened as the flashlight beams converged on it, and that's when I realized it wasn't Kyle. The proportions were wrong. Too long in the arms, the head tilted at an unnatural angle, like it was straining to look at us. The figure didn't flinch at the light. It didn't even shift. It just stood there, watching. Danielle whispered Kyle's name again, her voice trembling, but the figure stayed silent. That was enough for us. We turned and bolted back toward the mess hall, hearts pounding, not daring to look behind us. When we got back, we slammed the rotting doors shut and argued in frantic whispers. Chris insisted it was some squatter messing with us. Trevor swore he saw its face and that it wasn't right, that it wasn't human. Danielle sat against the wall, crying silently. We stayed there for almost an hour, too scared to move, until Trevor finally said we had to leave. When we stepped outside, the woods were dead quiet. We kept our flashlights low, moving as quickly as we could toward the driveway. Every sound made us jump, the snap of a branch, the rustle of leaves. Halfway to the gate, Danielle froze and pointed. Just beyond the trees, parallel to us, something was walking, keeping pace. We couldn't see it fully, just the suggestion of movement, the dark outlines slipping between the trunks. But it was there, following. We didn't run until the gate was in sight. We scrambled over the chain link, scraping our hands and knees, and piled into the cars without looking back. Trevor's hands shook so badly he almost dropped his keys, but finally the engine roared to life, and we tore down the road, headlights cutting through the suffocating dark. We didn't see Kyle again. Not that night, not the next day, not ever. The police searched the camp and the surrounding woods for weeks. They found nothing. No trace of him at all. His parents were devastated. For months, there were missing posters taped to every gas station and grocery store in the county. Our group fell apart after that summer. None of us spoke about what we saw. None of us wanted to admit that maybe we'd left him behind with whatever that was. Even now, more than a decade later, I can't shake it. Sometimes in the summer, when the nights are thick and heavy, I dream about standing in that clearing again, flashlights converging on the figure at the end of the range. And in the dream, it doesn't just stand there, it moves. Slow at first, then faster, rushing across the field in a blur of shadow, reaching for me before I wake up drenched in sweat. I know what people would say, that we were drunk, that our imaginations ran wild, that Kyle got lost and something terrible happened out in the woods that had nothing to do with ghosts or monsters. Maybe that's easier to believe. But I know what I saw. I know what followed us that night, and I know that somewhere, deep in those abandoned woods, something is still waiting. Story the end. The summer I turned 19 was supposed to be the best one of my life. Classes had just ended, the heat was setting in across upstate New York, and for the first time in years, I didn't have any obligations. No summer school, no part-time job lined up yet, no girlfriend nagging me to spend every waking hour together. Just me, my best friends, and the wide open weeks stretching out before us. We had this plan. Road trips, bonfires, staying out until sunrise, all the things that made summer break feel like freedom. But the truth is, I'd give anything to erase that summer, to forget what happened. Sometimes I still wake up drenched in sweat from the memory of it. It started with Danny's uncle's cabin. Danny was the ringleader of our group. Loud, reckless, the kind of guy who always had some half-baked scheme in the works. He found out that his uncle was going to be gone for most of the summer, working on a job down south, and the cabin up near the lake would be empty. It wasn't a modern vacation home or anything like that, more like an old wooden house that had been passed down for decades. Danny pitched it like it was a gift from the universe. A whole place to ourselves, no parents, no rules, just a lake, some beers, and a stretch of woods where nobody could bother us. The first time we drove up there, it was me, Danny, his girlfriend Sarah, and our buddy Kyle. The place was about 45 minutes from our town, tucked down a narrow dirt road that wound through thick forest. You couldn't see another house from the cabin, not even a mailbox. It felt like the kind of place that existed outside of time. The cabin itself was a 2-story structure with peeling paint, shutters that didn't sit right on their hinges, and a screened-in porch that sagged a little on one side. There was a dock that led out into the lake, which stretched so wide it looked almost like an ocean under the afternoon sun. At first, it was perfect. We brought coolers full of cheap beer, spent hours swimming, and lay out on the dock until our skin burned. The nights were even better. The kind of dark you don't get near towns, where the stars looked close enough to touch. We'd sit around a fire pit Danny's uncle had built years ago, roasting marshmallows and telling stories, all of us drunk enough to think we were invincible. It was the second night when something shifted. I remember Sarah was the first one to mention it. She was sitting on the porch late, her knees pulled to her chest, staring out toward the tree line. The rest of us were still by the fire, but I'd gone inside to grab another beer and passed her on my way out. Her face was pale, and when I asked if she was okay, she whispered, "Do you hear that?" At first, I thought she meant the crickets or the frogs calling from the lake, but she shook her head. She said it sounded like someone walking through the woods, just out of sight. Slow, deliberate footsteps. I didn't hear anything, and Danny brushed her off when I told him about it. He said it was probably just deer or raccoons moving around. But Sarah didn't laugh. She stayed on the porch, hugging herself, eyes darting toward the trees. That should have been the first warning. The next day, things kept feeling off. Kyle woke up swearing that someone had been on the dock in the middle of the night. He said he heard the creak of the boards and thought one of us had gone for a swim, but when he looked, There was no splash, no sound of water, just the silhouette of someone standing at the end of the dock, watching the lake. He said when he blinked, the figure was gone. We all laughed it off, teased him about drinking too much, but I noticed he didn't laugh with us. And later, when we went swimming, I caught him staring at the dock like he was waiting for something to reappear. That night, none of us could deny it anymore. Around 2 in the morning, after the fire had burned low and the night air was thick with bugs, we all heard it. Heavy footsteps circling the cabin. At first, we thought it was an animal, maybe even a bear, but then we realized the steps were too slow, too deliberate. They moved in a circle, crunching leaves and twigs, pacing just out of sight. Danny grabbed a flashlight and went out, determined to prove it was nothing. I remember standing on the porch with Sarah while Kyle followed Danny into the dark, the beam of the flashlight slicing through the trees. They searched for 10 minutes and found nothing. No broken branches, no paw prints, not even a hint of movement. But when they came back inside, Kyle's face was pale, and he whispered that while they were out there, the footsteps started again, this time behind them. That was the first night none of us slept. From then on, the summer took a turn I'll never forget. We kept going back to that cabin because Danny wouldn't let it go. He insisted it was just our imagination, or maybe even some locals messing with us. But each time we returned, things got worse. The smell came next. A foul, rotting stench that would drift through the woods at night, like something dead was nearby. We searched during the day, combing through the trees, but never found anything. Then came the noises inside the cabin. Doors creaking open on their own, scratching sounds in the walls. Once, I woke up to what sounded like someone breathing right next to my ear, slow and wet, though when I sat up, the room was empty. One morning, Sarah came down from the upstairs bedroom crying. She said she woke up to find muddy footprints on the floor of the room, leading right up to her side of the bed. They weren't ours. The prints were too large, bare feet, with toes spread wide like something had been pressing down into the dirt outside before walking straight into the house. Danny still tried to laugh it off, but I could tell he was scared too. The bravado in his voice was gone, replaced with irritation. Like if he could make fun of it enough, it would go away. But none of us could deny it anymore. Something was out there, and it wanted us to know it. The worst night came in late July. We'd been drinking heavily, trying to forget the creeping fear that had wrapped itself around us. Kyle passed out on the couch, Sarah went upstairs early, and Danny and I stayed on the porch, talking about college and how nothing ever seemed to go the way you planned it. It was quiet. The lake still as glass when we heard it. The sound of something moving in the water. Not splashing, not swimming, but waiting. Slow, dragging steps through the shallows. We froze, staring at the dock. The moon was bright enough to cast silver across the surface of the lake, and that's when I saw it. A figure, tall and thin, standing knee-deep in the water, just beyond the dock. It wasn't moving now, just standing there, its head tilted slightly toward us. Danny whispered, "Do you see that?" And I nodded, my throat too dry to speak. We didn't move, we didn't even breathe. The figure stayed in the water for what felt like hours, though it couldn't have been more than a minute. Then, without a sound, it sank. Straight down like it had been pulled beneath the surface. The water rippled once and then stilled. That was enough. We left that night, packing our things in a frantic rush. Sarah wouldn't stop crying, Kyle refused to go back inside to grab his stuff, and Danny kept swearing under his breath as if cursing would make him brave again. We drove back to town in silence, each of us staring out the windows like we expected to see figure standing on the roadside. We never went back to the cabin after that. Danny's uncle eventually returned, and when he did, Danny asked him about the place, about whether he'd ever noticed anything strange. His uncle got quiet, then told him a story none of us wanted to hear. Years ago, before the cabin was built, there had been a small settlement near the lake, farmers and fishermen mostly. One summer, a young man went missing. They searched for weeks, but never found him. Some said he drowned, others that he ran off. But people kept reporting seeing him near the water, standing there at night, silent and watching. The stories went on for decades, long after the settlement dissolved. Danny's uncle shrugged and said, "Old places keep their ghosts." That was the end of our summer break. We all drifted apart after that, college, jobs, new towns. But sometimes when I'm lying in bed at night, I hear it again. That slow, steady sound of footsteps circling, waiting, and I wonder if we really left it behind at all, or if it followed us, biding its time. Story the end. The summer after my junior year of high school was supposed to be the kind of break you remembered fondly for the rest of your life. At least, that's how my friends and I talked about it. We'd spent the whole spring making plans about what we were going to do. There was no big vacation to Europe or anything glamorous like that. We lived in a small Midwestern town where not much happened, but we figured that gave us even more reason to make the best of it. We talked about swimming in the old quarry, driving out to the lake for bonfires, staying up all night watching horror movies, maybe even sneaking some beers that we weren't supposed to have. It was supposed to be the perfect kind of summer before senior year where life felt free and unshaped, and the biggest responsibility was figuring out how to make memories. My best friends, Tyler and Jordan, were just as restless as me. Tyler had an old red pickup he'd inherited from his older brother, which meant he was our designated driver, chauffeur, and the guy who had to haul everyone's stuff when we came up with a plan. Jordan was the one who could get us into trouble the fastest. He had that reckless energy, the kind of kid who always wanted to push just a little further than anyone else. I was the quieter one, I guess, always tagging along, half enjoying myself and half worrying about whether we'd get caught. That dynamic had worked since middle school, and it kept working now that we were almost grown. The summer started the same way most summers did. Slow days, hot afternoons, nights spent on porches or in parking lots. But by mid-June, we started to get restless. That's when Jordan brought up the idea of going out to the old summer camp. The camp had been shut down for over a decade. It sat about 20 minutes outside of town, past a stretch of woods, hidden off an unmarked gravel road. When we were little, we'd heard stories about it. The camp had been called Pinecrest, and people said it had closed after a tragedy. Depending on who told it, a counselor had gone missing, a kid had drowned, or there had been some kind of fire. No one ever seemed to know the exact truth. The place was still there, though, rotting in the woods, with cabins collapsing into themselves and weeds growing through the basketball court. High school kids sometimes talked about going there, daring each other to walk inside the mess hall or spend the night in one of the bunks, but most people never actually did it. The second Jordan brought it up, Tyler groaned. Man, you know that place is crawling with raccoons and God knows what else. Why would we want to go out there? Because it's summer, Jordan said, grinning like he already knew he'd won. Because it's creepy. And because no one else has the balls to do it, you really want to waste this whole break just sitting around the gas station parking lot? I should have known better. I should have said no, and maybe if I had, Tyler would have backed me up. But the way Jordan said it made it feel like some kind of challenge, like we'd be cowards if we didn't at least check it out. And maybe I was a little curious too. So the following Friday night, we loaded up Tyler's truck with a cooler of sodas, a couple flashlights, and sleeping bags because Jordan insisted we weren't just going to look around. We were going to stay the night. The drive out there was quieter than usual. None of us wanted to admit it, but there was this nervous edge in the air. The gravel road seemed darker than the main highway, and the woods pressed in on both sides. By the time Tyler parked at the end of the overgrown path that led into the camp, the sun had already dipped below the trees. We walked in, carrying our stuff, flashlights bouncing across the trail. The air smelled like damp earth and pine needles. It felt cooler there, heavier like the woods themselves were watching. When the cabins finally came into view, leaning against the dark like broken teeth, I felt my stomach twist. The place was worse than I imagined. Windows shattered, roofs caved in, graffiti sprayed across what was left of the walls. The fire pit in the center of the camp was filled with blackened beer cans and broken bottles, proof that others had been there before us. But the quiet was unsettling. No voices, no animals moving around, just the faint hum of summer insects and the sound of our footsteps crunching through the gravel. Jordan was in his element, climbing up the steps of the mess hall and pushing the door open with a dramatic shove. "Welcome to Pine Crest, boys," he said, his voice echoing too loud in the empty dark. Inside, the place smelled of mold and rot. The floor was sticky with old pine needles, and the long tables were warped and collapsed. A raccoon scurried out from behind a counter, making us all jump before disappearing through a broken window. Tyler muttered something about rabies and turned his flashlight toward the kitchen, but Jordan was already walking deeper inside like he owned the place. We set up our stuff in what looked like one of the least destroyed cabins, spreading our sleeping bags across the floorboards. None of us said it out loud, but none of us were really planning to sleep much. That night was about testing each other, seeing who would crack first, who would admit they were scared. We sat around the fire pit with our flashlights turned off, letting the darkness swallow us. Jordan told dumb ghost stories, the kind you'd hear at campouts, but in that setting they felt heavier. Every time a branch cracked in the woods, my heart jumped. Tyler kept checking over his shoulder, and I tried to laugh it off, but my nerves were stretched tight. It was around midnight when we heard the first sound that didn't belong. It was faint but distinct, a dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the ground. It came from the direction of the old bathhouse, a long, low building on the edge of the campgrounds. We all froze, looking at each other in the firelight. "You hear that?" I whispered. "Probably an animal," Tyler said quickly, too quickly. Jordan's grin was thin. "Then let's go see." I wanted to say no, but the words caught in my throat. None of us wanted to be the one to admit we were too scared. So we picked up our flashlights and walked toward the sound. The bathhouse door hung crooked on its hinges, creaking as Jordan pushed it open. The smell that hit us was overwhelming, mildew, rot, and something metallic that I couldn't place. Our flashlight beams cut across rows of shower stalls, chipped tiles, and rust-stained sinks. And then the sound came again, a dragging, low and deliberate from somewhere inside. Tyler whispered, "Dude, let's get out of here." But Jordan stepped forward, shining his light toward the last stall. "Hello?" he called, his voice mocking like he expected someone to answer. The dragging stopped. Silence pressed down, so thick I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. Then, slow as anything, the stall door at the end creaked shut, even though no one had touched it. We bolted. None of us said a word. None of us tried to act tough. We just ran back to the fire pit, breathing hard, our hearts slamming in our chests. Tyler cursed under his breath, pacing in circles, while Jordan tried to laugh it off, though his face had gone pale. "Wind," he said. It was just the wind. But we all knew it wasn't. The rest of the night was thick with tension. Every noise in the woods set us off. None of us dared go back to the bathhouse, and none of us dared leave either, because that meant walking through the dark woods back to the truck. So we sat around the dying fire, jumpy, until exhaustion finally dragged us down. I don't know how long I slept, but when I woke up it was still dark. The cabin was quiet, except for Tyler's steady breathing. But Jordan's sleeping bag was empty. At first I thought maybe he'd gone to the bathroom, but when I whispered his name, there was no answer. I shook Tyler awake and we both grabbed our flashlights. Outside, the camp was silent, too silent. Then we saw it, footprints in the dirt leading back toward the bathhouse. We followed them, calling Jordan's name, but no answer came. When we reached the bathhouse, the door was shut tight and something dark stained the wood around the handle. Tyler's hand shook as he reached for it, but before he could touch it, the door groaned and swung open on its own. Our lights swept across the stalls, the sinks, the rotting floor. Jordan wasn't there. But his flashlight was, lying in the middle of the floor, still on, casting a weak, trembling beam toward the last stall, and the door to that stall was shut again. I don't remember screaming, but Tyler says we both did. We didn't open it. We didn't look inside. We just ran out of the bathhouse, across the camp, through the trees, tripping and stumbling until we reached the truck. Tyler peeled out so fast gravel sprayed against the trees. We didn't go back for Jordan. When we told people what happened, no one believed us. They searched the camp, but they never found him. His parents thought he'd run away, that maybe he'd gotten into trouble and we were covering for him. But I know the truth. Something was in that camp, something that dragged him away and didn't let go. That summer break was supposed to be unforgettable. And it was. But not for the reasons we wanted. because every year when the air gets heavy and the nights stretch long, I still hear it in my head. The dragging sound, slow and deliberate, coming closer, waiting for me to follow. Story the end. When I think back to that summer, I can still feel the heat rising off the pavement and smell the mix of sunscreen, gasoline, and cut grass that seemed to linger in the air. It was the summer before my sophomore year of college, and I had gone back to my hometown in rural Indiana to work a part-time job and catch up with old friends. That town was the kind of place where nothing ever happened. At least, that's what everyone said. People left their doors unlocked, kids rode bikes past sunset, and gossip at the local diner was the highlight of most people's week. But that summer, something happened that none of us could have ever imagined. Something that made believe evil wasn't just in stories or movies. It was real, and it found us in the middle of what should have been a normal summer break. My best friend back then was a guy named Tyler. We'd grown up on the same street, played baseball together, even had matching bikes when we were kids. After high school, he stayed home to work with his uncle's landscaping business while I went off to college. When I came home for summer break, it felt like no time had passed between us. He'd call me nearly every day to hang out, whether it was to grab food, drive around listening to music, or meet up with our other friends at the lake. That lake, surrounded by woods and far enough away from town to feel private, became our hangout spot almost every night. We'd swim, drink cheap beer, light a fire, and talk about everything and nothing until the early morning hours. It was on one of those humid July nights that things started to feel strange. There were 4 of us out there: me, Tyler, his cousin Aaron, and Aaron's girlfriend, Melissa. We had pulled Tyler's old pickup onto the dirt clearing near the lake and laid out some blankets. The crickets were loud, fireflies blinked in the trees, and the moon was hanging low, reflecting off the water. It was peaceful, the kind of night you almost take for granted. Melissa was sitting close to the fire, scrolling on her phone when she suddenly frowned. "Do you guys see that?" she asked. I turned to where she was pointing. Across the lake, past the rippling water, I saw something, or someone, standing near the tree line. At first, I thought it was just a shadow, but then I realized it was a figure. Tall, motionless, just watching. The firelight didn't reach that far, but the moon gave enough glow to make out its outline. It had to be a person. "Probably just a fisherman," Aaron said dismissively, though even his voice cracked slightly. "People come out here all the time." "Not at 11 at night," Melissa muttered. We all watched for a minute, none of us saying much. The figure didn't move. It didn't wave, didn't call out, didn't walk closer. Just stood there at the edge of the trees. Tyler finally threw a rock into the lake, maybe to see if it would react, but it didn't. After another minute, he shrugged, forcing a laugh. "Forget it. Probably some weirdo or drunk," he said, cracking open another beer. "Not like they can get across the lake without us noticing." We tried to shake it off, but I couldn't stop glancing over. Eventually, when I looked again, the figure was gone. I told myself it must have walked back into the woods. We ended the night not long after that, but I remember the uneasy feeling I had on the drive back. It was like something had shifted in the air. The next few nights we kept going back to the lake, and everything was normal again. We swam, we laughed, we stayed out late. But I couldn't stop thinking about that figure. I asked Tyler once if he thought it was weird. "Nah," he said. "You'd be surprised how many people come out here at night. Besides, if they wanted to bother us, they would have by now." That answer didn't really help, because that was the thing. Who just stands there watching and then disappears without a word? A week later, we decided to camp out at the lake overnight. It was one of those sweltering days where the sun felt like it was cooking your skin, and the idea of sleeping outside by the water sounded perfect. We brought coolers, a tent, fishing poles, and enough firewood to last until morning. This time it wasn't just the 4 of us. 2 more friends, Jess and Mark, tagged along. With 6 of us, it felt safer, more like a party than a creepy hangout. We set everything up before sunset, grilled hot dogs over the fire, and swam until the sky turned purple. The lake was calm, the woods alive with the sound of frogs and cicadas. When it got dark, we gathered around the fire, telling dumb stories and roasting marshmallows. It felt like a picture-perfect summer night. But around 1 in the morning, while everyone else was laughing about something stupid, Aaron said, I glanced across the lake and my stomach dropped. There it was again, the figure, standing in almost the exact same spot as before. Only this time I swore it was closer to the shoreline, closer than last time. My chest tightened and I whispered to Tyler, "Look." He followed my gaze and his smile faded. "No way," he muttered. The others noticed our silence and turned. One by one, they all fell quiet. We just stared. The fire crackled, bugs chirped, but none of us spoke. Melissa reached for Aaron's arm. "It's the same guy," she whispered. "Maybe it's someone messing with us," Jess offered weakly. "Like a hunter or something." "No hunter just stands there all night," I said. My voice sounded smaller than I meant it to. Mark grabbed a flashlight from his bag. "I'll signal him," he said, clicking it on and shining it across the water. The beam caught the figure for a split second. It was definitely a man, tall, wearing dark clothes. The light hit his face just long enough to make out pale skin and what looked like long, messy hair. But the eyes, the way they caught the light, made my skin crawl. He didn't flinch, didn't turn away. He just stared back, unblinking. "Okay, screw this," Melissa said, standing up. "I don't like this. We should go." But we didn't. Tyler insisted we'd be fine, that there were 6 of us, and it wasn't like the guy could swim across without us noticing. He tried to make jokes, lighten the mood, but the laughter didn't come as easily after that. Every so often, one of us would glance back at the trees, and sometimes he was there, sometimes he wasn't. But whenever he disappeared, it felt worse, like he could be anywhere. Around 3, most of us were too tired to stay up. We decided to crash in the tent. All 6 of us, piled inside, though it was cramped and sweaty. The fire outside burned low, casting flickering shadows on the fabric of the tent. I tried to sleep, but every sound outside made my heart race. Branches snapping, owls hooting, the occasional splash of water. I couldn't stop picturing that man's pale face staring at us from the dark. At some point, I must have dozed off. But I woke suddenly to the sound of footsteps outside, slow, deliberate crunches on the dirt. My eyes flew open, and I held my breath. I thought maybe I was dreaming, but then I heard the zipper of the tent jiggle, just slightly, like someone testing it. My blood turned to ice. I didn't move, didn't breathe. After what felt like forever, the sound stopped. I waited, straining my ears, but all I could hear was my own heartbeat. I wanted to wake the others, but fear pinned me down. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I drifted back into a restless sleep. The next morning, I was the first one out of the tent. The fire had burned down to ashes, the lake glistened in the sunlight, and everything looked normal. Too normal. But then I noticed something in the dirt near the tent. Footprints. Not ours. Bigger, heavier. They circled the tent and led off toward the woods. I felt my stomach sink. Whoever that was, they had been right outside while we slept. I didn't tell the others at first. I didn't want to freak them out more than they already were. But later, when Melissa saw the prints, she lost it. She swore she wasn't coming back to the lake again. For the rest of the summer, things only got worse. We'd see him sometimes, not just at the lake, but on the drive home too. Once, Tyler swore he saw the same man standing at the edge of the cornfield near his house. Another time, Jess said she noticed someone walking behind her car when she pulled into her driveway late at night. Always just out of reach, always watching. We never saw him up close, never heard him speak, but it was like he was everywhere. No matter where we went, the feeling of being watched never left. The night that still haunts me the most happened in early August, right before I left for college again. Tyler convinced me to hang out at the lake one last time, just him and me. He said we couldn't let some creep ruin our summer. Reluctantly, I agreed. We brought a couple beers, sat by the fire, and tried to pretend things were normal. But the whole time, I couldn't relax. I kept looking across the lake, waiting. Sure enough, after midnight, he appeared, standing in the same damn spot. My throat went dry. Tyler cursed under his breath. We both stood up, and I could feel the weight of that moment pressing on us. Tyler grabbed the flashlight and shined it again. This time, the man stepped forward. Not much, but enough to make the water ripple near his feet. My chest tightened. "Hey!" Tyler yelled, his voice breaking. "What the hell do you want?" No response. The man just stood there. Then, slowly, he lifted his hand. At first, I thought he was waving, but no, it was more like he was pointing directly at me. My legs nearly gave out. I couldn't move, couldn't think. I just stood frozen as he held that gesture, his arm outstretched like some kind of silent accusation. Tyler lost it. He grabbed a rock and hurled it across the water, screaming, "Leave us the hell alone!" The figure didn't flinch. After a long moment, he lowered his arm, turned, and disappeared back into the woods. We left immediately. On the drive home, neither of us spoke. The silence in the truck was suffocating. When Tyler dropped me off, he just said, "See you, man," like nothing had happened. But I could see the fear in his eyes. I left for school the next week, and I never went back to that lake again. A month later, Tyler called me. His voice was shaky, panicked. He swore he'd seen the man again, standing outside his house in the middle of the night. He said he called the cops, but by the time they showed up, no one was there. I told him to stay safe, to maybe crash at a friend's place for a while. That was the last time we really talked. A few weeks after that, I heard from Aaron that Tyler had packed up and left town without telling anyone where he was going. Just vanished. Even now, years later, when I visit home in the summer, I can't drive past that lake. I can't walk through those woods because deep down I know he's still out there, watching, waiting. Story the end. The summer before my junior year of college was supposed to be one of those carefree breaks where you come home, catch up with old friends, maybe take a part-time job, and just enjoy the long, warm nights with nothing serious hanging over your head. I hadn't been back in my hometown of Maplewood, Ohio, for more than a week before the strange events started. At first, it felt like little coincidences, things you brushed off or laughed about. But as the weeks passed, the undercurrent of unease grew heavier, like humidity you couldn't escape, until it reached the point where I'd never think of that summer the same way again. It all started with a bonfire. That's a staple of small-town summer life, at least in our area. Everyone from high school was back from college, and whether we had stayed close or drifted apart, we'd end up in someone's backyard drinking cheap beer, burning scrap wood, and reminiscing about the days when we couldn't wait to escape Maplewood. That night, it was in the field behind my friend Tyler's house. There must have been 30 or 40 of us scattered around, some with lawn chairs, others on blankets. The fire crackled and spit sparks, and the woods around us stood like a wall of blackness. It was my friend Claire who brought up the story. She leaned in, her face glowing orange in the firelight, and said, "Do you guys remember hearing about the Miller place? Out past Old Creek Road?" A few people nodded, but most shook their heads. I knew the general area she meant. It was farther out, near the county line, where farmland and woods mixed together. "They say it's cursed," she said, her voice dropping like she was telling a ghost story to kids. "Back in the 80s, some guy murdered his family there. Chopped them up with an axe or something. The house was abandoned after that. Nobody ever tore it down, but no one would buy it either. My cousin swears he and his buddies went out there one summer and saw lights moving around inside, even though the power's been shut off for decades." Of course, that set off a round of scoffing and teasing. Tyler shook his head. "Classic. Every small town has a haunted murder house." But Claire wasn't joking. She leaned forward more, lowering her voice. "No, I'm serious. It's not just the murders. People who go out there, weird things happen, like cars breaking down right after you pass the driveway, or hearing voices in the woods. My cousin said one of his friends went missing for a couple hours, just vanished. When they found him, he was in the upstairs hallway, staring at the wall like he'd been in a trance. That should have been the end of it. Just another ghost story traded around a fire. But of course, someone had to suggest we go check it out. That someone was Jake, who had always been the loudest, cockiest guy in our group. "Let's do it," he said, grinning. "We'll prove your cousin's full of it." At first, nobody really responded. But the more the beer flowed, the more the idea took hold. Eventually, half the group was pushing for it, and the other half was nervous but didn't want to look scared. I'll admit, I was in the second camp. I didn't really believe in curses or ghosts, but the thought of wandering around some old murder house in the middle of the night didn't exactly sound like fun. Still, peer pressure is powerful, and when I saw Claire agreeing to come along, I figured I'd go too. So around midnight, a caravan of cars rolled out of Tyler's driveway and down Old Creek Road. The further we went, the fewer houses we saw, until it was just dark fields and thick patches of forest. Finally, We pulled onto a narrow gravel drive that seemed more like a deer path than something made for cars. At the end of it, barely visible in the moonlight, stood the house. It looked like something out of a horror movie. 2 stories, peeling white paint, windows boarded over in some places but open and black in others. The porch sagged, the roof looked warped, and the tall grass surrounding it nearly reached our knees. Nobody wanted to be the first out of their car, but Jake, of course, slammed his door and started striding toward the house with a flashlight in hand. Slowly, the rest of us followed. The closer we got, the more oppressive the air felt. It wasn't just the heat. It was like the air itself was thicker, harder to breathe. The smell of mildew and rot hung around the house. We stood on the porch, wood creaking under our weight, and Jake shoved the door open with a dramatic flourish. It groaned like it hadn't been touched in years. Inside, the air was even worse, stale, heavy with dust and something sour I couldn't place. "Welcome to the murder house," Jake said, his flashlight beam cutting across a ruined living room. Wallpaper peeled from the walls. A couch sat torn open, stuffing spilling out. Beer cans and graffiti suggested we weren't the first dumb kids to break in. We wandered through the downstairs, trying to act braver than we felt. The kitchen floor sagged so badly we didn't dare step into it. The dining room had a broken chandelier on the floor, covered in dust. Every sound echoed strangely, as if the house were holding its breath. It was Claire who noticed the stairs. "We should check up there," she said, pointing her light at them. A groan went through the group. Everyone wanted to see, but no one wanted to actually go first. Finally, Jake rolled his eyes and started climbing. The steps whined and cracked under him, but they held. One by one, the rest of us followed. The hallway upstairs stretched long and narrow, lined with doors on both sides. Most of them were open, leading into what looked like bedrooms. The smell up here was worse, like something had died a long time ago. I ducked into one of the rooms with 2 other people. It was mostly empty, except for a broken dresser. But when I turned to leave, I thought I saw something in the corner. A dark shape, hunched low. My stomach lurched, but when I swung my flashlight back, the corner was empty. I told myself it had been a trick of the shadows, but my hands shook as I left the room. That was when we heard it, a sound from the far end of the hall. At first, I thought it was someone in our group, but everyone froze. It was a laugh, high-pitched but soft, almost like a child's giggle. Every hair on my body stood up. Jake barked out, "Who's there?" but his voice cracked halfway through. The hallway felt colder suddenly, the air tight and hard to pull into our lungs. Then, from one of the closed doors came a slow, deliberate knock. 3 raps. Steady. Claire whispered, "We need to leave." No one argued. We bolted down the stairs, the boards shuddering under our feet, and out into the tall grass. I didn't even look back at the house until we reached the cars, and that's when I saw it. A face in the upstairs window. Pale. Expressionless. Watching us. I didn't tell anyone right then. I just shoved myself into the car, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it might split my ribs. We drove out of there fast, gravel spitting under the tires. Everyone laughed nervously, trying to play it off. Jake cracked jokes about Claire planting speakers in the house, but no one was really laughing. There was a heaviness that lingered, something none of us wanted to acknowledge. That night was only the beginning. In the days that followed, little things started happening. My phone alarm went off at exactly 3:17 a.m., 3 nights in a row. Even though I had to set it, when I looked at the screen, the time would be frozen, not ticking forward until I locked and unlocked it. Claire called me 2 days later saying she kept hearing footsteps outside her window at night, even though she lived on the 2nd floor of her house. Tyler's car broke down twice in the same week, both times when he was driving past Old Creek Road. Mechanics couldn't find anything wrong. And then Jake, he started changing. He was the kind of guy who thrived on attention, always loud, always laughing. But after that night, he grew quiet, distant. He'd sit at bonfires staring into the flames like he was somewhere else. A week later, he showed up with scratches down his arms like he'd been clawing at himself in his sleep. When we asked what happened, he just shrugged and said he didn't remember. Claire was convinced we had brought something back with us. She wanted to go to a church, talk to a priest, anything. Jake told her she was being dramatic, but I could see it in his eyes. He was scared. Then, one night, about 2 weeks after we went to the house, Jake disappeared. We were all supposed to meet at the lake for a late night swim. Everyone showed up except him. We texted, called, no answer. Around midnight, his car was found on the side of Old Creek Road, not far from the Miller place. The driver's door was open, headlights still on, but no sign of Jake. The police searched for days. Volunteers combed the woods. Nothing. It was like he had vanished into thin air. And here's the part that still makes my stomach twist when I think about it. On the third day of searching, they let some of us friends help walk the woods. Claire and I ended up near the property line of the Miller house. The air there was silent, heavier than the rest of the forest. That's when I saw it. On a tree trunk, carved deep into the bark, were 3 letters. J-A-K, Jake's nickname. The cuts were fresh. Claire broke down crying, and I pulled her back, telling her we had to get out of there. I don't think she even noticed that just below those letters was another set of marks, 3 long, deep scratches, like claws had raked across the tree. The police never found him. His case is still considered open, but in Maplewood, everyone knows better. Whatever lives in that house in those woods, it took him. Summer ended. I went back to college, but I wasn't the same. None of us were. Claire dropped out the next semester, moved states away. Tyler stopped going out at night altogether. As for me, I still dream about that night. Sometimes I wake up at exactly 3:17 a.m., my phone frozen on that time, just like it did back then. And when I look at the dark corner of my room, I swear I see that pale, expressionless face watching me. I don't tell anyone this part because it sounds insane. But a few months ago, driving home for Thanksgiving, I took the long way through town past Old Creek Road. As I passed the overgrown driveway, I glanced toward the house, and in the upstairs window, I saw 2 faces this time. One of them was Jake. Story the end. The summer after my junior year of high school was supposed to be one of those carefree stretches of time you look back on with a grin later in life. A handful of my closest friends had all but begged our parents to let us spend the break in a small lakeside town in northern Michigan, where one of our families owned a cabin. The place wasn't huge, but it was enough for the 6 of us to sleep comfortably, and the town itself had the kind of slow, almost nostalgic charm that felt like it was pulled from an old postcard. There was a diner with neon signs, a tiny grocery store where the owner knew everyone's name, and the lake was the main draw, wide, deep, and surrounded by woods thick enough that at night the tree line looked like an endless black wall. We were 17, on the cusp of adulthood, and the idea of having a whole summer without parents breathing down our necks felt like freedom distilled into its purest form. We spent the first week exactly how you'd expect, swimming until our skin smelled like the lake, grilling hot dogs, staying up until 3 a.m, playing music too loud, and talking about nothing and everything on the cabin porch. It was innocent, stupid fun, the kind you can only have at that age, with the heat of July soaking into your bones. But things started to feel different after the second week. It began subtly, at first with just a sound that woke me up one night. It was a heavy creaking noise, like someone walking slowly across the old wooden floor of the cabin. I figured it was just one of my friends getting up for water heading outside to pee. The cabin wasn't huge, so every step seemed to echo. I rolled over, half asleep, until I realized something that pulled me fully awake. All 5 of my friends were in the same room as me. We had dragged all the mattresses and sleeping bags into the living room one night, joking about wanting a summer camp feel, and just never moved them back. Everyone was accounted for. The creaking moved toward the kitchen. My heart was pounding, but I told myself maybe one of them had gotten up earlier and slipped back in without me noticing. Maybe I was just half dreaming and confused. I stayed still, watching the ceiling in the dark until I eventually drifted back to sleep. I didn't say anything in the morning because I didn't want to sound paranoid, but the next night it happened again, this time louder, more deliberate. The sound of weight shifting on wooden planks, and again, everyone was asleep in the same room as me. By the 4th night, I wasn't the only one who noticed. Around 2 a.m, I heard it again, and this time I sat up quickly. Across the room, I saw Tyler staring at me from his sleeping bag, eyes wide. He mouthed, "You hear it too?" The sound carried again from the kitchen to the back door. Then nothing. We stayed awake until dawn, whispering theories, an animal somehow inside, a neighbor messing with us, or maybe the cabin itself was just settling. None of us were brave enough to actually get up and check. When the sun came through the blinds, we looked around and saw nothing out of place. A few days later, though, the noises weren't just confined to night. I was sitting alone on the porch one afternoon while the others swam when I heard what sounded like faint humming drifting out of the trees. It wasn't birdsong, and it wasn't the wind. It was a low, almost tuneless hum, like someone murmuring to themselves. I called out, thinking maybe a hiker had wandered close to the property, but no one answered. The humming stopped the second I spoke. I didn't tell the others right away. The real breaking point came during the third week of the trip. It was late, maybe midnight, and we were all outside near the fire pit. We'd gone through half a case of cheap beer someone's older brother had gotten us, and the air buzzed with the kind of lazy warmth only July nights can hold. Out of nowhere, Jenna froze mid-laugh, staring past us at the tree line. "Did you see that?" she asked. We all turned, but none of us saw anything. The woods were dark, the lake quiet behind us. She swore she saw someone, tall, standing just beyond the tree line, not moving, just watching. We teased her at first, telling her she was tipsy and imagining things, but the way her voice cracked when she insisted made all of us uneasy. A few nights later, something happened that killed the mood for good. It was almost 3 a.m, and I had woken up needing to use the bathroom. I slipped off my sleeping bag and crept toward the cabin's small bathroom, which was down the hall past the kitchen. Everything was quiet except for the buzz of summer insects outside the windows. But as I turned the corner, I froze. The back door was open. Not just unlocked, open. The screen was pulled back, letting in the thick night air. I stood there, paralyzed, staring at it for what felt like forever. Finally, I backed up, went to wake Tyler, and whispered what I saw. He rubbed his eyes, annoyed, until he noticed I was shaking. He followed me to the kitchen, and when he saw the door, he swore under his breath. We locked it, shoved a chair under the handle, and didn't sleep until daylight. That morning, everyone searched the cabin for signs that someone had broken in, but nothing was missing. No signs of forced entry either, just the door left open. We thought about calling the police, but what would we even say? Somebody might be messing with us, but we don't know. It didn't feel like enough, so we decided to be more careful, double-check the doors, keep the windows locked, and stay together at night. But the atmosphere of the summer was poisoned. Jokes turned sharp. Everyone jumped at little sounds. The carefree laughter that had filled the cabin was gone, replaced with anxious silences. Then came the night we heard it clearly. The voice. It was past 2. The fire burned low outside, and we were sitting around it in uneasy quiet. That's when a man's voice drifted out of the woods, calm, low, like he was talking to himself. We couldn't make out the words, but it was unmistakably human. We all went dead silent. The voice carried closer. Still not visible, still beyond the trees, but definitely there. "Let's go inside," Jenna whispered, her voice trembling. We didn't argue. We practically sprinted back into the cabin, locked every door and window, and sat together in the living room, straining our ears. For the next half hour, we heard it, circling the cabin. Sometimes closer, sometimes farther, but never entering the clearing where we could see. Just circling. It didn't stop until almost dawn. By that point, none of us wanted to be there anymore. We made plans to cut the trip short, head back home to our parents, and chalk it all up to some lunatic who lived nearby and liked messing with dumb kids. But that last night, our final night at the cabin was worse than everything else combined. We had packed most of our stuff already, planning to leave first thing in the morning. None of us were really sleeping, just lying there waiting for daylight. That's when the humming started again. It wasn't outside this time. It was in the hallway. Every hair on my body stood on end. I sat up slowly, and one by one, the others did too. The sound was faint, low, but absolutely inside with us. A man's hum, tuneless, drifting closer to the living room. We didn't move, didn't breathe. The humming stopped right outside the doorway. And then, for the first time, we heard words. Soft, almost a whisper. "I like this place." I don't think I've ever felt a fear like that before. Not the quick adrenaline rush of being startled, but something deeper. Primal. Like every instinct in my body was screaming that we weren't safe. None of us dared look. We stayed perfectly still, frozen in our sleeping bags, until finally, mercifully, the humming began again, this time moving back toward the kitchen, then fading. We didn't sleep. The second the sky began to lighten, we grabbed our bags and ran out the door, piling into the van we had come in. None of us looked back at the cabin as we drove away, the tires kicking up gravel as we sped down the narrow road. We didn't tell our parents everything, just said we got creeped out, maybe heard animals, and decided to come home early. None of us wanted to admit the truth out loud because saying it felt like giving it weight, making it too real. That was 3 years ago. I haven't been back to that town since, and neither have any of my friends. We still keep in touch, but we almost never talk about that summer. The few times it's come up, no one has an explanation. But sometimes, in the middle of the night when I can't sleep, I'll think about that humming. And I wonder if whatever it was ever really left that cabin. Story, the end. The summer after my junior year of high school was supposed to be one of those carefree, unforgettable breaks where the only worries were sunburns and whether you could scrape enough gas money together to get to the lake. That was the expectation anyway. By June, the heat was already clinging to every surface in our small Midwestern town, and everyone I knew was restless. People were constantly outside riding bikes, hanging around gas stations, or piling into cars for late-night drives down back roads with the windows down. Nobody wanted to be indoors when the world felt wide open and endless. That summer, though, my friends and I made a decision that would stick with me for the rest of my life, a decision that still wakes me up at night with my heart hammering in my chest. It all started with my friend, Evan. He was one of those people who always needed to make things more exciting, always pushing to do something risky just to see if he could. He was the one who first brought up the old quarry on the edge of town. Everyone had heard about it, though most people never bothered to go. It wasn't just that it was technically trespassing, though it was. The place had a reputation, the kind of half-whispered stories that traveled through generations of high schoolers. Supposedly, people had drowned there years back, though the details were always murky. Some said it was a group of teenagers who'd gone cliff jumping and never resurfaced. Others said a worker had fallen when the quarry was still active. There were darker stories too, things about people disappearing there, about strange lights, about voices echoing across the water long after everyone had left. But none of that mattered to Evan. To him, it was just a challenge. "We've got to do it," he told us one night as we sat in the back booth of the town's only diner, the kind of place that smelled permanently of coffee and fried food. "Come on, it's summer. Don't you guys want to do something that actually feels like summer break? Something we'll remember?" There were 4 of us in that booth. Me, Evan, my best friend Katie, and another guy named Marcus. I wasn't the bravest in the group. Katie was cautious too, but Marcus usually followed Evan's lead without much hesitation. That night, I remember stirring my Coke with the straw and thinking about the stories I'd heard about the quarry. My gut told me it wasn't a good idea. But when everyone else started nodding along, when Katie even gave a reluctant shrug, I didn't want to be the one person who said no. So a few days later, we piled into Evan's car and drove out there. The quarry was about 20 minutes outside town, tucked behind a stretch of woods off a county road that didn't get much traffic anymore. The path in was narrow, overgrown in places, and I remember how the branches scraped against the car as Evan drove us in. We parked in a clearing where the dirt was rutted from years of people doing the same thing. From there, we had to walk the last stretch. The ground was uneven, scattered with rocks and broken bottles, reminders that we weren't the only ones who came out there. When the trees thinned out, the quarry opened up before us. Even in the fading light, it was massive. The water was dark, almost black, and it stretched farther than I expected. Sheer rock walls rose up around parts of it, with ledges where people had clearly jumped before. There was graffiti sprayed along the rocks, names and dates scrawled in uneven letters. It should have felt like just another abandoned hangout spot, but the silence made it different. There were no birds, no crickets, no sound of the wind moving through the trees. It was as if everything around the quarry had gone still. We messed around at first, skipping stones across the water, daring each other to climb up the ledges. Evan was the first to jump, of course, climbing up about 20 feet before hurling himself off and disappearing beneath the surface. The splash echoed unnaturally loud against the rock walls, and for a few seconds, I couldn't see him. I felt panic rise in my chest, just starting to spill over when he burst back up, laughing and shaking the water from his hair. "Come on," he shouted up to us. "It's fine." Marcus followed next, and then Katie, though she hesitated at the edge for a long time before finally taking the plunge. I was last. My legs felt stiff as I climbed up, and when I looked down, the water seemed impossibly far away, an endless black pit waiting to swallow me. My stomach churned, but I forced myself to jump. The impact knocked the wind out of me, and for a moment, I couldn't tell which way was up. The water was colder than I expected, and as I kicked toward the surface, I swore I felt something brush against my ankle. When I broke through, gasping for air, I told myself it was just weeds or a rock. The rest of the evening passed in a blur of laughter and shouts, the kind of giddy recklessness that made us feel untouchable. We stayed until the sun dipped below the trees and the sky turned a bruised purple. That's when things started to change. We were sitting near the water's edge, dripping wet and catching our breath when Katie froze. Her head tilted, eyes fixed across the quarry. "Do you guys hear that?" she whispered. At first I thought she was joking, but then I heard it too. A faint sound, like a voice carrying across the water. It was impossible to make out words, but it was distinct enough to be human. We all went still, listening. The quarry was supposed to be empty. "Probably some other kids," Marcus said, though his voice lacked conviction. But there was no sound of splashing, no movement, no laughter, just that faint voice echoing like it was drifting up from beneath the surface. Evan stood, squinting across the water. "Hello?" he called. His voice bounced off the rock walls, coming back distorted. There was no answer. Katie grabbed my arm. "I don't like this," she said. Her hand was cold, clammy. We should have left then. Every instinct in me screamed to go, to get back to the car and not look back. But Evan, always needing to prove something, shook his head. "It's nothing," he insisted. "Let's go one more round of jumps before we head out." Reluctantly, we followed, though Katie refused to climb back up. She stayed by the water's edge, hugging her knees, her eyes darting toward the shadows. The rest of us climbed to a higher ledge this time. I remember how uneasy I felt, standing there with the night pressing in around us. The water below looked darker than before, like an open void. Evan went first again, shouting as he leapt. His splash echoed loud, but then silence. He didn't surface. At first we laughed, thinking he was trying to scare us, holding his breath. But the seconds stretched on, too long. Marcus and I exchanged a look, panic flashing between us. Then Evan erupted from the water with a gasp, thrashing like something had dragged him down. He clawed his way to the rocks, hauling himself out with a wild look in his eyes. "What the hell?" Marcus called down. "You okay?" Evan sat there, dripping, his chest heaving. "Something grabbed me," he said, his voice shaking. "I'm not joking. Something pulled me under." Katie stood, backing away from the edge. "We need to go," she said, her voice trembling. "We need to leave now." That was enough to convince us. We scrambled down from the ledge, helping Evan to his feet. He kept glancing back at the water, his face pale. I'd never seen him rattled like that before. We started back through the woods, our flashlights cutting through the darkness, but the silence felt heavier now. Every step seemed too loud, every shadow too close. When we finally reached the car, Evan threw open the door and collapsed into the driver's seat. None of us spoke on the ride back. The radio stayed off, the only sound the hum of the tires on the pavement. When he dropped us off, we all scattered without a word. That night, I lay awake in my room, staring at the ceiling. I kept replaying the sound of that voice, the way Evan had looked when he said something pulled him. Around 3 a.m, I finally drifted into a restless sleep. That's when I dreamed of the quarry. I was underwater, deeper than I'd ever swum, the surface impossibly far above me. The water was black, pressing in on all sides, and something moved just beyond my vision. I felt hands, cold, bony hands, wrap around my ankles and pull me down. I woke gasping, my sheets soaked with sweat. I wanted to tell myself it was just a dream, but when I saw Evan the next day, I knew it wasn't. He looked exhausted, his eyes bloodshot, his hands trembling slightly as he lit a cigarette. He told me he hadn't slept at all. Every time he closed his eyes, he felt like he was back in the water, sinking. We promised each other not to go back, but the quarry had a way of pulling at us, like a magnet we couldn't escape. Over the next few weeks, strange things started happening. Marcus swore he saw someone standing in his backyard at night, but when he went out, no one was there. Katie heard whispering outside her window, even though she lived on the second floor. And Evan, he started acting different, paranoid, jumping at every sound. He said he kept seeing water on his floor, puddles that would disappear when he tried to mop them up. The final straw came one night in July. Evan called me, his voice frantic. He said he couldn't take it anymore, that he needed to go back to the quarry, that maybe if he faced it, it would stop. I tried to talk him out of it, but he hung up. I drove out there as fast as I could, heart pounding, but by the time I got there, it was too late. His car was parked in the clearing, door hanging open. I ran down the path, flashlight beam bouncing, and when I reached the quarry, I froze. His shoes were on the edge of the rocks, neatly placed side by side. The water was still, silent. We searched for days. The police dragged the quarry, but they never found him. Not a trace. Summer ended and the rest of us went back to school, but nothing felt the same. Katie transferred not long after, saying she couldn't stand being in town anymore. Marcus stopped talking to me altogether. And me, I've never gone near the quarry again. But some nights, when the air is thick with summer heat and the cicadas drone outside my window, I swear, I hear it. That faint voice, drifting up from somewhere deep and dark, calling my name. Story the end. The summer break after my junior year was supposed to be carefree. The endless stretch of hot days and longer nights where time seemed to slow down, where friends gathered and worries took a back seat to late-night drives and bonfires. We lived in a quiet town in northern Ohio, surrounded by farmland, forests, and old abandoned places that kids like us would dare each other to explore. That summer, the whole group of us decided to spend a weekend at Miller's Hollow, a wooded area just off the main highway. Known locally for its overgrown trails and the crumbling remains of what used to be a hunting lodge before it burned down some 20 years ago. No one really knew much about what had happened there, just rumors and whispers. Some said a family had died in the fire. Others swore they saw lights or heard screams at night. Typical ghost story stuff that kids my age ate up like candy. We laughed it off, but figured it would add a little thrill to the trip. The group was me, my best friend Kyle, his sister Jenna, and two other friends, Marcus and Olivia. We piled into my old Ford pickup Friday afternoon with backpacks, tents, and a cooler full of food and drinks. The drive out was easy. The sun beating down on the cracked asphalt, the windows rolled down, music blasting. It was hot, that sticky, humid heat that makes your clothes cling to your skin and your skin itch. We found a clearing near the edge of the woods and set up camp. The forest stretched thick and dark, shadows already creeping between the trees even though the sun was still up. We explored around, poking at the charred remains of the lodge, running our fingers along the blackened beams and smashed windows. The place smelled like smoke and rot, the ground soft with fallen leaves and broken glass. No one said it outright, but I could feel the weight of the silence around us, like the woods were holding their breath. As dusk fell, we built a fire and cooked hot dogs over the flames. The conversation was light at first, full of jokes and teasing, but the shadows seemed to grow longer, the woods darker, and the night colder than it should have been for July. Jenna told us she had a weird feeling that someone was watching us, but we teased her for being paranoid. Marcus joked about sneaking off into the woods to see if the ghosts would get him. Later, as we sat around the fire, Olivia pulled out a pack of cards and suggested we play Ghost Stories, a game she said was popular in her hometown. It involved each person telling a real or made-up scary story, with the loser having to run into the woods and bring back a stick from a certain tree marked on a map. It was dumb, but we played. The stories started out silly: a guy who disappeared in the woods, a girl who drowned in the lake, an old man who haunted the lodge. Then Kyle told a story about a figure he'd seen in the woods near his grandparents' farm, a tall shadow with glowing eyes that followed him for miles. Olivia said she'd heard about a cursed tree in Miller's Hollow that no one dared touch. Jenna said she felt cold whenever she looked at the ruins, like the fire wasn't just fire, but something worse. When it was my turn, I told them about the time I'd heard footsteps outside my window when I was home alone. Footsteps that stopped as soon as I looked outside, but that came back every night for a week. Everyone laughed nervously. The fire crackled, sparks flying up into the dark sky, and the wind picked up, making the trees sway. When it was Marcus's turn to run into the woods for the stick, he stood up and grabbed a flashlight, taking the old map Olivia had drawn with the marked tree circled in red. We watched him disappear into the shadows between the trees, the beam of his light bobbing like a candle in the night. After a minute, we heard a loud snap and a startled yell. "Guys, come help!" Marcus shouted. Kyle and I jumped up and ran toward the sound, Jenna and Olivia close behind. We found Marcus crouched near a thick patch of brush, breathing hard, his face pale in the flashlight's beam. "What happened?" I asked. "I swear, I saw something. It was a person, or I don't know. It was dark and tall, standing just beyond the tree line. When I shone the light, it vanished." Kyle laughed. "Probably a deer or something?" Marcus shook his head. "No, it wasn't an animal. It was too wrong." We all felt it then, that sudden drop in temperature, the way the night felt heavier, like the woods were closing in on us. We told Marcus to get back to camp, but he insisted on finishing the game. As the night deepened, strange things started happening. The fire flickered despite no wind. Our phones lost signal, one by one. We heard rustling in the underbrush that wasn't quite animals. Jenna swore she saw glowing eyes in the darkness, but every time we shone a light, there was nothing. At around midnight, Olivia said she was going to sleep. The rest of us stayed up, uneasy but too stubborn to call it a night. Then we heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate, just beyond the circle of light cast by the fire. Kyle grabbed a stick, standing up. "Who's there?" No answer. The footsteps stopped. Then from the edge of the woods, a low whisper floated in, unintelligible but chilling, like a voice from another world. We froze. The hair on my arms stood up. Suddenly, a branch snapped sharply close to us. Kyle swung his stick toward the sound, but hit only air. We all started backing toward the tents. When we got inside, locking zippers and shutting out the night, I thought that was it. Just my imagination running wild. But the next morning, Olivia was gone. We woke up early, sunlight spilling through the tent flaps, birds chirping. Olivia's sleeping bag was empty, and her phone was on the ground, screen cracked and smashed. At first, we thought she was playing a prank, but hours passed and she didn't return. We called her name through the woods. No answer. We searched around the campsite and the nearby trails, but there was no sign of her. Her car was still parked where we left it, keys in the ignition. No note, no message. Panic started to set in. Kyle wanted to call the police, but with no clear evidence, the deputies said she might have just wandered off or gone home. We argued, insisting something was wrong. Jenna said she saw a figure in the woods again, this time watching us. By afternoon, the whole group was on edge. We packed up the tents and started hiking back to the highway, hoping to find a ranger or some help. That's when I heard the whisper again, faint but unmistakable, coming from deep in the woods to the north. It wasn't just a voice anymore. It was a voice calling my name. I froze. The others looked at me, confused. "Did you hear that?" I asked. Kyle shook his head. "No." "Maybe it's Olivia," Jenna said quietly. We didn't know what to believe. As we followed the path back, the forest seemed alive with movement just out of sight. Shadows shifting, branches scratching, the smell of smoke lingering in the air. At the edge of the trees we found something. A torn piece of Olivia's shirt snagged on a branch, stained with dark red. Fear gripped us all. We ran to the highway and flagged down a passing car to call the police. When the deputies came, they searched the area with dogs and drones. Days passed with no sign of Olivia. Weeks later, a hunter found a small clearing deeper in Miller's Hollow, a makeshift shrine made of sticks, old photographs, and strange symbols carved into the trees. Among the items was Olivia's phone, shattered and locked on a picture of our campfire that night. The police closed the case as a disappearance, probably a tragic accident or foul play by an unknown person. But none of us ever forgot what happened, or the voice calling my name in the woods. The summer that was supposed to be about freedom ended with one of my closest friends vanished into the dark, and the woods of Miller's Hollow forever carrying the echo of that whisper. Even now, years later, I sometimes hear my name on the wind, and I know the forest hasn't let her go. Story, the end. That summer, everything started with a simple plan. 5 friends, a rented cabin in the Adirondacks, and a week away from the chaos of college applications and last-minute summer jobs. We thought it was going to be one of those perfect breaks, the kind you brag about forever. But it turned into something none of us could have imagined. My name's Lucas, and I was 19 then. The group was me, my best friend Jenna, her boyfriend Mark, his younger brother Dylan, and my cousin Rachel. We'd all grown up together in upstate New York and knew these woods pretty well, or so we thought. The cabin was about 2 hours north of Albany, tucked deep into the mountains, surrounded by dense forest and miles from the nearest neighbor. It had electricity, a wood stove, and a small dock on a quiet lake. Nothing fancy, but exactly what we needed. The first day was all laughs and swimming. Dylan nearly drowned trying to show off a diving trick, and Rachel refused to let us forget it. At night, we sat around the fire pit, roasting marshmallows and passing around cheap beer. Jenna was already talking about how she wanted to come back next summer. On the second day, we split up. Mark and Dylan went fishing early, Rachel and Jenna explored a hiking trail they'd found, and I stayed behind to grab some firewood. The woods felt alive in a way I couldn't explain. Quiet, but watching. While gathering wood near a cluster of old pines, I noticed something odd. There were footprints. Not deer or bear, but human, and they were huge, almost unnatural. They led deeper into the woods toward a part I'd never been. Something about the prints made me uneasy. That night, I told the group. Mark laughed it off, calling me paranoid, but Jenna looked concerned. We all went to bed, assuming it was nothing. But then the nightmares started. I dreamed of a tall figure standing at the edge of the lake, face hidden in shadow. The figure didn't move, but whispered my name over and over. I woke up drenched in sweat, heart racing. The next morning, Mark was gone. We thought maybe he had gone fishing alone or taken off for a hike, but his gear was still in the cabin, untouched. His phone rang straight to voicemail. Dylan looked pale, but kept trying to convince us Mark was just messing with us. As evening fell, the forest grew colder and darker. Strange sounds echoed, whispers, footsteps, and low growls that didn't belong to any animal. Jenna swore she saw eyes watching us from between the trees. We locked the doors and windows and huddled together, but sleep refused to come. Suddenly, a loud banging rattled the cabin walls. Rachel screamed. The power flickered out, plunging us into darkness. Dylan grabbed a flashlight and shone it outside, but the beam caught nothing but shifting shadows. Then the front door handle started to turn. We held our breath. The door creaked open slowly, but no one was there. In the silence that followed, Jenna's phone buzzed. A text from Mark. It read only one word: run. We didn't wait. We grabbed what we could and fled into the woods, the moon barely lighting our path. Branches tore at our skin as we ran blindly, chased by something we couldn't see. After what felt like hours, we stumbled onto an old logging road and flagged down a passing car. The driver called the police, who later searched the area but found no trace of Mark. That summer haunted me forever. The endless dark woods, the whispering shadows, and the feeling that some things should stay lost. Story the end. The summer of 2016 was supposed to be the best one of my life. I was a senior in high school, my last real summer before college, and everything felt wide open. I had plans to work a part-time job, hang out with friends, and maybe sneak in a road trip or two before school started again. But instead, that summer turned into a nightmare I'm still trying to make sense of. It started off normal enough. I lived in a small town in northern Michigan where summers were a blur of lake days, bonfires, and late-night drives. My best friend Jake and I had been planning to spend most of our break at the local lake cabin his family owned, about an hour outside of town. The cabin was this old, rustic place right on the water. Nothing fancy, but perfect for getting away from everything. We were supposed to work the first 2 weeks to save some money and then spend the rest of the summer there, just relaxing, fishing, and maybe catching some sun. Jake's parents were out of town for a week, so they gave us the okay to stay there alone. At first, I didn't think twice about it. We had been hanging out there since middle school. The place felt safe, isolated in a good way. You could hear the loons at night, see the stars so clear it made you dizzy. But that week, things started to change. The first sign something was off happened on the third night. We had just gotten back from a late swim, dripping wet and laughing, when Jake noticed something strange by the edge of the woods behind the cabin. There were footprints, barefoot and way too big to be ours or any of the other kids who lived nearby. The prints started near the tree line and headed toward the water, but they were muddy and looked fresh, like someone had been there just minutes before. We both froze for a second, staring at the prints. Jake joked it was probably some drunk local sneaking around. We didn't think much of it and went inside. But I remember feeling uneasy as I lay in my sleeping bag that night, hearing strange noises outside, branches snapping, leaves rustling, though no wind was blowing. The next day, we told Jake's older sister about the footprints. She rolled her eyes and said maybe it was just an animal or some kids messing around, but she looked a little worried herself. Over the next couple of days, the weirdness kept escalating. We started hearing footsteps outside at night, but when we'd look out, no one was there. One night, the kitchen door, which was supposed to be locked, was wide open in the morning. We were sure we'd locked it the night before, but there was no sign of forced entry or anything stolen. It was like someone had been inside but didn't want to take anything. On top of that, strange things started happening with our phones. They would randomly turn off or the battery would drain at lightning speed. Once, Jake swore he got a text from an unknown number with just one word: run. We showed it to each other, but the number was blocked, and whenever we tried to call it back, it was disconnected. We joked about it, but felt chills down our spines. By the fifth day, we were both on edge. We tried to keep busy, fishing during the day and making plans for the weekend, but every night the noises grew louder and closer. One evening, while we were sitting on the porch, we saw a figure in the distance near the tree line. It was tall and lanky, with something wrong about its movements. Jerky, unnatural. We thought it might be a person, maybe a hiker or local, but it vanished before we could get a closer look. That night, we barely slept. I had a nightmare about being chased through the woods by something with glowing eyes and claw-like hands. When I woke up, the cabin door was wide open again. We were scared but tried to brush it off, telling ourselves it was probably some prank or wildlife. But then the real terror began. On the sixth night, Jake and I were sitting around the campfire when we heard a blood-curdling scream from the woods. It was human, and it sounded like someone in serious pain. We dropped everything and ran toward the sound, flashlights cutting through the dark. We found nothing but disturbed brush and broken branches. No sign of anyone. No footprints or tracks. The scream echoed again, low and guttural, and then just stopped. The woods fell silent. We didn't sleep at all that night. Instead, we sat inside the cabin, locked the doors and windows, and kept our phones close. But in the early morning hours, Jake woke me up, whispering that he heard someone or something outside the window. We peeked out and saw nothing but shadows. But then the glass started to rattle like something was tapping on it. It wasn't a bird or an animal. It was deliberate, slow taps like fingernails or claws. We huddled together, too scared to move until morning. The next day, we considered leaving, but our car battery was dead, somehow drained overnight, and the cell signal was spotty at best. The isolation was suffocating. That afternoon, we went to check the generator and found it had been tampered with. The wires were cut, but not neatly. Like someone tried to sabotage it, but wasn't a professional. We patched it up and decided to call Jake's parents for help. That's when things got worse. The phone line was dead. No dial tone. We tried my phone, no signal. The entire area seemed cut off. Panic set in. We packed some essentials, decided to hike the hour back to town to get help. It was late afternoon, and the sun was starting to dip behind the trees. As we were leaving, I noticed something carved into the side of a tree near the cabin. A crude symbol, like a circle with jagged lines radiating out. It looked old, scratched deeply into the bark. We both felt uneasy, but pushed it aside. The hike back should have been easy. We knew the trail well. But as we walked, the forest around us seemed to close in. The trees grew thicker, the shadows longer. Then the sun set faster than we expected. We realized we were lost. Our sense of direction was off. The trail markers were missing or damaged, like someone had purposely torn them down. Panic crept in. That's when we started hearing the footsteps again. only this time they were all around us. No matter which way we turned, the footsteps followed, slow and deliberate, keeping pace but never showing anyone. We ran, calling out, but the only answer was silence and the crunch of leaves under invisible feet. Hours later, completely disoriented and exhausted, we stumbled into a small clearing with an abandoned shack. It looked like no one had lived there in years, rotting wood, a sagging roof, windows boarded up. But the moment we stepped inside, the air turned cold, an unnatural chill and the smell of something rotten. Inside, we found scraps of old newspapers dating back decades. One headline caught my eye: "Local teen disappears near lake cabin, never found." The story was from the early 1980s. The name was different, but the location was the same as Jake's cabin. I felt a knot in my stomach. Suddenly, a noise upstairs made us both jump. The floorboards creaked under slow footsteps. We wanted to leave, but the door slammed shut on its own. We were trapped. Then, from the darkness above, a voice whispered our names. Not Jake's or mine, but a voice cold and distant. We screamed, banging on the door, but nothing worked. Suddenly, a shadow moved along the walls, a figure, tall and thin, with glowing eyes and a twisted grin. It lunged at us, but before it could touch us, the door burst open. We scrambled out, running blindly through the woods. We didn't stop until we reached the road, where a passing car finally stopped for us. We told the driver everything, but he just nodded, looking serious. "You're lucky to be alive," he said. "That place, it's cursed." Turns out the land around the lake had a dark history. Several people had disappeared there over the decades, always in the summer, always near Jake's cabin. Local legends spoke of a vengeful spirit, some kind of entity that haunted the woods, trapping people who dared to stay too long. Jake's family had never mentioned it, but now we understood why. After that night, we never went back to the cabin. We tried to explain what happened, but most people dismissed it as a prank or stress. But Jake and I knew the truth. That summer broke us, and every time I close my eyes at night, I hear the footsteps again, getting closer, waiting for me to return. Story the end. The summer of 2016 was supposed to be the best one yet for me and my friends. We just graduated high school in a small town in northern Michigan, and we had no plans but to enjoy the freedom of long, hot days, late nights, and the endless opportunities that came with summer break. Our group was tight: me, my best friend Jenna, her brother Nate, and our other close friends, Kyle and Mia. We'd known each other since middle school, and every year we met up at a rented cabin deep in the woods near Torch Lake. It was our annual tradition, one that felt like the perfect escape from the crushing normalcy of small-town life. The cabin sat on the edge of the forest, just a few hundred yards from the water. It was rustic, but cozy. No Wi-Fi, spotty cell service, and a wood-burning stove for the cooler nights. The kind of place where you could leave the doors unlocked without a second thought, where the only sounds at night were crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. For us, it was paradise. That summer, though, something felt different right from the start. It was late June when we arrived, and the heat was oppressive, sticky in the way that made your skin itch and your clothes cling. The lake water was warm, almost unnaturally so, and the bugs were worse than usual. On the first night, we sat outside around the fire pit, telling stories and roasting marshmallows. It was supposed to be lighthearted, but even then there was an unease in the air, like a quiet tension we couldn't shake. Jenna was the first to mention it. "Does anyone else feel like we're being watched?" she said, glancing nervously toward the dark tree line. We laughed it off, teasing her for being jumpy, but I could tell she wasn't joking. I'd felt it too, a prickling on the back of my neck, the hairs standing up as if someone unseen was nearby. Nate rolled his eyes and threw a log on the fire. "Quit being paranoid," he said, but I caught the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. That night, when we finally went inside, I was the last to lock the cabin door. I paused, looking out the window toward the woods. There was a faint rustling sound just beyond the edge of the clearing. It didn't sound like an animal. It was too deliberate, too measured. I shivered and told myself it was nothing. Over the next few days, the feeling only grew stronger. We noticed strange things. Footprints near the cabin that none of us recognized, broken branches in the underbrush, and a series of faint, muffled noises late at night. Whispers, maybe, or something scraping against the trees. One afternoon, Kyle and I decided to explore deeper into the woods, hoping to find a trail we hadn't seen before. We had our phones, but as usual, service was spotty and unreliable. We wandered for nearly 2 hours, the thick canopy blocking out most of the sun. It was cool and quiet, except for the occasional chirp of birds. Then we found the clearing. It was small, no more than 30 feet across, surrounded by tall pines. What caught my attention was the ground, trampled earth with strange symbols etched into the dirt, as if someone had been drawing them recently. The shapes were unfamiliar, but felt deliberately arranged in a circle. There was something off about it, like a place meant to trap or summon something. Kyle looked uneasy, too. We didn't say much, but turned back quickly, the weight of that place pressing down on us. When we returned to the cabin, Jenna was pacing, her face pale. "I saw him," she said abruptly. "Who?" Nate asked. "That man. By the edge of the woods." We all stared at her. "Are you sure?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. She nodded. "I was out by the lake just before sunset. I thought I saw someone watching from the tree line. He was tall, wearing a dark jacket and a hat. I called out, but he didn't move. Then he disappeared." We tried to rationalize it, maybe a hunter or a local who wandered in, but none of us liked the idea of a stranger lurking around our spot. That night, things escalated. I was awakened by a noise outside the cabin, a scraping sound, like someone dragging something heavy. The moonlight spilled through the window, and I could make out shadows shifting among the trees. My heart hammered as I grabbed my phone, but the screen stayed blank, no signal. I woke Nate and Kyle, but when they looked outside, there was nothing there. The woods were still. The fire pit was cold. We all stayed up the rest of the night in the living room, taking turns watching the windows. The silence was suffocating. Over the next few days, we noticed more signs. Items moved around inside the cabin, strange marks carved into the wooden doorframe, and the feeling of eyes watching us from the dark. Mia tried to keep things lighthearted, suggesting it was just our imaginations, but even she couldn't deny the growing dread. One evening, Jenna disappeared. We had been hanging out by the lake, swimming and laughing, trying to push the fear away. As dusk settled, Jenna said she wanted to go back to the cabin to grab a sweater. She was only gone for 10 minutes. When she didn't return, we called out, our voices echoing across the water. The woods swallowed our words. Panic set in. Nate grabbed a flashlight, and we searched, calling her name until our throats were raw. The flashlight beam caught something near the tree line. A figure, but not Jenna. Tall, shadowed, impossibly still. I froze. Kyle shouted, but the figure didn't move. Then it turned slowly and vanished into the trees. We found Jenna the next morning, standing near the clearing where Kyle and I had discovered the symbols. She was disoriented, her clothes torn, and her eyes hollow. She wouldn't speak about what happened. That day, the atmosphere at the cabin turned grim. We argued about leaving, but none of us had cell service to call for help, and the roads out were blocked by a sudden storm. At night, the noises returned, louder and more aggressive. Scratches on the walls, whispers just beyond hearing, and a persistent feeling of being surrounded. On the fourth night, Nate disappeared. He was the one who had been the most skeptical, but didn't protect him. We found his jacket on the shore, ripped and bloodstained. There were footprints leading into the woods, but they stopped abruptly. The rest of us were terrified. We stayed inside, locking doors and windows, but nothing felt safe. On the fifth night, Mia vanished. Only Kyle and I were left. We debated leaving at first light, but when dawn came, the storm had turned the dirt road into a muddy trap. Our car was stuck. That day, Kyle and I tried to find a way out on foot, but the woods seemed to close in around us, the trails twisting back on themselves like a maze. As night fell, I heard footsteps approaching the cabin. Kyle grabbed a bat, and I hid in the corner, heart racing. The door creaked open. A figure stood in the doorway. It was the man Jenna had seen. Tall, dark, eyes glowing faintly in the moonlight. He said nothing, but his presence was suffocating. Kyle swung the bat, but the man vanished like smoke. The cabin door slammed shut, locking itself. We were trapped. For the next hours, we heard things, voices, footsteps, and then silence. At dawn, the door was unlocked. We fled, running blindly through the woods until we found the road. When we finally reached town, we called the police, but no one believed us. The area was searched, but no trace of Jenna, Nate, or Mia was ever found. Kyle and I left Michigan soon after, haunted by what happened that summer. I've never spoken about it until now. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the whispers and feel those eyes watching, and I know that place, that summer, will never truly let me go. Story the end. It was the summer after their sophomore year in college when Megan, Eric, and their friends decided to rent a cabin deep in the forests of northern Michigan. The plan was simple: escape the chaos of their campus lives, disconnect from the constant buzz of social media, and enjoy a full week of nature, bonfires, and freedom. The cabin was an old structure, weathered wood, paint peeling, and nestled beside a narrow, winding lake surrounded by thick pine trees. Megan found the rental on a local website, advertised by an older man who promised privacy and a genuine wilderness experience. There was no cell service, no Wi-Fi, just the raw quiet of the forest. When they arrived, the air was warm but carried a crisp scent of pine and earth. The group, Megan, Eric, and their friends Jess, Tom, and Rachel, immediately felt the heavy calm of the remote woods. The cabin had no electricity except for a few old lanterns and a wood stove, which Megan had to light on her own after Eric teased her for being too city. They unpacked quickly, and soon the sun was dipping below the horizon. The first night was like any typical summer camp trip. They made a fire by the lake, roasted marshmallows, told ghost stories, and laughed under a sky glittered with stars they barely ever saw in Chicago. But as the night deepened, the forest noises seemed to grow louder, sharper, more deliberate. Megan swore she heard whispering just beyond the firelight, but every time she glanced toward the trees, only darkness stared back. The next morning, Eric and Tom went out to fish while Megan, Jess, and Rachel stayed at the cabin to prepare breakfast. As the three girls cooked eggs on the stove, Jess suddenly stopped and said, "Did you guys hear that last night? The whispering?" Rachel scoffed. "Probably just the wind messing with your imagination." But Megan felt the same unease she did the night before. That afternoon, the group went on a hike, following a barely visible trail deeper into the forest. The sunlight filtered unevenly through the tall pines, casting long shadows that twisted like reaching fingers. After nearly an hour, Tom suddenly halted and stared ahead. "Did you hear that?" he asked. Everyone was silent. Then they heard it again, a low, guttural hum that didn't sound like any animal. It was almost like a chant, but distant and warped. The forest, which felt so alive during the day, suddenly became oppressive. The friends agreed to turn back. On the way back, Rachel dropped her phone. When she bent down to pick it up, the screen flickered, then went completely black. "Dead," she muttered. Eric shook his head, saying, "No service out here anyway. Probably the batteries just shot." But Megan noticed that none of their phones had any signal at all, not even emergency bars. That night, after another quiet dinner, the whispering started again. This time it wasn't outside, but inside the cabin. Megan woke first, hearing a faint scratching coming from the corner of the living room where an old bookshelf stood. She nudged Jess awake, whispering, "Do you hear that?" Jess shook her head and pulled the blanket tighter. "You're imagining things." Megan wasn't convinced. The scratching grew louder, followed by a dragging sound. When she turned on the lantern, the shadows danced erratically, but nothing was there. The scratching stopped suddenly, replaced by a deep sigh that seemed to pass through the room like cold wind. The following morning, Eric announced they should check the perimeter for anything unusual. Walking the perimeter of the cabin, they noticed strange symbols carved into several trees. Megan snapped pictures with her camera, but when she reviewed them later, the symbols appeared blurred and distorted. Rachel tried to make light of it, saying it was probably some old Native American markings or maybe kids messing around, but no one felt like joking. Later that day, while fishing at the lake, Eric saw something unusual floating near the shore, a small wooden box covered in mud and algae. Curious, he retrieved it and wiped it clean. Inside, they found a bundle of yellowed papers tied with a frayed leather string. Megan carefully untied it and unfolded the papers. They were old diary entries from a man named Samuel, dated back to the early 1900s. Samuel wrote about living alone in the forest, warning of a dark presence that haunted the woods, describing eerie sounds, shadows moving between the trees, and a voice calling from the lake. The last entry was a frantic scrawl. "I am not alone. It watches. I cannot leave. The woods take all who listen." That night, the atmosphere changed entirely. The temperature dropped sharply inside the cabin. The lanterns flickered violently as if caught in a storm, though the windows were shut tight. Megan sat reading Samuel's diary, her hands trembling. Suddenly, a slow knock echoed through the wooden walls, first from the front door, then from the back. The group huddled together, every nerve on edge. The knocking repeated. 3 knocks, a pause, 2 knocks, then one long drag of sound like fingernails scraping on wood. No one dared to open the door. Megan stood and, despite her fear, went to look through the window. Outside, the moonlit forest seemed empty, but the shadows moved unnaturally. She caught a glimpse of a tall figure standing just beyond the tree line, thin, unnervingly still. When she blinked, it was gone. Panic spread quickly. They decided to stay inside all night, locking every door and window. Sleep was impossible. Around 3 a.m., the whispering returned, louder than ever, filling the cabin with dozens of voices speaking in a strange, guttural tongue. Megan's ears rang as if underwater. Then the front door handle rattled violently, as though something was trying to break in. Eric grabbed an old hunting knife from the kitchen drawer. "We have to get out of here," he whispered urgently. The friends debated whether to wait for dawn or flee immediately. Megan's eyes locked on the diary. The last lines mentioned a ritual to seal the presence away, involving carving symbols and chanting prayers at the lake at midnight. Though skeptical, Megan suggested they try it. With trembling hands, they gathered the symbols carved on the trees and redrew them on the cabin floor with charcoal from the fireplace. They tried to repeat the strange words from the diary, unsure if they were prayers or curses. As they chanted, the whispering intensified, reaching a crescendo of screams and howls. Suddenly, a chilling wind blasted through the cabin, extinguishing the lanterns and sending papers flying. The door slammed shut with a force that shook the walls. In the darkness, something moved. Megan screamed as cold fingers brushed her arm. Eric struck blindly with the knife, but hit only air. The voices subsided abruptly, replaced by an oppressive silence heavier than before. At dawn, the group was too exhausted to speak. The forest outside looked normal, almost peaceful. They packed quickly and left without looking back. Back in town, their phones finally showed service again. Later, Megan checked the photos she had taken of the carved symbols and the diary entries, only to find that the diary pages were blank, and the symbols were replaced by faint scratches like something had tried to erase them. The cabin listing on the website was gone. No one believed their story, and they never returned to that part of Michigan. But every summer, Megan still hears whispering when the wind blows through the pines, and sometimes she catches the faint scent of wood smoke in the air, even though she's miles away from the forest. Story, the end. The summer of 2016 was supposed to be the best break of my life. Endless days with my closest friends, late-night bonfires, and a chance to forget about school for a while. We'd all just finished our sophomore year of college at a small state university in upstate New York. The plan was simple. Spend the summer at my family's old cabin, a rustic little place tucked away in the Adirondack Mountains, far from the noise of the city. My parents weren't going to be around much. They had trips planned, so it was just me and 4 of my friends, Jenna, Mark, Lily, and Ryan. We arrived on a Friday afternoon. The sun was warm and golden as we unloaded the car, the pine trees towering overhead, and the smell of damp earth filling the air. The cabin was exactly how I remembered from my childhood. Wood-paneled walls, a stone fireplace, and a creaky porch that overlooked a small lake. We unpacked, lit a fire, and just breathed in the quiet. The first few days were everything we hoped for. We swam in the lake, fished off the dock, told stories around the fire. We even spotted a black bear one morning, which made the experience feel authentic and wild. But as the week went on, the mood subtly shifted. It started with the nights. We kept hearing footsteps outside like someone pacing near the cabin. At first, we thought it was a deer or some other animal. The forest around us was full of life, after all. But sometimes the footsteps sounded too deliberate, too heavy. Jenna was the first to notice. She said one night she swore she saw a shadow move past the window while we were all inside. I brushed it off at the time. Cabin life meant animals, noises, the occasional branch snapping. But Ryan got weirdly quiet one evening after dark. He kept glancing outside, his jaw clenched. When I asked him if he was okay, he said he just didn't like how still the forest was, that it felt like something was watching us. On the fourth night, everything escalated. We were all sitting around the campfire after dinner. The flames crackled and popped, sending sparks up into the dark sky. Suddenly, Lily gasped and pointed into the woods. We all turned to look. Just beyond the tree line, about 50 yards away, two glowing eyes stared back at us. They were low to the ground, too far apart for a human's eyes. "Bear," I said, trying to sound casual. Mark grabbed a stick and waved it toward the eyes, but they didn't move. Then, as if deciding we weren't worth the trouble, the eyes vanished. The forest fell silent again, but none of us could shake the feeling that those eyes hadn't belonged to any animal we knew. The next day, we found strange markings carved into the bark of some trees near the cabin. They looked like symbols, jagged and rough, nothing like any natural scratches from animals. Ryan was convinced someone had been watching us, maybe even living nearby. That night, Jenna woke us all up screaming. She said she saw a figure standing at the edge of the porch, just barely visible in the moonlight. When we turned on the outside lights and looked, no one was there. But the footprints were heavy, muddy prints pressed deep into the soft ground around the cabin. We debated leaving, but our phones had no signal and the roads were rough. Plus, none of us wanted to admit that what was happening might be something dangerous. We told ourselves it was just some local kids playing pranks. We set traps around the cabin, tin cans tied to strings, makeshift alarms. That night, the traps went off, but no one was caught. Instead, we heard slow, deliberate footsteps circling the cabin, stopping for a moment, then moving on. It was like whoever was out there was toying with us. By the sixth day, tensions were running high. Mark was convinced the place was haunted. Lily refused to go outside after dark. I started sleeping with a kitchen knife under my pillow. One afternoon, while exploring the woods behind the cabin, Ryan and I stumbled onto a small clearing. In the center was a rough stone altar, covered with dried leaves and strange faded stains that looked like old blood. That night, the worst happened. We heard pounding on the front door around midnight. Someone, or something, was trying to get in. Jenna was crying, shaking, while Mark banged on the back door to warn whoever it was to stay away. We huddled inside, lights on, hearts racing. Then the banging stopped. There was silence. We all breathed a sigh of relief, until a low, guttural growl started coming from the woods behind the cabin. It got louder and closer, and suddenly the windows rattled like something massive was pounding on the walls. Ryan shouted for us to grab whatever weapons we had. We stood together, backs against the walls. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the noise stopped. The forest fell eerily silent. The next morning, we found deep gouges on the side of the cabin like claws had been scraped down the wood. The trap cans were torn apart, shredded into bits. The footprints outside were huge, unlike any animal tracks we'd ever seen. We didn't last much longer after that. That afternoon, while Mark and I were fishing by the lake, we spotted a figure standing at the edge of the trees across the water. Tall, shadowy, too thin to be human, its head tilted oddly like it was watching us. When Mark whispered that he saw it too, we quickly packed up and ran back. That night, we decided to leave. We gathered our things quietly, trying not to disturb whatever was out there. As we loaded the car, a low howl echoed from the woods, freezing us in place. The drive down the mountain was tense and quiet. None of us said much until we hit the highway and saw the familiar glow of the city lights. We never returned to that cabin. My parents thought we were just tired of camping or something, but I know what we saw that summer. Whatever it was lurking in those woods wasn't a bear or a prankster. It was something older, something darker. Years later, I learned that the area near our cabin had been the site of several unexplained disappearances back in the early 1900s. Local legends spoke of a creature called the Watcher, a being that haunted the forest, waiting for summer travelers who dared to enter its territory. I still have nightmares about those glowing eyes in the dark and the heavy footsteps circling our cabin. The summer was supposed to be a break from reality. Instead, it became a memory I'll never escape. Story the end. It was the summer before college, the kind of summer that seemed endless and filled with promise. For Jake and his friends, it was supposed to be the best one yet. A last break from responsibilities, before everything changed. They had planned a week-long trip to a remote cabin near the woods of northern Michigan, a place Jake's family had rented through a friend of a friend. The cabin was isolated, off the grid, surrounded by dense trees and a lake that shimmered in the afternoon sun. Jake and his three closest friends, Mia, Ryan, and Sarah, had been looking forward to this trip for months. They loaded up their cars with supplies, snacks, and the usual summer gear: fishing poles, a cooler full of beer and sodas, camping chairs, and the inevitable speaker for music. The drive was long but uneventful, winding through quiet towns and stretches of highway shaded by towering pines. When they arrived, the cabin was everything they hoped for: rustic but comfortable, with a porch that overlooked the lake. The water was clear, reflecting the bright blue sky, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. It felt like a perfect place to escape the chaos of their everyday lives. The first couple of days passed in a haze of swimming, late-night bonfires, and endless laughter. They fished off the dock, played cards inside, and told ghost stories to spook each other. At night, the woods seemed alive with the sound of crickets and distant owls. It was the kind of peace that made you forget time. But on the third night, things started to shift. They had stayed up late around the fire, drinking and joking, when Ryan mentioned a story he had heard about the area. Apparently, decades ago, a family had disappeared somewhere near the lake. No trace, no explanation. Just gone. The locals called it a mystery, but there were rumors that the woods had a dark history. People talked about strange noises, sightings of shadowy figures, and sometimes a feeling like something was watching you. Jake laughed it off, but the mood around the fire turned quieter. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves, and Sarah shivered, even though it was still warm. Later that night, as they all settled into the cabin, Jake couldn't shake the unease creeping into his chest. He tried to focus on the normal sounds, the creak of the wooden floors, the occasional hoot of an owl, but his eyes kept darting toward the window where the blackness of the forest seemed to press close. Around midnight, Jake was jolted awake by a sharp noise outside, like twigs snapping or something scraping against the cabin wall. His heart hammered in his chest as he sat up and listened. The others were still asleep. He told himself it was probably an animal, a raccoon or a deer. Still, he grabbed his phone and shone the flashlight outside, sweeping it across the yard. Nothing. The rest of the night was restless. Every time he drifted off, another noise stirred him awake. Faint footsteps crunching in the gravel, whispers too soft to understand. By morning, Jake was exhausted but said nothing, not wanting to freak out the others. The next day, Ryan wanted to go exploring deeper into the woods, curious about the old family disappearance. Mia and Sarah decided to stay by the lake and relax, so Jake reluctantly went with Ryan. They walked for hours, the thick canopy above blocking most of the sunlight. The forest was eerily silent, no birds chirping, no wind rustling the leaves, just the sound of their footsteps on the damp earth. As they pushed through a patch of dense brush, Ryan suddenly stopped. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. Jake strained to listen. At first, he heard nothing, then a faint crying, like a child, echoing through the trees. They both froze, the hairs on their arms standing up. Ryan pulled out his phone to record, but when he played back the clip, it was just static and whined. Uneasy, they headed back to the cabin. That night, the strange noises returned, louder and more frequent. This time, Sarah was awake when Jake heard a faint tapping on the window. He crept over, heart pounding, and peered out. The beam of his flashlight caught nothing but shadows. Suddenly, a dark figure darted between the trees. He blinked, and it was gone. He shook his head and backed away. Mia dismissed it as nerves, but Jake wasn't so sure. When he told Ryan, his friend's face had gone pale. On the fifth night, everything escalated. Jake woke up to the sound of someone whispering his name. It was soft, urgent, barely audible. He sat up, eyes wide, and scanned the room. The others were asleep. He got out of bed and followed the voice down the hallway and out the front door. Outside, the forest was alive with shadows. The whispering had stopped, replaced by a low, guttural growl. Jake's breath came out in clouds as he stared into the trees, trying to see the source. Then a figure stepped into the moonlight. It was a woman, pale, wet, and disheveled. Her eyes were black voids, and she moved with a jerky, unnatural gait. Jake stumbled back, heart pounding, but the woman started to advance. He turned and ran back inside, slamming the door shut. The next morning, Jake tried to convince the others something was wrong, but they were skeptical. Maybe it was a prank or exhaustion messing with his mind. But when they all went outside to pack up, Sarah found strange footprints circling the cabin, large, misshapen, and deeply imprinted in the soft earth. That afternoon, Mia noticed their phones were acting strangely. Calls wouldn't go through, messages didn't send, and the GPS kept glitching. Then Ryan vanished. They were sitting by the lake when Ryan said he was going to check out a path he had seen earlier. He promised he'd be right back, but an hour passed, then 2. They called his name, shouted into the trees, but there was no answer. Panic set in. They searched until nightfall, flashlights cutting through the dark woods, but Ryan was nowhere to be found. Back at the cabin, the atmosphere thickened. The once calm lake now seemed to shimmer with an unnatural darkness, and the woods pressed closer. Mia, Sarah, and Jake barricaded the doors, huddled together as strange noises echoed outside. They heard whispering, footsteps, and the unmistakable sound of something scraping against the cabin walls. Hours later, just before dawn, the front door creaked open slowly on its own. A cold wind blew in, extinguishing their candles. Jake grabbed a baseball bat and peeked outside. Ryan was there, standing silently by the porch, his face pale and eyes glazed over. They rushed to him, but he didn't respond. When Mia tried to speak to him, he suddenly collapsed. They carried him inside and tried to wake him, but Ryan was unconscious and unresponsive. They debated calling for help, but with no cell service and miles from civilization, they were stranded. Over the next day, Ryan's condition worsened. He was feverish, mumbling incoherent words about the woman and the woods taking him. He spoke of being pulled into the shadows, trapped in darkness. As night fell again, the strange phenomena intensified. The cabin shook with unseen force. The windows rattled, and the shadows outside seemed to twist and writhe. Jake, Mia, and Sarah knew they had to leave. They packed what they could and prepared to hike back to the main road through the woods. As they stepped outside, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the forest seemed to close in like a living thing. The oppressive darkness made it hard to breathe. They followed the faint trail, but every step felt wrong, as if unseen eyes watched them from the trees. Suddenly, Sarah screamed. She pointed ahead where a dark figure blocked the path, a tall silhouette with glowing eyes. They ran. Branches tore at their skin as they sprinted blindly through the underbrush. Behind them, the sounds of pursuit, heavy breathing, snapping twigs, guttural growls. They burst out of the woods onto the gravel road, hearts pounding, gasping for breath. Mia grabbed her phone. It had signal again. She called 911. They waited in the cold dawn light, watching the forest edge until help arrived. Ryan was rushed to the hospital but never fully recovered. He remained catatonic, eyes vacant. Jake, Mia, and Sarah never spoke much about what happened. They tried to return to normal life, but the memories haunted them. Years later, Jake returned to the cabin once more. The place was abandoned, overgrown with weeds and vines. As he stood on the porch, he heard it again, the faint whisper of a woman calling his name from the shadows of the forest. Story, the end. The summer after my junior year was supposed to be the best one yet. I was 19, freshly out of high school, and spending my break in the small town where I'd grown up, somewhere in the Midwest, where the cornfields stretched farther than the eye could see, and the nights were thick with humidity and the smell of fresh-cut grass. My friends had scattered for the summer, some working at summer camps, others going to college early, but I stayed behind with my cousin Jake, who had just moved into the old farmhouse on the edge of town. Jake's family had owned the place for generations, but he was the first in years to live there full-time. The house was a rambling thing, 2 stories with peeling white paint and a porch that sagged under its own weight. The locals said it was haunted, but that was just the kind of thing small towns told their kids to keep them from wandering too far. I never believed in ghosts. Jake and I were both working at the local hardware store, pulling shifts and killing time. The days were long, the air heavy with heat, and the nights were the kind where the bugs wouldn't stop buzzing no matter how many screens you had. We had nothing much to do but sit on the porch and talk, or sometimes ride our bikes out past the cornfields where the road narrowed to a gravel path. One Friday evening, Jake told me about an old abandoned church a few miles outside of town. It wasn't on any map, just the place people whispered about, a kind of forgotten ruin hidden in the woods. The stories were typical: strange lights, noises at night, and people who went in but never came back out the same. Jake had been there once, years ago, with some friends who dared each other to spend the night. They left at dawn, shaken and pale, and never talked about what happened. It was the kind of story that makes you want to go look for yourself. So, despite the heat and the bugs and the warnings, we decided to find it. We set out just as the sun was setting, our bikes loaded with flashlights and a couple of beers. The dirt road twisted through the trees, thick and dark, even as the sky blazed pink and orange behind the hills. We laughed and joked to keep the nerves down, but every so often the silence between us would stretch, broken only by the crunch of gravel under our tires. After about an hour, the trees opened into a clearing, and there it was, the church. It looked like something out of a dream or a nightmare. The wood was gray and rotted, the steeple leaning as if ready to fall. The stained glass windows were mostly broken, but a few colors still caught the last light of the day. We locked our bikes to a nearby tree and approached cautiously. The door hung open on rusty hinges, were creaking softly in the warm breeze. We stepped inside, the floorboards groaning under our feet. The air was thick with dust and something else, something old and sour. The pews were overturned, the altar cracked and stained, and graffiti covered the walls. Jake pulled out his flashlight and swept it around. "This place gives me the creeps," he said, but I could tell he was trying to sound braver than he felt. We explored for maybe 20 minutes, trying not to think about the stories. Then Jake spotted something, a trapdoor behind the altar. It was barely visible, covered in dust and cobwebs, but the hinges looked newer than anything else in the building. "Bet no one's been down there in years," Jake said, crouching to examine it. "Want to check it out?" Against my better judgment, I nodded. Jake pulled at the latch, and the door creaked open, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. We switched on our flashlights and climbed down. The air was colder down there, damp and musty. At the bottom, we found a small basement, the walls lined with rough stone and old wooden crates. Most were empty or broken, but one was sealed shut with a heavy padlock. Jake took out a pocket knife and pried at the lock. After a minute, it popped open. Inside the crate, we found old books and papers, yellowed and brittle with age. Some were handwritten journals, like others looked like church records. Jake flipped through a book and began to read aloud a passage from a diary dated back to the 1800s. It told the story of a minister who had tried to protect the town from some dark force, something he called the shadow in the woods. The writings were frantic, filled with warnings about strange disappearances, voices in the night, and a presence that watched from just beyond the trees. The last entry was smudged with what looked like dried blood and ended abruptly. A sudden noise made us freeze. From somewhere above, a heavy thud like a door slamming shut. We looked at each other, and I felt a cold sweat break out along my spine. "Maybe we should go," I whispered. Jake nodded, and we hurried back up the stairs. When we reached the main floor, the door we had come through was closed tight. We pushed and pulled, but it wouldn't budge. Panic started to rise. We banged on the door, shouting for help, but the woods outside were silent. The only sound was the creaking of the old building settling. Then the humming started. Low at first, barely audible, but growing louder and more insistent. It seemed to come from all around us, through the walls, the floor, the very air. Jake shone his flashlight around wildly, but the beam only revealed shadows. The pews, the altar, the stained glass windows seemed to pulse in the growing darkness. The humming became a chant. Words we couldn't understand, but that made my skin crawl. The temperature dropped, and our breaths came out in white clouds. I felt something brush past my arm, a cold, wet touch like a spider crawling across my skin. We scrambled to the windows, trying to pry them open. One shattered under Jake's fist, and cold night air rushed in. We didn't hesitate. We climbed through and tumbled out onto the wet grass. Behind us, the door banged open with a final, thunderous crash. We didn't look back. We ran through the trees, branches clawing at our faces and clothes, until the sounds of chanting and humming faded into the night. We didn't speak about it for days, but something had followed us home. Lights flickered in our houses at night. Shadows moved just beyond the edge of our vision. I woke one night to find a dark figure standing at the foot of my bed, watching me with hollow eyes before vanishing into the wall. The whole town seemed to hold its breath that summer, as if waiting for the darkness to come back. I moved away the following year, but every summer since, I've dreamed about that church, that basement, and the shadow in the woods. Some nights, when the air is thick and still, I swear I hear the humming again. Story the end. The summer I turned 21 was supposed to be the one where everything finally made sense. Or at least, that's what I thought. Growing up in a small town in northern Michigan, summer break was sacred. The entire year, you counted down to those long, hot days where school was out, the lake was warm, and nothing felt urgent except making the most of your time. That summer was especially important because it was my last one before moving to the city for college, my last chance to live like a kid, free and untethered. My closest friends, Jess, Tyler, and Matt, had all come back home too. We'd spent nearly every summer together since middle school, exploring the woods behind our houses, camping out by the river, or just hanging at the local diner talking about the future. It was perfect in that nostalgic way small towns are, where everyone knows everyone. And the biggest excitement was a new diner opening or a fireworks show on the 4th of July. One July night, the four of us decided to go camping at a place called Pine Hollow, a stretch of forest about 20 miles north near the edge of a state park. The spot was known locally as a kind of hidden gem, beautiful in the day, dense and a little eerie at night. People sometimes whispered about strange sounds there, about hikers who'd gotten lost or something off in the woods, but nothing concrete, just stories to scare kids. We didn't care. We were young, confident, and a little reckless. We packed up Matt's old Jeep with tents, sleeping bags, flashlights, and enough food and beer to last the weekend. It was the kind of trip you bragged about back home, off the grid, no cell service, just us and the wilderness. We all needed that escape to forget about the jobs, the college applications, and the quiet pressure of growing up. The drive there was uneventful. The sun dipped low in the sky by the time we reached the parking area, a dirt clearing beside a narrow trail leading into thick pines. The air smelled like pine needles and damp earth, and a cool breeze stirred the leaves. We unloaded quickly, eager to set up camp before dark swallowed the forest. As we pitched our tents near a small creek, the sky blazed orange and pink. Tyler made a joke about us being rugged outdoorsmen, which got a lot of eye rolls, but made us laugh anyway. The creek gurgled softly nearby, and the birds were still chirping, though fewer now. Once the tents were up, we gathered around a campfire Matt built, the flames flickering and casting dancing shadows on the trees. The first night was easy. Stories, beer, and the kind of comfortable silence you have with people who've known each other forever. We talked about plans for the future, what school might be like, the girls we liked, and laughed over dumb jokes. But just before midnight, the mood shifted. We heard it first as a faint snapping of branches somewhere beyond the creek. At first, we thought it was just a deer or some other animal moving through the brush. Tyler, always the brave one, grabbed his flashlight and shone it into the woods. Nothing. The beam caught the trunks of trees and patches of undergrowth, but no movement. We joked nervously and told him to stop being a scaredy cat, but the unease settled in anyway. Then the sounds changed. From the underbrush came a slow, deliberate crunch, like something was walking on purpose, stepping softly but steadily. It wasn't the frantic rustling of a frightened animal, but something else. Something watching us. We all fell silent. The fire's crackle seemed too loud in the dark. Jess tightened her grip on her mug and glanced toward the trees. Maybe it's just a raccoon or something, I said, trying to sound calm. But I could feel my heart rate speeding up. Matt scoffed. It's probably just some other campers. We're not the only idiots out here at night. But the truth was, we knew there was no one else around. We'd passed the last ranger station hours ago, and the park was mostly empty this time of year. Besides, the sounds weren't coming from the trailhead. They were closer, inside the woods. The noise got louder, like footsteps approaching. Suddenly, Tyler's flashlight flickered and went out. He shook it frantically, then cursed under his breath. We all stared into the darkness. From the tree line, a figure emerged, barely visible in the weak light from the campfire. Tall, thin, moving slowly. "Hey!" Tyler called out, regaining his voice. "Who's there?" The figure stopped but didn't respond. It just stood there, outlined by the faint moonlight filtering through the trees. Jess gasped. "I don't see anyone," she whispered, but her voice was shaky. The figure stepped forward, too fast, too smooth. Then something about the way it moved made my stomach knot. It wasn't human. The limbs were too long, the head too small, the way it tilted its neck was unnatural, like it was listening in a way no person could. "Back up," I told the group, voice low but urgent. We started stepping back toward the fire, but the figure moved closer, as if curious, like it was studying us. Then the breeze picked up, carrying a low, guttural sound, something between a growl and a whisper. I wanted to scream, but my throat was dry. Matt grabbed a log and threw it at the figure, but the log passed through like mist. My friends stared in disbelief, frozen. The fire flickered wildly, and in the chaos, the figure vanished. We didn't wait. We packed up the camp as fast as we could, hardly speaking, adrenaline pumping. As we scrambled back to the Jeep, we heard the sounds again, branches breaking, slow footsteps behind us, but whenever we turned, nothing was there. The drive back to town was tense. We didn't say much until we reached the main road. When the lights of town came into view, relief flooded me like a wave. But the feeling didn't last. The next day, Jess didn't come to breakfast. We found out later she's in the hospital, shaking uncontrollably, her skin pale and clammy. She told her mom she'd seen something in the woods, something that followed us back. She wouldn't go into detail. Over the next week, things got worse. Tyler started waking up with scratches on his arms, bruises that appeared overnight. Matt said he heard voices whispering outside his window, even though no one was there. I started seeing shadows moving just out of the corner of my eye and waking up feeling like someone was watching me. None of us wanted to talk about it, but the fear was there, simmering beneath the surface. And then, one night, Jess disappeared. Her parents called the police. They searched the woods, the creek, the campsite. No sign of her. We all knew what happened. The thing in Pine Hollow had taken her, and maybe it was still out there, waiting. The summer that was supposed to be the best of our lives turned into a nightmare none of us would ever forget. Story the end. The summer of 2013 started like any other for me and my friends. We were all seniors in high school, itching to escape the small town where we'd grown up for at least a few weeks. Our town in western Pennsylvania was the kind of place where the biggest event was the annual county fair, and summer break was mostly about swimming at the public pool and avoiding the heat in front of air conditioners. Our plan was simple: rent a cabin up in the Allegheny National Forest for 2 weeks. It wasn't anything fancy, just an old, weather-beaten cabin that my friend Jake's family had access to through some distant relative. We'd camp out, drink some beers, hike, and enjoy the freedom of being away from parents and phones for a while. There were 6 of us: me, Jake, his sister Megan, our mutual friend Tom, Megan's boyfriend Chris, and Chris's younger brother Ryan. We piled into 2 cars and drove the 5 hours north, the woods growing thicker as we went. The cabin was about a half-mile down a dirt road that split off from a quiet country lane. When we finally pulled up, the sun was setting behind the tall pines, casting long shadows over the cracked wooden porch. The first night was nothing unusual. We unpacked, built a fire, roasted hot dogs, and told the usual ghost stories you hear around campfires. Everyone laughed, made fun of Jake's terrible storytelling skills, and slowly filtered off to bed in the cabin's 3 small bedrooms. What I remember most clearly is how quiet it was after dark. No streetlights, no distant cars, no hum of air conditioners or TVs, just the crackling fire and the occasional hoot of an owl. We were all a little uneasy being so deep in the woods, but that's part of the appeal, right? The second night, things started to feel strange. We had spent the day hiking, swimming in a nearby creek, and taking photos of the forest. That night after dinner, we gathered again around the fire pit. Jake had found a bottle of cheap whiskey in the car and was insisting everyone take shots. I remember Megan looking uncomfortable. She was usually the most fearless of us all, but that night she kept glancing toward the woods with a frown. At first, we thought she was just tired or maybe a little homesick. But then she said she kept hearing something, soft footsteps on the leaves just beyond the clearing where the cabin sat. We joked that it was probably a raccoon or some deer, but Megan shook her head. No, it's different. It sounds deliberate, like someone's pacing. Tom laughed. Maybe it's the ghost of a lumberjack looking for his lost axe. Everyone chuckled, but Megan didn't smile. She stared into the dark woods, silent. Later, when we went inside, I heard Chris whisper to Ryan that he thought Megan was freaking out for no reason. But then, as we all tried to sleep, I swear I heard something scratching at the window next to my bed. The scratching stopped when I turned on the light. The next morning, we found strange marks outside. There were footprints, too large and oddly shaped to be from any animal we knew, leading from the edge of the woods up to the porch, then disappearing. No one wanted to talk about it much, but Megan looked pale and jittery. By the third day, the atmosphere in the cabin was different. The woods seemed heavier, darker somehow. The birds stopped singing, and the forest felt unnervingly silent. At night, the footsteps got louder and closer. We'd hear pacing outside the cabin, circling us like a predator stalking its prey. One night, Megan swore she saw a figure in the woods, something tall, dark, and gaunt, standing perfectly still among the trees, watching us. When she pointed it out, none of us could see anything, but her voice trembled as she told us what she'd seen. The fourth day, things escalated. Ryan disappeared. We had all gone out for a morning hike. Ryan lagged behind, always the quiet one, and when we stopped at a clearing by a small stream, we realized he wasn't with us. We called his name, but only the wind answered. We searched for hours, retracing our path and calling out until our voices grew hoarse, but Ryan was gone. That night, we called the sheriff, but the dirt road was too remote, and they told us help might take a while to get there. In the dark of that night, the pacing came again. But this time it was accompanied by low moaning sounds, like a man crying out in pain. We huddled inside, locked every door and window, and took turns staying awake. I don't remember when we finally fell asleep. When dawn came, Jake and Tom went outside to look for Ryan again. They found something that made my stomach drop. Ryan's jacket, torn and stained, hanging from a tree branch, swinging gently in the morning breeze. There were fresh footprints around the tree, huge and uneven, like claws digging into the dirt. We packed what we could and left immediately. The drive back was silent. No one said much, but the fear and guilt hung thick in the car. The police set up a search party, but Ryan was never found. That summer changed all of us. The cabin was abandoned again, left to rot among the trees. I still sometimes wake up at night, hearing the slow footsteps, the scraping sounds outside my window. Sometimes I wonder what waits out there in the forest, lurking just beyond the light. The summer that was supposed to be freedom turned into a nightmare none of us will ever forget. Story the end. It was the summer after my senior year of high school, the last summer before college, before life really started. For me and my friends, it was supposed to be a summer of freedom. Endless days, late nights, and nothing but time to do whatever we wanted. We lived in a small town in Ohio, the kind of place where summer meant barbecues, fishing by the river, and hanging out at the local pool. Nothing too wild, nothing too exciting. But that summer, things changed in a way none of us expected. The four of us, me, Nate, Casey, and Marcus, had been inseparable since middle school. We were those friends everyone said would stick together no matter what. We had big plans that summer. We talked about road trips, bonfires, parties, and maybe sneaking into the old quarry after dark. It was the kind of summer you dreamed about, the kind where memories were made. One day, in mid-June, Casey came to me with a plan that sounded too good to be true. There was an abandoned farmhouse a few miles outside of town, past the cornfields and near the edge of the woods. The place had been empty for years, ever since the last owner vanished without a trace. No one knew exactly what happened, just rumors about weird noises, strange lights, and people who swore they saw shadows moving in the windows. Casey was obsessed with the paranormal and had been researching the house for months. He convinced us that we should spend a night there just to see if anything was real. Nate was skeptical but game for anything. Marcus was nervous but didn't want to be left out. I was hesitant but didn't want to be the one to back out. So we made plans to go one weekend, promising to stick together and keep our phones charged. The day we headed out was bright and warm. We packed snacks, flashlights, sleeping bags, and some beer. The usual stuff for a night away. The farmhouse sat at the end of a long gravel road, surrounded by wild grass and old trees that looked like they'd been there since forever. When we pulled up, the house was worse than I expected. The paint was peeling, windows boarded up or broken, and the porch sagged like it might collapse. It gave off this eerie vibe that made me uneasy. We unloaded the truck and started exploring. Casey led the way, taking pictures and filming on his phone. Nate and Marcus joked about ghosts and haunted houses, but the nervous edge in their voices told me they didn't really believe it. We found an old cellar door hidden under the porch, rusted shut. The door to the house creaked open after some pushing, revealing a dark, empty interior filled with dust and the smell of rot. We set up camp in the living room, laying out sleeping bags on the floorboards. It was late afternoon when we started to notice strange things. The temperature dropped sharply inside, even though it was still hot outside. We heard creaks and knocks that couldn't be explained by the old house settling. Shadows flickered at the edge of our flashlight beams. We tried to laugh it off, telling ourselves it was just our imaginations. As night fell, the atmosphere changed completely. The house felt alive with something we couldn't see. The wind howled outside, rattling windows and doors. The floorboards groaned as if someone was pacing above us. We huddled together, trying to keep calm, but I could see Casey's hands shaking as he filmed everything. Around midnight, things got worse. We heard footsteps coming down the stairs, slow and deliberate. We called out, but no one answered. The lights on our phones flickered and died all at once, plunging us into darkness. Then a voice whispered from somewhere in the house, barely audible but chilling. "Get out!" We grabbed our flashlights and ran outside, heart pounding. The night was pitch black except for the glow of the moon. The air was thick and cold. We piled into the truck without speaking and sped back toward town, the house disappearing behind us like a bad dream. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that we hadn't left the farmhouse completely behind. Strange things started happening. Unexplained noises in my room, shadowy figures in the corners of my vision, nightmares that felt too real. Nate and Marcus reported similar experiences. Casey disappeared a few days later. No one knew where he went. His phone was found near the farmhouse, smashed and covered in dirt. The police searched the area but found nothing. It was like Casey had vanished into thin air. That summer was supposed to be a break from reality, a time to make memories and enjoy freedom. Instead, it became a nightmare that none of us could explain. Story the end. The summer I turned 19 was supposed to be the best one yet. I'd just finished my freshman year at college, and I was heading back to my hometown in Pennsylvania for the break. The kind of small blue-collar town where everyone knows everyone, and the highlight of summer nights is sitting on your porch with a cold beer and watching the fireflies dance in the humidity. I planned to work my usual summer job at the local hardware store, hang out with my high school friends, and just enjoy the slow days before the next school year started. But that summer changed everything. What started as an ordinary, uneventful break turned into something I still can't explain, something that haunts me to this day. I arrived home on a Sunday afternoon, the sun hot and heavy as I pulled my car into the driveway of my parents' house. The old two-story had the familiar creak of the porch boards and the faint smell of lilac from the bushes my mom kept trimming. I waved at a few neighbors sitting on their lawn chairs across the street, and everything felt right. My best friend from high school, Jason, was waiting for me in his beat-up Chevy in front of the corner store. We hadn't seen each other since graduation, but it felt like no time had passed. "Man, it's good to have you back," he said, grinning and tossing me a six-pack of cheap beer through the window. We cracked open the cans and sat on the hood, talking about everything that had happened in the past year. The familiar comfort of his voice and the lazy warmth of the afternoon sun made me think this was going to be a summer full of nothing but good times. We talked about the old places around town, the lake where we used to swim, the abandoned factory on the edge of town, and all the stupid things we'd done as teenagers. Jason mentioned that some kids had been sneaking into the factory lately, trying to explore despite the no trespassing signs. The place had been shut down for decades, but it was rumored to be dangerous. The floors rotted, the walls crumbling, Let's check it out, Jason said, eyes sparkling with that reckless excitement that only summer nights can bring. I hesitated, but eventually agreed. We picked a night later that week after work to explore. The day of the trip, the heat was unbearable, and the sky was clear, stretching wide and blue. I finished my shift at the hardware store, meeting Jason and two other friends, Matt and Sarah, by the gas station around 9 p.m. They all piled into Jason's truck, and we headed out toward the factory, the air conditioning blasting and the radio playing old rock songs. The factory was about 15 minutes outside of town, nestled near a patch of woods that had always given me an uneasy feeling. We parked in the gravel lot, the headlights illuminating the tall, rusted structure looming over us like a skeleton. The gate was chained and padlocked, but the lock looked old and brittle. Jason pulled out a crowbar he'd swiped from the store and managed to pry the gate open with a loud creak. We slipped inside, the night suddenly feeling colder than before. The air smelled of rust and decay, mixed with a faint chemical tang. We stuck together, flashlights cutting through the darkness as we crept deeper into the hollow shell of the building. The floors creaked beneath our feet, and somewhere in the distance, a rat scurried, the sound echoing eerily. We joked about ghosts and urban legends, trying to keep the mood light, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. As we explored, Sarah pointed out strange markings on the walls, symbols scratched into the peeling paint, strange shapes that looked almost like letters but made no sense. "Someone's been here before us," she whispered, her voice tense. "Probably some kids messing around," Matt said, but I saw the way he glanced nervously toward the shadows. We decided to check the upper floors, climbing a rickety metal staircase that groaned under our weight. The higher we went, the colder it became, and the stale air grew heavier. On the third floor, we found a room that looked different from the others. The walls were covered in what looked like graffiti, but more disturbing. Images of twisted faces, eyes bleeding, and strange symbols painted in black and red. Jason laughed it off. "Come on, it's just some art." But I felt my skin crawl. The feeling of being watched intensified. Suddenly, Sarah gasped and pointed toward a corner. I shone my flashlight over and saw something that made me freeze. There, scrawled in what looked like fresh red paint, were the words, "You are next." The air turned thick. Matt swallowed hard. "Let's get out of here," we agreed and hurried back toward the stairs. But as we reached the landing, a loud bang echoed through the factory, like a heavy door slamming shut. We froze. Jason shone his light toward the sound, but all we could see was darkness. "Probably just the wind," he said, though his voice was shaky. We hurried down the stairs and toward the exit, but when we reached the gate, it was shut tight. The chain and lock were back in place. We tried to pull and yank, but it wouldn't budge. Panic started to set in. "Who the hell locked us in?" Sarah whispered, her eyes wide. Jason banged on the gate, yelling for help, but there was no response. I pulled out my phone, but there was no signal. Typical for the area, but it felt like a trap. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement in the shadows near the edge of the building, a figure, dark and still, watching us. "Hey!" Jason yelled. "Who's there?" No answer. The figure moved closer, step by step, but stayed just out of the light. We backed away toward the center of the lot, hearts pounding. Jason pulled out a pocket knife. "We're not going down without a fight." The figure stopped moving and then, all at once, turned and vanished into the woods. We didn't wait. We found a gap in the fence a few yards away, squeezed through, and ran without looking back. Once we were safe back in town, we told no one about what happened. Who would believe us? But the nightmare wasn't over. That night, I kept hearing noises outside my window. Scratches on the siding, whispers I couldn't make out, and the unmistakable feeling that someone was standing just beyond the edge of the porch light. The next day, a news story broke about a missing girl from a neighboring town. She'd been seen near the old factory the night before she disappeared. I didn't sleep for weeks after that summer. Even now, years later, every time I drive past that place, my skin prickles. I never found out who or what locked us in that night or what the figure was, but I know it wasn't just a prank. Somewhere out there in the dark woods behind that factory, whatever it is still waiting. Story. The end. That summer break was supposed to be the perfect escape. 5 friends, a rented cabin deep in the woods of northern Minnesota, and a whole month to unwind, swim in the lake, hike the trails, and forget about college for a while. We'd been looking forward to it for months. Me, my best friend Luke, his girlfriend Ashley, my girlfriend Claire, and my cousin Ben. The plan was simple. No phones, no distractions, just the kind of wilderness retreat that promised peace. We arrived just as the sun was sinking behind the trees, the kind of golden hour that made the pine needles glow like they were on fire. The cabin was tucked away on a remote part of the lake, only reachable by a gravel road that got rougher the further in we went. It was small and rustic, plenty of creaky wood floors and dusty windows, but charming enough that we were excited to settle in. The first few days were everything we hoped for. We spent hours swimming in the clear, cold lake, fishing off the dock, and sitting around the fire telling stories until the stars came out thick and bright. Nights were filled with the usual sounds of the forest, the chirp of crickets, the hoot of an owl, the soft splash of fish jumping. We felt miles away from the world. But as the week passed, a strange feeling started creeping in. It was subtle at first, a sense of being watched, a heaviness in the air that none of us could explain. One night, I was the last to fall asleep, lying awake on the couch. Around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps crunching softly on the porch. I got up and peeked outside, but there was no one there. Just the empty woods, shifting shadows, and the cold night air. I told myself it was probably a raccoon or some other animal. The next morning, Ashley found deep scratches on the side of the cabin near her window. They were long and jagged like claws and ran from the ground up about 4 feet. None of us remembered hearing anything during the night, and no animal in these parts could make marks like that. Luke joked it was the Bigfoot experience, but there was a nervous edge to his voice. Over the next few days, things only got weirder. The batteries on our flashlights started dying, even though they were new. Our cell phones wouldn't get a signal. Expected, but now even our radios crackled with static. One afternoon, Claire and I found a circle of rocks in the woods near the cabin, arranged in a pattern none of us recognized. It looked deliberate, like some kind of ritual site. Someone or something had been here. We tried to brush it off, but that night the chanting started. It began faintly, almost imperceptible beneath the rustling trees. Low, guttural voices repeating in a language we couldn't understand. Claire woke screaming, convinced someone was outside the cabin. We all stayed together, locking doors and windows, watching as the fire flickered and shadows danced. The chanting grew louder in the coming nights, always at the same hour, between 1 and 3 a.m., then vanished by dawn. We kept our lights on, but it was impossible to see beyond the tree line. At one point, Luke swore he saw a figure standing just at the edge of the clearing, watching us silently. When he turned the flashlight on, it disappeared. Fear settled into our group like a cold fog. One evening, Ben went out to the outhouse and never came back. We called his name, flashing our lights into the woods, but he was gone. Panic set in. We searched all night, but found no trace. The next day, footprints appeared near the cabin, huge, irregular, and not human. They circled the cabin twice before vanishing into the woods. We tried to leave, but the gravel road was blocked by fallen trees. No cell signal, no way to call for help. Days turned into a nightmare. Our food supplies dwindled. Sleep was impossible. The chanting continued, growing more urgent, more menacing. One morning, Claire vanished while fetching water from the lake. We found her boots by the shore, but she was nowhere to be seen. We were trapped, surrounded by a forest that no longer felt natural, watched by something ancient and cruel. Luke, Ashley, and I finally managed to clear a path through the trees and drove away in a borrowed truck from a nearby ranger station. We never looked back. Years later, locals still tell stories about that part of the forest. They say the woods are cursed, a place where travelers disappear without a trace. Whatever we encountered that summer was not of this world. It took 2 of my closest friends and almost me. Every time I hear the sound of chanting carried on the wind, I'm reminded of those nights, the terror, the silence afterward, and the knowledge that some things should be left alone. Story the end. It started out like any other summer break for me, the kind that college kids dream about while buried under textbooks and essays all year. After a long, grueling sophomore year at the University of Michigan, Couldn't wait to go back home to Ann Arbor and spend my summer doing nothing but working a part-time job, hanging out with friends, and just enjoying the warm nights. My parents were out of town for most of the break, leaving me with the house to myself. I was looking forward to the independence and maybe a little too much freedom. The first few weeks were uneventful. I worked at a local cafe downtown, which was slow during the mornings and got busier in the afternoons and evenings. I picked a few shifts covering for coworkers on vacation and spent my off time catching up with old friends and binge watching shows. It was comfortable, quiet, almost boring, but there was a strange feeling I couldn't shake, like a shadow lurking just at the edge of my awareness. One Saturday night, a group of us decided to head to Whitmore Lake for a bonfire party. It was the kind of place you go to when you want to escape the city lights, sit around a fire, and feel the summer air mix with the scent of pine and smoke. The lake was just a few miles from town, surrounded by thick woods and old cottages that people rented for the weekend. We arrived just after sunset, the sky still a deep blue with streaks of pink and orange. The group was about 20 people, mostly friends from college, some I barely knew but felt comfortable around. We set up the fire pit, cracked open beers, and shared stories. The usual summer night stuff. I felt relaxed, happy even. About an hour in, someone mentioned the old Thompson place, a dilapidated house on the far side of the lake, abandoned for decades. The story was that years ago, the Thompsons were a family of 5 who lived there. One night, in the summer of '86, the entire family disappeared without a trace. No bodies, no clues, just vanished. The house fell into ruin, but locals say sometimes you can hear noises coming from inside, like voices or footsteps. Some claim to see lights flickering in the windows late at night. Everyone laughed it off as just a creepy story. But then Sam, one of the quieter guys, said something that chilled me. My cousin works for the county sheriff's department. He told me that the Thompsons had a feud with a neighbor who was into some kind of cult stuff. Apparently, there were signs of a ritual or something weird found on the property when they searched it years later. Nothing ever confirmed, though. The fire crackled and everyone got quiet. I felt a cold breeze brush my neck, though the air was still warm. The woods around us felt like they had stopped breathing. Jake, the loudest guy in the group, scoffed. "I'm gonna check it out," he said, getting up and grabbing a flashlight. "Bet it's just an old, creepy house with a good story. I'll prove it's nothing." Before anyone could stop him, Jake was jogging off toward the trees lining the lake. We called after him, but he was already slipping between the dark trunks. There was a weird silence after he disappeared. The fire suddenly seemed smaller, weaker. We waited for maybe 10 minutes. Then Jake's voice crackled back from somewhere in the woods. "Hey, come on over here. You gotta see this." Against my better judgment, a few of us grabbed flashlights and followed him down the narrow path that led to the Thompson property. The house was barely visible through the thick branches, a shadowy skeleton against the night sky. It looked like it had been left to rot for years. The porch sagged dangerously, windows broken and boarded up. The paint was peeled, and vines crawled up the sides like fingers trying to strangle it. Jake was standing near the front door, flashlight sweeping over the cracked wood. "No lights, no nothing," he said, frowning. "But look at this." He pointed to the ground near the porch, an arrangement of rocks, sticks, and old burnt candles, like someone had made a shrine. We all felt the weight of that moment, the eerie silence, the smell of damp earth and decay. Suddenly, the wind picked up and whispered through the trees, carrying faint, almost indistinct voices. "I don't like this," whispered Melissa, gripping my arm. We decided to head back. The path seemed longer, the shadows deeper. Jake was quieter now, and his usual bravado was gone. Back at the bonfire, the mood was subdued. We sat around the dying embers, talking in low voices. The stories we shared after that felt less like jokes and more like warnings. That night, I barely slept. I kept hearing strange sounds outside my bedroom window, soft footsteps, scraping noises like someone dragging something across the grass. When I looked outside, there was nothing but the empty street and the thick shadows of the trees. Over the next week, things got worse. My phone kept buzzing with calls from unknown numbers that hung up as soon as I answered. Lights flickered in the house even though I checked all the circuits. The dog next door started barking at the woods every night, relentless and frantic. One evening, as I walked back from the cafe after a late shift, I saw a figure standing at the edge of the woods near my house. Tall, unmoving, staring directly at me. I stopped dead in my tracks, heart pounding. The figure didn't move, didn't blink, and then it turned and disappeared into the trees like it had never been there. I told myself it was a trick of the light or my imagination, but the feeling didn't go away. The final straw came 2 weeks later when my friend Melissa called me, her voice shaking. "I saw something at the Thompson place tonight," she said. "Something wrong. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't human. It was watching me, I swear." I tried to convince her to come over and talk it out, but she refused. The last thing she said before hanging up was, "Don't go back there. Please." I didn't listen. One night, I grabbed a flashlight and walked back down to the Thompson property. I wanted to prove to myself that nothing was there, that the fear was all in my head. The closer I got, the heavier the air became, like breathing underwater. I could hear faint whispers again, echoing from the shadows. My flashlight flickered as I stepped onto the porch. Then, out of the darkness, 2 glowing eyes appeared in the window. I froze. They blinked once, then disappeared. I turned to run, but the door slammed shut behind me, the sound echoing like a gunshot. I was trapped in that crumbling house with something unseen moving in the shadows. The air grew cold, and I could hear heavy breathing all around me, getting closer and closer. I don't remember how I got out. The next thing I knew, I was lying on the ground outside, dawn breaking over the lake. My clothes were torn, and my hands were scratched, raw. I left Ann Arbor the next day. Melissa moved away soon after. Jake disappeared, no one knows where. The Thompson house still stands, rotting and silent, and every summer since, when the nights grow long and the air thick with heat, I can still hear those whispers calling from the woods. Story the end. The summer break after my senior year of high school was supposed to be the best time of my life. Endless days, warm nights, and freedom stretching out like an open road ahead of me. I'd been counting down the days since the last bell rang in May, imagining late-night bonfires, beach trips, and lazy mornings with no alarm clocks. What actually happened, though, was something I still struggle to make sense of. Even now, years later, I find myself wondering if it was real or just some terrible nightmare I can't fully wake from. It started in a small town in the Midwest, quiet, mostly forgotten, except for the kids who grew up there, desperate to get out and see what else was beyond the cornfields and highways. Our town was the kind where everyone knew everyone else's business, and summers were the time for kids to stretch their wings before college, work, or whatever came next. I was home for the summer, staying with my parents while I figured out what to do next. Most of my friends were gone, scattered across the country, so I spent a lot of time alone or with a small group of people who stuck around. One of those people was Sam, my childhood friend. Sam was the kind of guy who could charm the birds out of the trees, always cracking jokes and pulling pranks, but he also had a reckless streak. It was summer, and like every other summer before, he wanted to do something memorable, something big. One night, we were sitting around a fire pit behind his parents' house. The stars were out, the air was warm, and the kind of peaceful calm that only comes in the middle of a summer night settled over us. Sam started talking about this old abandoned motel just outside of town, a place everyone knew about but no one really went near. The motel had been shut down for years. Rumor had it that a fire had taken out part of it decades ago, and ever since, strange things had been happening there. Lights flickering, ghostly figures seen in the windows, and weird noises that kept the local sheriff from ever wanting to investigate too deeply. It was the kind of place that scared adults and fascinated kids. "Let's check it out," Sam said, grinning. I was hesitant, but the night had a magnetic pull, and I didn't want to be the one who backed down. We gathered a few friends, Cassie, Josh, and me, and decided to drive out there. It was late, the kind of late where your parents think you're sleeping, and the world feels both alive and quiet. The road to the motel was a narrow, winding strip of asphalt flanked by thick woods. Our headlights barely cut through the darkness, and the only sound was the soft hum of the engine and the occasional crunch of gravel under our tires. When we finally pulled into the parking lot, the car's lights revealed the building in all its crumbling, eerie glory. The motel looked like a relic from another time. Paint peeled from the walls, windows boarded up or broken, and the flickering neon sign that once proudly advertised vacancy was dead and dark. We got out of the car, the smell of damp wood and mildew thick in the air. We made our way cautiously toward the entrance. The door was slightly ajar, creaking softly in the night breeze. I swallowed hard and stepped inside. The lobby was coated in dust and shadows. Old furniture lay strewn about, and the wallpaper peeled off in curling strips. Our flashlights swept across the room, revealing faded photographs on the walls. Smiling families, vacationers who had long since vanished from this place. There was a chill in the air that felt out of place for a summer night. Josh joked about the place being haunted, but even his voice was a little shaky. We moved deeper inside, exploring the hallways lined with rooms that were either empty or filled with the remnants of lives once lived. Old newspapers, broken lamps, discarded shoes. At the end of one corridor, we found the stairwell leading to the second floor. The wood groaned under our feet as we climbed, and the darkness seemed to press in closer. Up there, the air was colder and the silence heavier. Cassie shone her flashlight down one of the hallways, catching movement at the far end. "Did you guys see that?" she whispered. We all turned, but there was nothing there, just shadows. Then we heard it, a faint whispering coming from one of the rooms. We froze. The voices were so soft, it was hard to tell if they were real or just our imaginations. Sam, ever the brave one, started toward the door where the sound came from. "Wait," I said, grabbing his arm. "Maybe we shouldn't." But he was already pushing the door open. Inside, the room was dark, the air stale and thick. Our flashlights illuminated peeling wallpaper and a cracked mirror hanging crookedly on the wall. Then I saw it, writing scrawled across the mirror in what looked like lipstick or blood. "Get out." The words were smeared, but unmistakable. A sudden loud crash from the hallway made us all jump. We ran out of the room, down the stairs and out the front door, our hearts pounding. Back in the car, Sam tried to laugh it off, but I could see it in his eyes. He was shaken. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak in the house sounded like footsteps, every shadow like someone watching me. The next day, we tried to convince ourselves it was just an abandoned building playing tricks on us. But that night, Cassie called me, voice trembling, saying she'd seen someone standing outside her window. Josh said his door slammed shut on its own. Sam stopped returning my calls. I started having nightmares, dreams of the motel, of voices whispering my name, of something pulling me into the darkness. As the summer wore on, the strange occurrences multiplied. Objects moved on their own, doors opened and closed, and sometimes I could swear I saw figures lurking just out of sight. I finally told my parents everything. They thought it was just teenage nerves, maybe stress from school and the future weighing on me. But I knew it was something else. One night, I heard footsteps in the hall outside my bedroom. I grabbed my phone to call for help, but the screen went black. The footsteps stopped right outside my door, and then I heard a whisper. "Don't come back." The next morning, my parents decided I should spend the rest of the summer with my aunt in the city. I never went back to the motel. But every summer since, I hear stories. Other kids who've gone there, who disappeared or came back different. Sometimes late at night, I still see the flicker of that dead neon sign in my dreams, and I know the motel isn't done with us yet. Story the end. The summer I turned 18, my friends and I decided to escape the small town where we'd grown up and go on a road trip, a rite of passage, really. We wanted something different, something raw and real, something that would mark the end of our childhood and the start of whatever came next. Our destination was a stretch of remote cabins by Lake Superior, deep in the northern woods of Michigan's Upper Peninsula. The plan was simple. Spend 2 weeks camping, fishing, hiking, and just getting away from the noise of home. We were 5 in total. Me, my best friend Rachel, her boyfriend Mike, my cousin Tyler, and his girlfriend Emily. We drove in 2 cars, packed tight with gear, and set off early one July morning. The trip started out perfect. The highways gave way to winding back roads, the air thick with pine and humidity. We sang along to playlists, joked, stopped for roadside diner food. But as we got further north, the landscape changed. The trees grew taller and more dense. The sky felt bigger, and the lake looked endless and cold even under the bright sun. We reached the cabins just before dusk, a cluster of weathered wooden structures spread out along a quiet cove, far enough apart to feel isolated, but close enough that you could hear someone's voice carried on the wind. The caretaker, an older man named Frank, greeted us and gave a quick rundown of the area and the rules. No fires beyond the pits, don't wander off the marked trails, and watch out for the wildlife. Bears were common. We unpacked, set up hammocks and fishing poles, and spent the evening around the largest fire pit. The lake lapped quietly at the shore nearby, and the mosquitoes were relentless. The first few days passed in a blur of sun, swimming, and campfire stories. At night, the woods felt alive, the calls of loons, the rustle of leaves, the snap of twigs. Sometimes I'd catch a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye, but it was always just a deer or a raccoon. On the third night, things changed. We'd been drinking a bit, playing cards, and sharing ghost stories. Rachel told us about a local legend, a woman named Clara who disappeared in the woods near the lake 50 years ago. They said her spirit haunted the area looking for her lost child. We laughed, but the wind seemed to carry her name. Later that night, I woke up to the sound of water lapping sharply against the rocks, louder than usual. I looked out from the cabin window and saw something strange, a figure standing at the edge of the lake, half shrouded in mist. It was tall, slender, and still. I blinked, and it was gone. I told Mike in the morning, but he just said I must have been dreaming. Over the next days, we started noticing odd things. Our food would be disturbed, cans opened, snacks missing. Our tents were zipped shut, but one morning Emily found hers partially unzipped from the outside. We blamed animals at first, but Mike swore he saw footprints, large and deep, around the campsites that didn't match any animal he'd seen. One evening, Tyler and I went out to fish late. The sun was dipping low, and the water was calm and glassy. Suddenly, a shout came from the woods behind us. We called out, but no one answered. Then a rustling. Closer this time, like someone was walking just out of sight. Tyler shone his flashlight into the trees. For a moment, I saw two glowing eyes staring back. We froze, then ran back to camp. That night, Rachel woke up screaming. She said she'd seen a woman standing by the tent, her face pale and eyes black. We searched around, but there was no one. By day 7, the group was tense. We didn't talk about the sightings anymore, but the feeling of being watched hung thick like humidity. One afternoon, I went for a hike alone along a trail that curved through dense furze and mossy ground. About a mile in, I noticed the trail had vanished, swallowed by undergrowth. I pulled out my phone, no signal. I tried retracing my steps, but every direction looked the same, the trees closing in. Then I heard a whisper, soft like the rustling of leaves, calling my name. I spun around, heart pounding, but no one was there. I tried to stay calm and head back, but the path seemed to twist and shift, almost like the forest was rearranging itself. After what felt like hours, I stumbled into a small clearing, and my breath caught. In the center was an old wooden swing hanging from a thick branch, swaying gently though there was no wind. As I stepped closer, I saw carvings on the tree trunk, initials, dates, and words like "run" and "don't look back" etched deep into the bark. Suddenly the whispering returned, louder this time, overlapping voices calling my name, begging, pleading. I tore my eyes away and ran, scrambling through underbrush until finally the trees thinned and I saw the lake glimmering in the distance. When I got back to camp, the others were worried. Rachel had stayed behind in the cabin and claimed to have heard footsteps outside all night. Mike said he found claw marks on the side of his truck. The next morning, Emily was gone. She'd gone out early for a swim and never returned. We searched the shoreline frantically, calling her name, scouring the woods, but it was like she'd vanished. Panic set in. We debated calling the authorities, but cell service was spotty, and Frank, the caretaker, advised us to stay calm and wait until morning. That night, as we huddled by the fire, the whispering started again. Now all around us, voices overlapping, incomprehensible but urgent. Then came the sound of footsteps in the dark, circling the camp. We grabbed flashlights, shining into the woods, but nothing showed. Mike suggested packing up and leaving at first light. In the early hours, I was jolted awake by a cold touch on my shoulder. I turned to see a shadowy figure standing at the tent's edge, face obscured, eyes glowing faintly. I screamed and woke everyone. We broke camp fast, leaving behind gear and memories. As we drove away, the woods faded into the distance, but the feeling stayed. The echo of whispered names, the cold eyes watching. Emily was never found. The summer that was meant to mark freedom ended with questions that still haunt me and a forest that keeps its secrets well. Story the end. The summer break after my sophomore year of college was supposed to be a simple, uneventful stretch of time. Just a couple of months to unwind, work some part-time jobs, maybe road trip a little, and come back ready for junior year. I was living in the Midwest in a pretty small town in Illinois where summers meant long hot days, fireworks, and lazy evenings spent with friends. But that summer, something happened. Something that would stick with me for years. Something I'd barely talk about because, honestly, I was terrified to. I grew up around that town. I knew every street and every shortcut. It was the kind of place where you left your doors unlocked and people greeted each other on the sidewalk. When school let out, I stayed behind. My parents had gone off to visit relatives in Wisconsin for the whole summer, so I had the house to myself. I'd found a job at the local gas station, which was fine by me. It kept me busy during the day and gave me some spending money for weekends. One of my closest friends, a guy named Eric, had the same schedule, so we made plans to hang out often. Our usual routine was pretty basic. Work, then meet up at the park or one of the diners in town. It was the kind of small town life I was used to, but it was a heat wave that hit mid-June that changed everything. I remember the day clearly. It was around 3 in the afternoon, and the sun was blazing so hard that even the cicadas seemed to go silent. Eric and I were working the afternoon shift at the gas station. There wasn't much traffic because it was so hot, but I liked the quiet. At around 4, Eric's phone buzzed. He checked it and then looked a little pale. "What's up?" I asked. He hesitated, then showed me the screen. It was a text from his older sister, who worked in a different town about an hour away. The message was short, just 3 words, "Don't go outside." At first, I thought it was a joke. "What the hell does that mean?" I asked. She followed up with another message. "Something's out there. Stay inside." We both laughed nervously, brushing it off as some kind of prank or weird viral message. But then the power went out. The whole town plunged into darkness just after 4:15. The air conditioning at the gas station shut off and the place got hot and sticky fast. The ceiling fan slowed and stopped. Outside, the streetlights flickered and went out. For a few moments, it was just silence, the kind that makes you realize how much you rely on electricity. "Great," I muttered. "Power outage in the middle of a heat wave. Perfect." Eric pulled out his flashlight and we locked the doors. The station was empty, no customers in sight, and the only noise was the distant hum of generators in some of the houses nearby. Then the radio crackled. Static, and then a voice. It was faint and garbled, but we heard it clearly. "Don't go outside." The message repeated over and over, breaking up with static like a warning broadcast from a broken emergency channel. "What is this?" I asked, staring at Eric. "I don't know," he said, swallowing hard. We tried to call other people, cell phones, landlines. Nothing worked. It was like all communication lines had been severed. Outside, the heat pressed against the windows, and the sky started to darken despite it being the middle of the afternoon. Thick clouds rolled in fast, casting a heavy shadow over the town. Then, around 5 p.m., strange noises began. At first, it was faint, distant footsteps, crunching leaves, the kind of sounds you'd expect from animals. But then from the street behind the gas station, we heard something that chilled us both. A low, guttural growl, like a wild animal, but deeper, almost human. We grabbed the baseball bats from behind the counter and waited by the window, watching the empty streets. Nothing moved for a while. Then the growling got closer. It was coming from the alley that ran behind the station. We peeked out, shining the flashlight toward the dark gap between buildings. At first, nothing. Then a shape appeared. It was tall, way taller than any person, and it moved awkwardly, almost like it was twisted. The silhouette was thin, with long arms that dragged near the ground. Its eyes reflected the flashlight beam, bright yellow, glowing. We froze. The thing started moving toward the back door. Eric whispered, "What the hell is that?" "I don't know," I said, "but we need to get out." We bolted out the front door and ran to Eric's truck parked a few feet away. Just as we were about to jump in, the thing stepped into the light. It wasn't human. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and stretched tight over a skeletal frame. The mouth was wide, with too many teeth, sharp and jagged. The eyes weren't just glowing, they were full of malice. We slammed the door and locked it, the engine roaring to life as Eric hit the gas. We sped away from the gas station, the creature chasing us, its long arms scraping against the pavement. We didn't stop until we reached Eric's house on the edge of town. His parents were gone, but the place was secure. We bolted inside and locked every door and window. The power was still out, and the radio was still crackling the same message. Outside, the growls and screams echoed through the neighborhood. We sat in the dark, too scared to move. The hours passed slowly. We tried to reach anyone, neighbors, friends, but every line was dead. At some point, we both fell asleep on the living room couch. I woke up to a tapping noise at the window. My heart was pounding. I looked over to see a shadow pressing against the glass. The creature's glowing eyes stared right at me. I screamed, and Eric jumped up, grabbing a bat. We banged on the window, shouting, but the creature just disappeared into the night. The next morning, the power came back on, but the town was different. Several houses were empty, with doors left open and no sign of the people who lived there. Police cars patrolled the streets, but they weren't responding to anything specific. When we finally managed to get a call through, we learned that the strange power outage had affected a much larger area. Several towns nearby reported similar events and disappearances. The official explanation was a severe storm knocking out power and some unfortunate people going missing during evacuations. But Eric and I knew better. We never saw that creature again, but we could feel it watching, waiting. Every summer since then, when the heat waves come, I hear the warning in my head, don't go outside, and I don't. Story the end. The summer after my senior year was supposed to be a fresh start. I had spent the last few months of school anxiously counting down the days until freedom. The freedom from school, from the constant pressure, and most of all from the small town that had felt like a cage for as long as I could remember. I planned to spend the break with my best friend Mark and a few other friends at his family's cabin in northern Wisconsin, near one of those huge, quiet lakes that seem untouched by the world. I'd been there once before, a couple of summers ago, and it felt like a different world from the dusty streets and strip malls I was used to. The cabin itself was old but well kept. It sat at the edge of a dense pine forest with only a dirt road connecting it to the nearest town, about 15 miles away. No cell service, just the lake, the woods, and us. Mark's parents were out of town for the first week of our visit, so it was just the six of us: Mark, me, his younger sister Lucy, and our friends Sarah, Kevin, and Tom. We were all excited to have a week where we could just be ourselves, away from parents and rules. The first couple of days were exactly what we expected. We swam in the lake, went hiking, stayed up late around the campfire, telling stories and joking. The nights were cool and still, the kind of quiet that's hard to find anywhere else. It felt like freedom. But there was a strange feeling too, a creeping sense that something wasn't right. It started small, almost unnoticeable, but it grew quickly. It was on the third day that Mark and I decided to explore the woods behind the cabin. We wanted to find the old trail that supposedly led to an abandoned hunting lodge that Mark's dad had told us about years ago. The trail was overgrown, and we had to push through thick brush, but eventually we found what looked like a path. It was narrow and winding, and the trees closed in overhead, blocking out most of the sunlight. We walked for maybe a half hour before we reached a clearing. It was small, maybe 50 feet across, and in the middle was a rusted metal door set into the ground. It looked like some kind of hatch, maybe a root cellar or an old storm shelter. We stared at it for a moment. The door was locked, but there were strange symbols scratched into the metal. Not any writing we recognized, just jagged lines and shapes that made my skin crawl. I remember feeling a sudden chill, like the air got heavier. Mark joked about it being a secret bunker, but even he sounded uneasy. We didn't stay long. As we turned to head back, I felt like something was watching us, but when I looked back, there was nothing. That night, we sat around the fire, and I told the others about the hatch. Kevin laughed it off, saying it was probably just some old storm shelter, but Sarah got quiet. "I've heard stories," she said in a low voice, about weird stuff happening around here, people disappearing, strange things in the woods. I wanted to tell her to stop messing with us, but her face was serious. Like what? I asked. She hesitated, then said, my grandma told me about a group of kids who went missing near a lake not far from here, decades ago. They were camping like us, and no one ever found out what happened to them. Some say the woods took them. We all laughed nervously, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the woods were alive somehow, watching. The next day, Lucy went missing. We were all swimming near the dock when she suddenly wasn't there anymore. At first, we thought she was playing a prank, but after calling her name and searching for nearly an hour, panic set in. We alerted Mark's parents, who came back immediately. They called the police, but with no cell service, it took time to get through. When officers finally arrived, they scoured the area, but found nothing. Lucy was just gone. The next few days were a nightmare. The search continued, but there was no sign of her. Then, strange things started happening. At night, we heard footsteps outside the cabin, slow, deliberate, circling around. Doors we had locked would be found wide open. Our things were moved or missing. I thought it was just the stress making us paranoid, until one night when I woke up to find a shadow standing at the foot of my bed. I froze. The figure was tall and thin, but I couldn't make out any features. It just stood there, silent. After what felt like forever, it faded into the darkness. I told Mark, but he just shook his head and said we needed to get out. On the fifth night, Sarah disappeared. The remaining four of us were terrified. We tried to stick together, but the cabin felt like a trap. We barely slept. Every sound was amplified. The creak of the floorboards, the rustling of leaves, distant whispers. Kevin swore he saw something moving in the woods outside his window, but when he looked again, nothing was there. The final night, Tom vanished while we were trying to figure out a way to call for help. We had found a spot near the edge of the property where there was a weak signal on our phones, but Tom disappeared into the woods and never came back. It was just Mark and me left. We decided to leave at first light, but the dirt road was blocked by fallen trees from a sudden storm. We were stranded. We spent the night locked inside the cabin, listening to the sounds outside. At dawn, the storm passed and the road was clear. We packed what we could and left immediately. The police investigation that followed found no explanation, no bodies, no clues. Just empty woods and a silence that still haunts me. I never went back, and I don't talk about what happened, but sometimes I still hear footsteps in the night, and I know those woods never really let Lucy, Sarah, or Tom go. Story the end. The first real heat wave of that summer hit us in early June, just as the semester at State University was wrapping up. I was home for the break, staying with my parents in our small town in northern Ohio. It was the kind of place where everybody knew your name, and summer nights smelled of freshly cut grass and distant fireworks. My best friend Mike and I had been planning our summer for months. Road trips, camping, festivals, the usual escape from the cramped dorms and city noise. On a late Saturday afternoon, Mike called me up, excitement ringing through his voice. "Dude, I found this spot," he said. "It's deep in the woods near Lake Erie, past the old quarry. Supposedly no one goes there anymore. Secluded, quiet, perfect for camping." I was intrigued but a little skeptical. The area was known locally as Dead Man's Hollow. Legend had it that a miner had died in a collapse there in the 1920s, and some said the place was cursed. Kids from town dared each other to go out there, but rarely stayed past dusk. Still, we were college kids hungry for adventure. We packed up my old Jeep with camping gear, coolers full of soda and snacks, and a couple of beers for the evening. Around 5 p.m., we headed out, taking the back roads past rusted factories and farmland that blurred into dense forest. By the time we reached the entrance to the hollow, the sun was already lowering, casting long shadows between the trees. We parked near an old, broken chain-link fence that was partially collapsed and slipped through. The air smelled damp, earthy, with a faint metallic tang that Mike said was probably from the quarry's leftover minerals. We set up camp in a small clearing near the edge of a steep ravine that overlooked the quarry pit below. The water in the quarry was dark green and still a sharp contrast to the bright blue sky above. As we unpacked, I noticed the silence. It was unnerving. No birds, no insects, just an oppressive quiet. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. We started a fire, roasted hot dogs, and cracked open beers. The conversation was light at first, joking about how spooky the place was, teasing each other for being scared of some old ghost story. But as the sun dipped behind the trees, the feeling shifted. Shadows stretched unnaturally, and the woods seemed to close in. Mike pulled out a handheld radio he'd brought just in case, tuning into local stations. Static filled the speaker, then a voice, barely audible, cut through. It was garbled, like a distorted call for help or a warning. We exchanged uneasy glances, but I laughed it off. Probably just interference from the quarry's old machinery underground, I said. Night settled in fully. The fire was a circle of warm light in the thick darkness. Suddenly, a noise from the woods made us freeze. A slow crunching of leaves, deliberate and heavy. Mike grabbed a flashlight and shined it toward the sound, but the beam only hit empty trees swaying gently. Probably a deer, he whispered, but I wasn't convinced. The noise repeated, closer this time, like something or someone was stalking us. We decided to turn in early. The cabin tents we had set up gave a false sense of safety, but as I lay there in the dark, the rustling noises continued around the camp. Then, from the direction of the quarry, I heard a low moaning sound. It was faint at first, but grew louder, almost like a voice calling out in pain. My skin prickled, and I pulled the sleeping bag tighter around me. Mike, restless, poked his head out. "Did you hear that?" I asked. He nodded, eyes wide. Neither of us slept much that night. At dawn, we hiked to the quarry's edge to get a better look. The water below was still, but the ground around the rim was churned up. Footprints, deep and uneven, leading toward a narrow cave opening on the side of the cliff. Mike said it looked fresh, like someone had been there recently. We debated whether to explore the cave, but common sense won. We decided to pack up and leave. As we loaded the Jeep, I noticed something odd. A set of footprints leading from the cave entrance toward the camp, then circling around the trees as if someone had been watching us all night. On the drive back, the sky was overcast, clouds thickening. Mike suggested we stop at a diner to get coffee and call it a night. Inside, the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and a few regulars chatted quietly at the counter. The waitress, an older woman with tired eyes, gave us a strange look when we mentioned Dead Man's Hollow. "You boys didn't wander too far in, did you?" she asked, voice low. "That place has been trouble for decades. Folks say the ghost of Old Man Jenkins haunts the quarry. Poor soul got trapped down there long ago. Some say he's still looking for company." We chuckled nervously, but as we left the diner, a cold wind whipped through the parking lot. The trees seemed to whisper warnings. That night, back at my house, I tossed and turned. Every creak, every shadow felt amplified. At around 2 a.m., my phone buzzed. A text from Mike. "Did you hear that?" I was confused and messaged back. No reply. Suddenly, I heard a loud knock on my bedroom window. Heart pounding, I looked out. Nothing but darkness. I called Mike. No answer. Over the next few days, things got stranger. Mike missed classes. He stopped returning calls. Friends said he looked exhausted and paranoid when they saw him. One night, I got another text from him. Just a single word, "Help." I drove over to his apartment immediately, but found it empty. His belongings were gone. I reported him missing. Weeks passed. No sign of Mike. Then one evening, I got a call from a local sheriff's deputy. They had found Mike's car abandoned near the quarry, keys in the ignition, no sign of him. The authorities searched the area but found nothing. No footprints, no clues. It was like he vanished into thin air. I went back to the quarry alone, hoping to find something, anything. Standing at the edge, I heard the same moaning from that first night, echoing faintly from the depths below. Then a whisper carried on the wind. "Stay away." I left immediately. That summer, my friends slowly drifted away, afraid to talk about what happened. Dead Man's Hollow remained a place shrouded in silence and mystery. Years later, I still think about Mike and the Hollow. Sometimes when the night is still, I swear I hear his voice carried on the wind, calling out for help that never came. Story the end. The summer before senior year was supposed to be unforgettable for Claire and her friends. After months of lockdowns and online classes, they craved freedom, adventure, and escape. So when Claire's older cousin, Nate, offered his family's lakeside cabin in northern Wisconsin for a week, they jumped at the chance. It was just the kind of remote place they needed. Far from the noise of the city, surrounded by dense woods and a quiet lake, where the only sounds were the wind through the trees and the occasional loon calling at dusk. Claire drove up with her two best friends, Megan and Tyler, while Nate, who was back from college, met them there a day early to set things up. The cabin sat on a small peninsula jutting into the lake with a wraparound porch and windows that looked out onto the water. It was charming, rustic, but modern enough to keep them comfortable. The nearest town was miles away, which felt like both a blessing and a curse. The first couple of days were perfect. They spent their mornings swimming and fishing, afternoons hiking trails through the forest, and evenings gathered around the fire pit, roasting marshmallows and telling stories. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the sky was a flawless blue. But on the third night, things started to change. They were sitting on the porch after dinner, drinking sodas and laughing when Nate mentioned something he hadn't told them before. Years ago, he said, the cabin's previous owners vanished without a trace during a summer much like this one. Their belongings were left behind, dinner half-eaten on the table, but no sign of them anywhere. The police had searched for weeks but found nothing. The locals whispered that the woods were cursed, that something in the lake watched and took people. Claire laughed nervously, brushing it off as an old campfire tale. But the moment Nate finished, a sudden chill swept through the porch, making the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. Later that night, Claire woke to the sound of rustling outside her bedroom window. At first, she thought it was just an animal, a raccoon maybe, but the noises were too deliberate. She strained to listen, heart pounding in the dark. It sounded like footsteps circling the cabin, slow and heavy. She whispered Megan's name, but there was no response. The others must have been asleep. Gathering her courage, Claire grabbed her phone and flashed the light outside. The beam caught nothing but swaying branches and the reflection of the moon on the lake. Yet the feeling of being watched didn't fade. She stayed awake the rest of the night, eyes flicking to the window every few minutes. The next day, Nate found the front gate to the property wide open. He swore he'd closed it the night before. They all searched the surrounding woods but found no footprints or signs of anyone else around. Still, unease settled over the group. On the fourth day, Megan suggested they explore an old trail Nate hadn't mentioned before. It led deeper into the woods, past a small abandoned cabin Nate said was off limits. The trail was overgrown and narrow, winding through thick trees and brush. The deeper they went, the heavier the silence became. No birds, no wind, just the crunch of their footsteps. Suddenly, Megan stopped. "Did you hear that?" Claire and Tyler listened, but heard nothing. Then faintly, almost imperceptibly, came the sound of crying, a child's sobbing echoing between the trees. They called out, but only silence answered. The next morning, Nate was gone. Claire woke early to find his bed empty and his belongings untouched. She called his phone repeatedly, but it went straight to voicemail. They searched the cabin and the surrounding woods, but found no sign of him. The gate was open again, and strange symbols were carved into the tree near the trailhead, something that hadn't been there before. As the sun set on the fifth day, the group huddled in the cabin, fear gnawing at their nerves. Strange noises came from outside, the whisper of voices, footsteps circling the cabin, and the soft tap of fingernails against the windows. When Claire looked outside, she thought she saw shadowy figures moving just beyond the tree line. That night, the power went out. They lit candles and tried to stay calm, but the atmosphere was suffocating. Then, suddenly, the front door creaked open slowly on its own. Megan screamed as a cold wind blew through the cabin, snuffing out their candles. In the dark, they heard a voice, low, guttural, calling Nate's name. Panicked, Claire grabbed the baseball bat from the corner and forced herself outside. The moonlight revealed nothing but the trees swaying in the breeze. Then from the lake came a splash, loud, close. Tyler shone his flashlight toward the water. In the shimmering surface, Claire saw a pale face staring back at her, mouth open in a silent scream, eyes black and empty. They ran back inside and locked the doors, trembling. The next morning, they found Megan's phone on the porch, shattered and covered in mud. No sign of Megan. Desperation took over. Claire and Tyler packed what little they could and tried to make their way back to the nearest town on foot. The woods seemed to shift around them, paths twisting and doubling back. Every now and then, they caught glimpses of shadowy figures between the trees, watching, waiting. After hours of wandering, exhausted and terrified, they stumbled onto an old dirt road. They followed it until a passing car finally stopped and gave them a ride into town. Claire later learned that Megan and Nate were never found. Search parties combed the area, but the only clues were those strange symbols carved into the trees and the chilling stories whispered by locals about the cursed lake. Years later, Claire still wakes up sometimes to the sound of faint crying and the cold touch of a breeze that doesn't belong. The memories of that summer haunt her, proof that some places hold darkness you can't escape. Story: The end. The summer before my senior year of high school was supposed to be a break, a simple, lazy stretch of weeks where nothing complicated happened. Just endless days of heat, swimming, late-night bonfires, and hanging out with friends before we all went off to different colleges in the fall. I grew up in a small town in the Midwest, the kind of place where everyone knew everyone, and summers meant long drives on back roads, chilling at the lake, and working part-time jobs that never seemed to end. That summer, my friends and I planned something bigger than our usual weekend hangs. Jake's family owned a cabin about 2 hours north of town, nestled near a dense forest on the edge of a small lake. We were going to spend 2 weeks there. No parents, no responsibilities, just the 6 of us. Jake, his girlfriend Emily, my best friend Sam, Sam's little brother Nick, my girlfriend Rachel, and me. We packed up in 2 cars, loaded with coolers and camping gear, and hit the road one Friday afternoon. The air was thick with humidity, and the windows were rolled down as we sang along to old songs, the sun dipping low as we neared the cabin. The first day was perfect. The cabin was wooden planks, a stone fireplace, and a porch that creaked beneath our weight. The lake was still and sparkling, fringed with cattails and reeds, and the trees stretched thick and green in every direction. We spent the afternoon swimming, jumping off the old dock, and lying on the shore trying to catch a tan without burning. At night, we built a fire pit and sat around it, telling stories and roasting marshmallows, our laughter echoing into the darkness. By the third night, something had started to shift. It was subtle at first. We began noticing small things out of place, footprints in the soft earth around the cabin, just beyond the light of our campfire, too big to be any of ours. A low rustling in the trees, like something moving just out of sight. At first, we chalked it up to animals, raccoons or deer passing through, but the unease started creeping in. Emily was the first to mention it. She'd been sitting on the porch steps late one night, staring into the woods, when she said she saw a figure watching us from between the trees. At first, we thought she was joking, or maybe the whiskey was playing tricks on her. But she was serious, and her voice shook when she told us. Jake and Sam went to investigate, shining flashlights into the darkness, but found nothing. The woods were empty, the trees still and silent. Still, Emily insisted she saw someone. A man, she thought, tall and gaunt, standing perfectly still, eyes locked on us. The next day, Nick found scratch marks on the side of the cabin, deep and jagged, like claws or a sharp knife scraping the wood. No one had been near the cabin besides us, and we'd all slept inside the night before. We tried to laugh it off, but the feeling of being watched grew heavier. That night, around midnight, we heard footsteps circling the cabin. Slow, deliberate, pacing in the dark just beyond the windows. Our flashlights cut swaths through the night, but the figure never appeared. Instead, the footsteps stopped abruptly near the back door. Then a heavy silence settled. Rachel was terrified. She refused to sleep alone and begged us to keep the doors locked. I agreed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. Over the next few days, things escalated. Our phones lost signal. No calls, no texts, no internet. The air felt thick, suffocating, especially at night. Strange sounds echoed through the trees, distant with whispers, low growls, something scraping against the cabin walls. One afternoon, we found the dock broken. The wood was splintered in a way that looked violent, like something big had forced its way through. No signs of animals or storms, just shattered boards lying in the water. That night, we decided to stay awake and keep watch in shifts. Around 3 a.m., I was sitting on the porch with Sam when a low, guttural growl coming from the woods, followed by the sound of something moving fast through the trees. We shone our flashlights into the darkness, but saw nothing. Then the fire suddenly sputtered and died. In that pitch black moment, I swear I saw two glowing eyes staring back at me from the edge of the trees. Sam screamed, and we both bolted inside, slamming the door shut behind us. We spent the rest of the night huddled together, the weight of unseen eyes pressing against the windows. The next morning, Jake was missing. We searched everywhere, around the cabin, through the woods, along the lake, but there was no sign of him. His clothes were on the floor by the fireplace, untouched, and his phone was lying on the porch with a cracked screen. Panic set in. Rachel wanted to call the police, but without cell service, we were stuck. The nearest town was hours away, and the roads were winding and narrow. We decided to pack up and leave, but as we gathered our things, the front door slammed shut on its own. No wind, no one near the cabin. Then the windows started rattling violently, as if something was trying to get in. We ran outside, jumped in the cars, and sped down the dirt road without looking back. Jake was never found. The police searched for weeks, but found no trace. That summer, what was supposed to be a carefree adventure turned into a nightmare we couldn't escape. The woods near that cabin keep their secrets, and I know now that some things are better left alone. Even years later, I still hear the footsteps at night, slow, deliberate, circling just beyond the edge of the light. Story the end. The summer of 2012 was supposed to be the best summer of my life. I was 19, freshly out of my sophomore year at Ohio State, and finally feeling that sweet taste of freedom that comes with summer break. My friends and I were all spread out, some working, some traveling, but for the first time in years, I had the chance to spend an entire summer back home in my small Ohio town. The kind of place where everybody knows your name and nothing really happens, or so I thought. It all started when my childhood friend Danny called me up one late May evening. We'd grown up together, played in the same parks, and shared every secret imaginable. But we hadn't talked much during the school year. College kind of gets in the way. Danny had a proposal. "Jake," he said over the phone, you remember the old Miller place out past Red Creek? The one by the abandoned rail yard?" I did. The Miller place was a decrepit farmhouse, left empty for years, sitting near an old, rusted rail line that had been out of service since the 80s. No one went near it. The town had whispered stories about it for decades, strange lights, noises at night, people who'd gone missing. It was the kind of place kids dared each other to go to, but never actually did. Danny's voice was low, almost urgent. "I'm thinking we should spend a night there. Just us. See what's really out there. No ghosts, no nothing. Just us, the place, and the night." I was hesitant. I mean, it sounded like the kind of dumb idea high schoolers might come up with, but we were almost adults now. I told him I'd think about it, but secretly, I was intrigued. Over the next few weeks, the idea grew. Danny got 2 more friends on board. Mark, who was a bit of a thrill seeker, and Sarah, who insisted she wasn't scared of anything. That left me as the cautious one, the guy who knew better but didn't want to be left out. By the time June rolled around, the plan was set. We'd spend a weekend at the Miller place, recording everything on our phones, just in case we caught something interesting. I remember the day we left like it was yesterday. The sun was dipping low in the sky, casting long shadows over the fields as we piled into Danny's beat-up Chevy pickup. The 4 of us were buzzing with a mix of excitement and nerves. Mark was cracking jokes, Sarah kept checking her phone, and Danny was unusually quiet, staring out the window like he already knew something we didn't. The drive out there took about 20 minutes, winding past cornfields and empty roads until the old rail yard came into view. The Miller farmhouse stood a few hundred yards from the tracks, 2 stories, wood rotting and painted in peeling white. The porch sagged, the windows were boarded up, and weeds had claimed the yard. As soon as we stepped out of the truck, the air felt different, cooler, heavier. It wasn't just the drop in temperature as the sun set. It was like the world around us was holding its breath. We set up our sleeping bags in what used to be the front yard near the broken-down porch. Danny pulled out a flashlight and his phone, ready to record. We joked and teased each other, trying to shake off the creeping unease that settled in. At first, nothing happened. Just the distant chirping of crickets, the rustling of leaves, and the occasional hoot of an owl. But as the night deepened, things started to shift. It began with the noises, soft footsteps on the porch, even though no one was there, faint whispering carried by the wind, indecipherable but unmistakably human. The flashlight beams would catch shadows darting just beyond the tree line. Sarah swore she saw a figure standing in one of the upstairs windows, pale and motionless. We tried to rationalize everything. Animals, the wind, our minds playing tricks. But the tension built thick and suffocating. Then came the smell, a sickly sweet stench like rotting flesh drifted out from the house. It made my stomach churn. Danny insisted on investigating. Armed with his flashlight, he crept up to the porch, pushing aside the loose boards to peer inside the darkened interior. What he saw made him step back, pale and shaking. "I don't know what that was," he whispered. But it wasn't anything alive. We huddled together, debating whether to stay or leave, but curiosity won out. We decided to explore the inside, moving cautiously, flashlights cutting through the darkness. The floorboards groaned underfoot, dust floating in the weak beams of light. The rooms were empty except for broken furniture, peeling wallpaper, and debris. But in the corner of the living room, there was a large stain on the floor, dark and dried, that looked disturbingly like old blood. Mark joked about it being the ghost of some long-gone victim. But the joke died on his lips as a cold gust swept through the house. Then the banging started. Hard, heavy knocks echoed from the basement door, deep and relentless. We exchanged nervous glances, each knock making the air grow colder. Danny, ever the bravest, grabbed the rusty handle and pulled. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow stairwell descending into darkness. Without a word, he went down, flashlight leading the way. The rest of us followed hesitantly. The basement was damp and smelled of mold. Water dripped from pipes, and the beam of the flashlight revealed empty shelves and cobwebs. Then, from the far corner, the knocking started again, louder and faster. We froze. Suddenly, a low growl rumbled from the darkness, and a shape moved quickly in the shadows. We turned to run, but the basement door slammed shut, plunging us into blackness. Panic set in as we pounded on the door and yelled for help, but no one came. After what felt like hours, the door finally gave way. We scrambled out, gasping for air, hearts pounding. That night, none of us slept. The experience left a mark deeper than fear. It was like the house had reached inside and touched something dark in all of us. The next morning, we drove back to town, silent and shaken. In the days that followed, strange things happened. Phones glitched, strange voices whispered on the wind, and Sarah reported seeing figures watching her from the edge of the woods. Danny disappeared 2 weeks later, without a word. The police searched but found no trace. The Miller house remained empty. But for those of us who went there that night, it will never be the same. Some places aren't meant to be explored, and some secrets are better left alone. Story the end. That summer started like any other. I was 19, just finishing my first year at college, and I headed back to my hometown in rural Ohio for summer break. The kind of town where everyone knows your name, and summers mean endless hot days, lawn sprinklers, bonfires, and late-night hangouts with friends. Nothing much ever happened here, which was probably why what came next still feels so unreal to me. My best friend, Jake, had stayed back in town to work at the local hardware store, and I was excited to spend the summer with him and a few other friends before I headed back to school. We had our usual spots: the old baseball field behind the middle school, the creek near the edge of town, and especially the abandoned train tracks that ran through the woods about a mile from Jake's house. Those tracks were our secret spot since we were kids, a place to hang out, smoke cigarettes nobody should have been smoking, and talk about everything and nothing. One evening in mid-June, after a long day working at my mom's diner, Jake called me, breathless and excited. "Dude, you gotta come check this out. Found something crazy near the tracks." I was skeptical. Jake was always prone to exaggeration, but I was curious. I grabbed my bike and rode over to his place. He met me at the door, eyes wide and slightly wild, holding an old, rusted metal box he dug up near the tracks. "No idea what it is," he said, "but it's heavy, looks like some kind of toolbox or something." We took the box back to his backyard and pried it open. Inside, wrapped in stained cloth, were several items: a battered journal, a handful of old photographs, and a small carved wooden figure that looked vaguely tribal. The journal was leather-bound and brittle, The ink faded, but still legible. Jake flipped through it quickly. It's a diary or something, dated back to the 1930s. I leaned in, intrigued. The first entries were about an ordinary life, farming, family, daily struggles during the Great Depression. But as we read on, the tone shifted. There were mentions of strange noises at night, shadows in the woods, and a creeping dread the writer couldn't shake. We spent the next few days obsessed, reading the journal every chance we got. Some entries were so detailed about the woods near the tracks, about things moving just out of sight, whispers when no one else was around. Jake suggested we go back to the woods to the spot where he found the box, to see if we could find more clues. I was hesitant, but my curiosity won out. One Friday night, we gathered a small group. Jake, me, his cousin Mike, and Sarah, a girl from our high school who was always up for an adventure. We packed flashlights, some snacks, and our nerves. The sun was setting as we rode our bikes down the dusty path toward the tracks. The woods were alive with the sounds of summer, cicadas buzzing, leaves rustling, frogs croaking. But as we got closer, there was a strange silence. No birds, no crickets, just us. At the spot Jake had marked, the ground was disturbed, freshly dug soil and broken branches. It was clear someone had been there recently. We split up, shining our flashlights between the trees, looking for anything unusual. That's when I saw it, a figure standing at the edge of the clearing just beyond the tree line. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, wearing a long, dark coat. It didn't move or speak, just stared at us with eyes that seemed to glint in the beam of my flashlight. My heart hammered. Guys, someone's there. Everyone turned toward the figure, but when the flashlight hit it again, it was gone. Mike laughed nervously. Probably just one of those crazy hunters, but the feeling of being watched stayed with us. We decided to leave, but as we walked back, Sarah screamed. From behind a tree, a low guttural sound echoed, like a growl mixed with a whisper. We all froze. Suddenly, branches cracked nearby, and a shadow darted between the trees. We ran. Bikes scattered, flashlights bobbing as we fled toward the main road. When we finally got back to Jake's house, shaking and breathless, none of us spoke much. The woods felt alive, watching us even now. The next few nights, strange things happened. Jake's dog refused to go outside after dark, barking at nothing. I kept waking up to the sound of footsteps on the porch. Shadows moved in the corners of my vision. I told myself it was just nerves or too many horror movies. One night, Jake and I decided to confront whatever was out there. We went back to the woods alone, armed with flashlights and a baseball bat. We reached the clearing, heartbeats pounding. The air was colder than before, thick and heavy. Suddenly, a figure stepped out of the shadows. Not the tall man from before, but something smaller, hunched with glowing red eyes. Its face was twisted, almost human, but distorted. I swung the bat, but it vanished into the trees like smoke. We didn't stop running until we were back at Jake's porch, slamming the door behind us. The rest of the summer passed in a blur of fear and paranoia. Friends started disappearing, one by one. Sarah was the first. She didn't come home after a night at the tracks. Then Mike was found days later, wandering the woods, mumbling about voices and shadows. Jake and I barely slept. We never spoke about what happened, but we both knew we weren't safe. When school started again, I left town without looking back. Jake moved away a few months later. To this day, I don't know what those things were or why they haunted that place, but I know one thing. Some summer nights are best left forgotten. Story the end. The summer I turned 19 was supposed to be the best summer of my life. After a rough senior year in high school, filled with stress, uncertainty, and lockdowns that made everything feel suffocating, my 3 closest friends and I planned a week-long trip to a remote cabin in the woods of northern Maine. We wanted to escape the noise of the city, the endless scrolling of phones, and just breathe somewhere wild and quiet. The cabin belonged to a family friend of my dad's. It was nestled deep in the forest, near a lake, so clear it reflected the sky like a mirror. No internet, no cell reception, just trees, water, and silence. It was perfect, or so we thought. We arrived on a late June afternoon. The sun was still high, casting golden light over the towering pine trees that surrounded the dirt road leading up to the cabin. The place was rustic but cozy. A stone fireplace, a wooden porch overlooking the lake, and windows so big you felt like you were inside the forest itself. There was an old rowboat tied to the dock, waiting for us. Our group was me, Emma, my best friend since childhood, Jake, who was always the wild card, and Sophie, Jake's girlfriend, who balanced him out with her calm and thoughtful nature. We unloaded the cars, cracked open beers, and planned a bonfire for that night. Everything felt perfect. The first few days passed in a blur of swimming, fishing, and late night talks. We'd wake up early, the lake fog still curling over the water, and spend our days exploring the woods or lounging on the dock. Nights were spent around the fire, sharing stories and secrets under a blanket of stars so bright we could see the Milky Way. But on the third night, things started to change. It was just past midnight when I woke up to the sound of footsteps outside the cabin. At first, I thought it was Jake, maybe going to the bathroom or checking the fire, but when I checked my phone, I saw it was barely 1 a.m. The cabin was supposed to be empty except for us. I listened harder. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, pacing back and forth just outside my window. The moonlight barely reached the porch, but I could see the shadow of someone or something moving through the trees. My heart started pounding, but when I blinked, the shadow was gone. I shook it off and went back to sleep, but the feeling didn't leave me. The next morning, I told Emma and Sophie about it. They thought I was imagining things, probably stressed from school and the trip. Jake didn't say much, just smiled and said, "The woods get to you." But I couldn't forget the footsteps, the sense that we weren't alone. That afternoon, we went on a hike along a trail my dad had told me about. It wasn't marked on any map. It had just an old path used by loggers decades ago. The deeper we went, the thicker the trees grew and the quieter the forest became. No birds, no rustling animals, just silence. We came to a small clearing where the trees abruptly stopped and the ground was covered in dead leaves, unnaturally brown and crisp for June. In the center was a stone altar, worn and covered with moss, and strange carvings etched into its surface. Symbols I didn't recognize, but that made my skin crawl. Emma reached out to touch it, but Jake stopped her. "This isn't right," he said. We left quickly, but the unease settled in deeper. That night, the strange noises returned. Footsteps, whispering voices that seemed to circle the cabin, soft knocking on the walls. Sophie swore she saw a figure standing just beyond the tree line, watching us. We tried to laugh it off, to convince ourselves it was just the wind or animals, but none of us slept well. On the fourth day, Jake disappeared. We'd gone out fishing in the rowboat, but Jake insisted on taking the canoe to explore the far side of the lake. He promised he'd be back before sundown. Hours passed, and when he didn't return, we called his name, shouted into the forest, and scanned the water with flashlights. No sign. That night, we stayed huddled inside, doors locked, windows shuttered. The whispering grew louder, voices calling Jake's name, soft and pleading, then angry and desperate. In the morning, we found strange footprints around the cabin, huge, uneven, like nothing any animal around here made. They led into the forest, then vanished. Emma wanted to call for help, but there was still no cell service. The nearest town was miles away, and the dirt road had been washed out by rain. We knew we had to get out. That afternoon, as we packed, the air turned cold and heavy. The lake, once sparkling and clear, became black and still, reflecting nothing but the gray sky. From the woods came a low growl, and shadows moved between the trees, shapes without form. We fled into the forest, following the dirt road as best we could, but the woods seemed endless. The whispers chased us, voices calling our names, begging, threatening. Hours later, exhausted and terrified, we stumbled onto the highway. A passing truck stopped and gave us a ride to town. Jake was never found. Even now, years later, I can't forget that summer. The way the woods breathed around us, the feeling of unseen eyes watching, and the voices that call from the shadows. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, I hear them again. Story, the end. That summer break was supposed to be the best one yet. I had just finished my sophomore year at a small state university in Michigan, and the plan was simple. Head home to the suburbs of Detroit, work a few shifts at the local hardware store, and reconnect with my childhood friends. I'd been away at college for nearly 2 years, and while the independence was great, nothing beat the easy comfort of familiar faces, neighborhood hangouts, and those long, humid summer nights where nothing seemed to matter. The first few weeks back felt like a dream. My old group of friends, Mike, Sarah, and Daniel, were all still around, and we wasted no time catching up. We hit up the usual spots, the local pool, late-night diners, and the stretch of woods near the river where we used to camp as kids. The forest was thick with green, the air buzzing with cicadas, and the nights warm enough to sit outside until the sun rose. One evening in late June, Mike suggested we check out the abandoned asylum on the outskirts of town. It wasn't a new idea. The old Oakwood Asylum had been closed for decades, and every summer kids dared each other to go explore it. The place had a reputation, a mix of urban legend and true crime stories that added a sinister edge to the cracked windows and rusting gates. I heard some freaky stuff happen there, Mike said, his voice low as we sat around a fire pit in his backyard. Like, people say you can still hear screams sometimes, or see shadows moving inside. Sarah laughed nervously. Yeah, right. Probably just some teenagers messing around or raccoons. Daniel shrugged. I'm in. Let's go check it out. It'll be fun. I wasn't so sure. Something about the asylum always unsettled me. It was one thing to joke about it, another to step inside and risk whatever was left behind. But I didn't want to be the one chicken out. The night was already wearing thin, and the group was growing restless. So, around midnight, we piled into Mike's truck and drove out of town, headlights cutting through the thick darkness. The asylum sat on a hill overlooking the river, its crumbling stone facade half swallowed by wild vines and overgrowth. The gates were chained but old, the locks rusted and brittle. Mike had come prepared with bolt cutters. The instant we slipped inside, the temperature dropped. It was like walking into a freezer, despite the sticky heat of the summer night outside. The smell hit me next. Something metallic like blood mixed with mold and rot. We switched on our flashlights, beams slicing through the stale air. The asylum's interior was a maze of peeling walls, shattered glass, and collapsed ceilings. The echoes of our footsteps bounced off the concrete floors. Doors hung open on rusted hinges, revealing empty rooms lined with broken beds and discarded wheelchairs. I felt like I was trespassing in a place frozen in time, a place that didn't want us there. We wandered deeper, drawn by the strange allure of the place. At one point, Sarah stopped dead in her tracks, staring into a long corridor lined with metal bars, the old patient rooms. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. A faint scratching sound came from down the hall. Our flashlights wavered as we aimed them in that direction, revealing nothing but darkness and shadows. Mike smirked. Probably just a rat. But as we turned to move on, the scratching grew louder, followed by a low, guttural growl that sent a shiver down my spine. Suddenly, a figure darted out of one of the rooms and disappeared into the darkness. We all froze, hearts pounding. "Let's get out of here," Daniel said, voice shaky. As we hurried back toward the entrance, the air grew heavier, almost suffocating. I could swear I felt eyes watching me from every shadow, the sound of whispered voices curling around my ears like smoke. Just as we reached the main hall, the lights on our flashlights flickered and died. The darkness swallowed us. Panic rose like bile. We fumbled for our phones, using their weak glow to find the way out, but the building seemed to shift and twist. Corridors stretching impossibly long, doors closing just out of reach. I lost sight of the others. Alone in the dark, I heard footsteps behind me. Slow, deliberate. "Guys?" I called out, voice trembling. No answer. A cold breath brushed my neck and a whisper echoed, "You shouldn't have come." I ran blindly, tripping over debris, desperate for an exit. When I finally burst outside, the night air was warm again, but my body was drenched in sweat. The others weren't there. I searched for hours, shouting their names, but only the wind answered. The next day, police found Mike's truck abandoned near the river, doors open, keys in the ignition. No sign of my friends. I never told anyone the full story about what I heard that night. The whispers, the shadows, the cold breath. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I see them still trapped in that endless asylum maze, calling for help I can't give. And every summer, as the heat rolls back in and the cicadas sing their haunting song, I remember that night, the night I walked into the darkness and lost the people I cared about. Story, the end. The summer break after my senior year should have been the easiest, most carefree time of my life. No alarm clocks, endless daylight, and the promise of freedom stretched before me like a road leading nowhere and everywhere at once. I was home in a small town in Ohio where everyone knew everyone else, and summers were spent either at the local lake, working part-time jobs, or just hanging out with friends. trying to make the days feel longer and the nights just a little less empty. I'd been looking forward to this break for months, but it quickly turned into a season I'd never forget, for all the wrong reasons. It all started with a text from my friend Jake. Jake and I had grown up together, spent nearly every summer swimming at the lake, riding our bikes around town, and generally getting into trouble. He was the kind of guy who always had a plan and wasn't afraid to push the limits. Around mid-June, he sent a group message to a few of us. Him, me, my sister Mia, and our mutual friend Rachel. "Road trip this weekend," the message read. "Got a spot we gotta check out." The spot was an old abandoned summer camp about an hour outside of town. No one really talked about it much anymore. Most of the buildings were boarded up, the grounds overgrown and tangled with weeds. Some of the older kids whispered about weird things happening there. Strange noises at night, lights flickering when no one was around. There was even a rumor that a camper had disappeared there years ago, though no one seemed to know the full story. Jake was excited, though. He said it would be an adventure, something different from the usual lake trips or parties. On Friday afternoon, we packed into Jake's old pickup truck with flashlights, snacks, and a couple of beers we weren't exactly supposed to have. The sun was high and the air sticky with humidity. The summer heat pressed down on us like a heavy blanket as we drove the winding roads toward the camp. When we pulled up, the place looked even more run down than I'd imagined. Rusty swings creaked in the breeze, paint peeled from the cabins, and tall grass swallowed the trails. There was a weird silence, like the place had been holding its breath for years. We started exploring, snapping pictures, and daring each other to go into the more decrepit buildings. Mia was the most cautious, sticking close to the truck, while Jake and Rachel were already deep in the woods near the old archery range. I stayed behind with Mia for a while, watching the sun start to dip lower. The camp felt different as twilight approached. The shadows stretched long, and the air grew cooler, even though the day had been hot. I heard noises. Rustling leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, but mostly just silence. Then Rachel came running back, her face pale. "Guys, you need to see this," she said breathlessly. Jake grabbed his flashlight and followed her into the trees. Mia and I exchanged uneasy looks, but decided to go after them. We found them near the lake on the edge of the camp. The water was still and black in the fading light. Rachel pointed to the shore. There, half buried in the mud, was an old wooden box. It looked weathered and ancient, with strange symbols carved into the top. Jake bent down and pried it open. Inside were old photographs, faded and torn, and a handful of small objects, coins, trinkets, and a diary. The handwriting in the diary was scratchy and hurried, and the pages were brittle. We took the diary back to the truck, sitting on the tailgate under a sky smeared with stars. Jake read aloud. The diary belonged to a camper named Samuel, who wrote about strange occurrences at the camp in the summer of 1974. He mentioned hearing voices, seeing shadows moving through the trees, and a presence that made the nights unbearable. The last entry was chilling. "They're coming for me. I can hear them whispering my name. I don't think I'll make it till morning." We laughed nervously, trying to shake off the unease creeping over us. Ghost stories, right? Just the kind of thing to make a summer night more exciting. But that night, as we settled into our sleeping bags under the stars, the weirdness started. First, there were the sounds. Soft footsteps crunching through the underbrush, distant whispers that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Mia insisted she saw flickering lights near the old dining hall. I tried to convince myself it was just animals or the wind playing tricks. But when Rachel swore she saw a shadowy figure watching us from the edge of the trees, I couldn't ignore the growing dread. The next day, we decided to explore the cabins more thoroughly. Inside one of them, we found more evidence, scratches on the walls, strange symbols drawn in what looked like charcoal, and a sense that we were being watched. Jake tried to shrug it off, but even he looked unsettled. As the day wore on, the atmosphere grew heavier. The sun seemed weaker behind thickening clouds, and the air was thick with humidity and something else, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. That evening, we built a fire near the lake. The sky was a bruised purple, and the water mirrored the fading light. We tried to keep the mood light, telling stories and joking, but the tension was palpable. Suddenly, A scream pierced the night. We all froze. It was a high, terrified scream, Rachel's scream. We ran toward the sound, flashlights bobbing wildly in the dark. We found Rachel near the edge of the lake, staring wide-eyed at the water. "I saw it," she whispered. "Someone's in the water." We looked, but saw nothing. The surface was calm, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. That night, none of us slept. The whispers grew louder, and at one point, I could swear I saw someone standing just beyond the firelight, watching us. By morning, we decided to leave. The camp had drained something from us: hope, joy, maybe even our sanity. On the way back to town, the truck radio crackled with static, then a voice whispered my name. I don't remember much after that. Back home, things didn't get better. Shadows followed me, whispers chased me in the dark. I stopped answering my phone. Mia moved away. Jake disappeared without a trace. The summer that was supposed to be our last carefree break became a nightmare I can't forget. And every year, when summer comes back around, I wonder if the camp is still waiting, still calling. Story the end. The summer after high school graduation was supposed to be a break from everything. School, parents, and the future pressing down on me like a weight. I was 19, home for the first time since freshman year of college, and eager to feel free. I had a part-time job waiting for me at the local hardware store, but mostly I was looking forward to lazy days, hanging out with my friends, and just enjoying the small town I grew up in. My closest friends were Liz and Jason. We'd all grown up together, and for as long as I could remember, summer breaks were sacred to us, full of late nights, bonfires, and swimming in the river that ran through the edge of town. Our families weren't wealthy, but we never cared about fancy vacations or expensive trips. For us, summer was about freedom and the outdoors. That year, though, something shifted. It started with a rumor, a story that trickled through town like wildfire in July heat. There was a kid, a year younger than us, named Tommy, who had gone missing a few days before the 4th of July. Tommy was shy, the kind of kid who didn't have many friends, but his disappearance sent a chill through the whole community. People whispered about where he might have gone, but no one knew for sure. Liz and Jason and I decided to meet at the old bridge by the river to talk about it. That spot was a hangout for us since middle school, a place where the river ran deep and the current was strong. We often swam there, dared each other to jump from the top, and spent endless afternoons skipping rocks. On the evening we met, the sky was a darkening canvas of purples and reds. The air was sticky, thick with humidity, and cicadas buzzed incessantly. The three of us sat on the worn wooden planks, legs dangling over the edge. "I heard they found Tommy's bike near the river," Liz said quietly, twisting a strand of her hair around her finger. Jason frowned. "Near the old mill? That place gives me the creeps." I nodded. The mill had been shut down for years, boarded up, falling apart, swallowed by weeds and graffiti. No one went there anymore, except maybe for the occasional dare. "People say they hear noises at night," Liz said, "screams even. But no one's found anything." Jason rolled his eyes. "Ghost stories. Small towns are full of them." I wanted to believe him, but the knot in my stomach tightened. The next few days were uneventful, but the tension in town grew. People were on edge, doors locked tight, and strangers eyed warily. One afternoon, Liz called me frantic. "I saw something," she whispered into the phone, "near the mill." "Are you serious?" She hesitated. "I don't know. It was dark, but I swear I saw a figure, like someone watching me." We agreed to meet that night, after dark, at the bridge. Jason didn't want to come, but Liz and I were determined to figure out what was going on. As we approached the mill, the moon cast eerie shadows through broken windows and twisted metal. The air smelled damp and rotten. The closer we got, the more the hairs on my arms stood up. "Maybe we shouldn't be here," Liz said, voice trembling. Before I could answer, a low sound echoed, a scraping noise from inside the mill. We froze. "Probably just a raccoon," I whispered, but my voice cracked. Suddenly, a shape darted across the broken doorway. We screamed and bolted back to the bridge, hearts pounding. The next morning, the town was buzzing with news. Another kid, Danny, had gone missing. Same age as Tommy. The police started an official search, but with no leads, it felt hopeless. We kept to ourselves, but the fear was tangible. People stopped swimming at the river, and the old bridge became deserted. One night, about a week later, I was lying in bed when I heard footsteps outside my window. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then a shadow passed by. I peeked through the curtains, nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The next day, Jason disappeared. No one saw him leave or heard from him again. Liz and I were terrified. We spent the next days barricaded inside her house, phones dead, afraid to go outside. Then, on the night before the 4th of July, I heard knocking at the door. I didn't want to open it, but the knocking grew urgent. I looked through the peephole. It was Jason, but something was wrong. His eyes were wide and glassy, his skin pale. He didn't speak. I tried to pull him inside, but he pushed me away and ran off into the night. Liz and I chased after him, but he vanished into the woods behind her house. We never saw him again. The town was never the same after that summer. People moved away, parents warned their kids to stay indoors, and the river was abandoned. To this day, no one knows what happened to Tommy, Danny, Jason, or the others who vanished that summer. And sometimes, when the night is still and the cicadas are loud, I swear I hear footsteps outside my window again. Story the end. That summer break was supposed to be one of those endless, golden stretches of freedom. The kind you imagine when you're stuck inside the last few days of school, dreaming of the sun and the open road. I was 19 then, freshly out of my junior year of college, itching for a break from the endless grind of exams and papers. My friends and I had planned a road trip upstate New York, a trip to a remote lake cabin none of us had been to before, somewhere deep in the Adirondacks. The idea was simple: a week away from phones, cities, responsibilities, just the woods, the lake, and a few days of summer to claim as our own. I remember the morning we left, the sky already hot and heavy with humidity. It was early June, just after finals, and the four of us, me, my best friend Matt, his girlfriend Laura, and our mutual friend Jenna, piled into Matt's rusty old pickup truck, the bed packed with tents, coolers, and fishing gear. The drive was long but easy, the highways stretching out in front of us like a promise. As we crossed the last town before the mountains, the scenery changed. The trees grew taller, the air fresher. We were getting closer to the cabin, and the excitement was palpable. Matt's uncle owned the place, a modest wooden cabin built decades ago on the edge of a small secluded lake. It wasn't fancy, no Wi-Fi, no electricity beyond a generator, just the basics and the wild surrounding it. When we finally pulled up the narrow dirt road and parked in the gravel lot beside the cabin, the sun was already setting, casting a golden glow across the water. The lake was perfectly still, reflecting the dense forest on the opposite shore like a giant mirror. I felt like we'd stepped into another world. We set up our tents, cracked open beers, and gathered around the fire pit out front. The sky darkened, stars blinked awake overhead, and for a few hours it was everything we hoped it would be: carefree, warm, filled with laughter and the crackle of flames. But there was something else that night, something we didn't notice until later. A faint rustling in the woods, distant and irregular, a soft footstep here, a crack of a branch there, the kind of sounds you'd expect from wildlife. Yet it felt off. I remember looking at Matt and thinking I saw a flicker of unease in his eyes. The next morning, we went for a hike through the woods, following a narrow trail that led to a rocky outcrop overlooking the lake. The forest was thick and alive, birds calling and insects buzzing. We were joking around when Laura suddenly stopped, her face paling. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. We all froze. For a moment, there was nothing but the sounds of the forest, then a low, guttural growl echoed from deeper in the trees. Matt frowned and said, "Probably a bear." "Let's get out of here." We hurried back to the cabin, the hairs on my neck standing up. That afternoon, Jenna found strange markings carved into the bark of a tree near the campsite, jagged scratches that didn't look like anything natural. She showed them to us, but Matt insisted it was just a prank from some local kids. That night, the unease grew. The wind picked up, whistling through the pines, and the noises in the woods intensified. Something pacing just beyond the edge of our firelight, something watching. Around midnight, we heard footsteps circling the cabin, slow and deliberate, crunching on leaves and gravel. I grabbed a flashlight and shone it into the darkness, but there was nothing. Yet, the footsteps stopped abruptly near the porch steps. We stayed awake for hours after that, eyes darting into the shadows. On the third day, things took a turn for the worse. Jenna woke us up screaming. She'd seen a figure standing just at the edge of the woods, pale and thin, with eyes that seemed to glow faintly. We searched the area, but found nothing. The lake, once peaceful, now felt cold and unwelcoming. That evening, Matt found the generator vandalized, its wires cut and stripped. Without power, the cabin plunged into darkness. We huddled together, the only light coming from the dying embers of our fire. At some point in the night, I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck and heard a whispered voice calling my name. When I turned, no one was there. The next morning, Laura was gone. Her tent was empty, her belongings untouched. We called out for her, searched the woods frantically, but it was as if she'd vanished. Panic set in. We debated calling the police, but cell service was spotty at best, and the nearest town was over an hour away. We decided to pack up and leave immediately. As we loaded the truck, the footsteps returned, slow, heavy, and circling once more around the cabin. The feeling of being watched was suffocating. We drove away as fast as we could, glancing nervously in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following us down the road. Laura was never found. The rest of the summer passed in a blur of police investigations and sleepless nights. The cabin was abandoned, left to rot, but the memories lingered, haunting all of us. Years later, when the air gets thick with summer heat, I still hear those footsteps echoing in my mind, circling in the dark. Some places hold secrets that refuse to stay buried. Story the end. The summer after my sophomore year of college was the kind of break I thought I'd remember forever. I had just finished my finals and was itching to get out of the city. I'm from a small town in Oregon, a place where summer means endless forests, mountain lakes, and stretches of road that feel like they never end. My friends and I had been planning a road trip for months, just 4 of us, to explore some of the more remote parts of the state. Nothing fancy, just camping, fishing, and late nights around the campfire. We wanted to get off the grid and really disconnect. We left in early June. The car was packed with tents, coolers, fishing gear, and enough snacks to last us through the week. It was the kind of trip where you expect long days under the sun and nights filled with stories and laughter. On the second night, we set up camp near a small, secluded lake about 2 hours outside of town. The place wasn't well known, which was exactly why we picked it. Just pine trees, water, and the quiet. That night after dinner, we sat around the fire telling stories. Nothing scary, just the usual, ghost stories, urban legends from the area, and a few personal tales. Around midnight, I went to the edge of the lake to refill our water bottles. The moon was bright, reflecting off the still surface, making everything look peaceful. But as I stood there, I heard it, a faint rustling coming from the trees behind me. I froze. The woods were supposed to be empty at this hour. I called out to my friends, but they were too far to hear. The rustling grew louder, like something was moving closer through the underbrush. Then I saw it. A shadow, barely visible, moving just beyond the edge of the clearing. My heart pounded as I shone my flashlight toward it. The beam landed on a figure, tall, thin, and strangely still. It wasn't one of my friends. I ran back to camp and told everyone what I saw. We joked nervously, trying to shake it off as an animal or some trick of the light. But none of us slept well that night. Every snap of a twig sounded like footsteps. The next day, we decided to explore the woods around the lake, trying to find where the figure might have come from. After a couple of hours hiking, we stumbled across an old cabin hidden behind thick trees. It looked abandoned, with boarded-up windows and vines creeping up the walls, but the door was slightly ajar. Curiosity got the better of us. We went inside. The cabin smelled of damp wood and something metallic. Inside, there were old newspapers scattered across the floor, dated over 30 years ago. One article caught my eye. A report about a local man who had gone missing near the lake. The police never found him. As we looked around, the feeling of being watched settled over me. Then I noticed something strange. Scratches on the walls, deep and fresh-looking, like claws trying to escape. We didn't stay long after that. Back at camp, the atmosphere was tense. We packed up early the next morning, eager to leave. On the way home, the car radio started cutting out, playing static, then briefly a whisper. We all heard it, but when we asked each other what it said, no one could remember. That summer wasn't just about adventure anymore. It was a reminder that sometimes the things lurking in the woods aren't just stories. Story the end. The summer after my sophomore year of college is etched into my memory in a way I wish it wasn't. It was supposed to be one of those golden summers, the kind you think back on years later and smile about. No classes, no papers, no exams, just long nights with friends, swimming in the lake, late drives with music turned up too loud, and the lazy heat of afternoons that stretched on forever. But what happened that July changed how I looked at everything. I don't think any of us who lived through it can ever think of summer break the same way again. I grew up in a small town in southern Indiana, a place where everyone knew everyone, and once you graduated high school, you either left for college or stayed and worked at one of the factories or farms. I left for school in Illinois, but I came back each summer, mostly because my closest friends were still there. That summer, there were 5 of us who stuck together. Me, my best friend Ethan, his girlfriend Jess, our buddy Ryan, and a girl named Claire who had moved to town a couple of years earlier, but had quickly become part of our group. We did what you'd expect kids in a small town to do. We hung out at the only diner that stayed open until 2 a.m., drove down back roads with no destination, and spent evenings by the quarry, which had filled with rainwater years ago after mining stopped. It was supposed to be off limits, but everyone in town swam there when it got hot enough. One humid evening in late June, we were sitting on the hood of Ethan's car by the quarry, passing around a bag of chips and listening to the cicadas scream in the trees, when Ryan brought up the old Chandler property. "You guys ever think about checking that place out?" he asked. I felt my stomach tighten at the mention. The Chandler property was a stretch of land about 10 miles outside town. The family that owned it had disappeared back in the late 90s. Parents and 2 kids, just gone. No bodies, no notes, no sign of struggle. Their house was left to rot, surrounded by acres of forest. People in town whispered about it being haunted. Jess made a face. "Why would we want to? That place is creepy as hell. My mom says people used to hear screams out there at night." Ryan shrugged, grinning. "Exactly why we should check it out. We've got all summer, perhaps nothing else going on. Let's do something different." "Something stupid, you mean?" Claire said quietly, but I noticed she didn't look entirely opposed. Ethan laughed. "Come on, it's just an old house, probably full of raccoons. I say we do it." I wanted to say no, but I could feel everyone's eyes shifting toward me. I didn't want to be the one who chickened out, the one who ruined the fun. So I just forced a laugh and said, "Sure, why not?" That decision is one I wish every day I could take back. We picked a night the following week when the moon would be full. I don't know why we thought that would make it easier. Maybe we figured the extra light would make it less scary. We brought flashlights anyway, along with some snacks and a couple of bottles of cheap liquor Ryan had stolen from his older brother. The drive out there was quiet at first. Even with the windows down, the air was heavy, pressing in on us like a blanket. We turned off the main road and onto a narrow dirt path that wound into the woods. The trees grew so close together it felt like driving into a tunnel. My stomach knotted tighter the further we went. Finally, we saw it. The Chandler house stood at the end of the path, 2 stories tall, its roof sagging, windows broken, paint peeled to bare wood. The porch was half collapsed, and tall weeds swallowed what had once been a yard. It looked dead, but somehow alive at the same time, like it was watching us. We parked a few feet away and got out, the crunch of gravel loud in the stillness. No frogs, no crickets, nothing. Just silence. "Okay," Ethan said, trying to sound upbeat. "Here we are." Jess grabbed his arm. "We don't actually have to go inside, right?" Ryan rolled his eyes. "What's the point of coming all the way out here if we don't?" We crept up the porch steps, which groaned under our weight. The front door was shut, but hung crooked on its hinges. When Ethan pushed it, it swung open with a long, low creak. The smell hit me first, damp rot, mold, and something sour like spoiled meat. My flashlight beam cut through the dust, revealing a living room full of broken furniture, wallpaper peeling in long strips, and water stains spreading across the ceiling. "This is disgusting," Jess whispered. We moved slowly through the house, every step echoing too loudly. The kitchen was worse. Cabinets ripped open, counters littered with debris, and a rusty pot still sitting on the stove as if someone had left in the middle of cooking dinner. Upstairs, the air was colder. I could see my breath fogging in the beam of my flashlight, even though it was 90 degrees outside. There were 4 bedrooms. In one, a child's toys were scattered across the floor. Tiny cars, a doll missing its head, a puzzle half finished. My chest tightened. It looked like the room had been left in a hurry, untouched for decades. That's when Claire froze. She was standing in the doorway of the master bedroom, her face pale. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. We all went still. At first, I didn't hear anything. Then, faintly, from somewhere deeper in the house came the sound of humming. A low, slow tune like someone singing to themselves. My skin crawled. Ryan tried to laugh it off. "Probably the wind," he said, but his voice was shaking. "No," Claire said firmly. "That's not the wind." The humming stopped as suddenly as it had started. We didn't need to say anything. We bolted down the stairs, nearly tripping over each other, and out the door into the humid night air. My heart was pounding so hard it hurt. Back at the car, no one spoke for a long time. Finally, Ethan said, "We're never talking about this again." We all nodded. But that was only the beginning. In the days after, things started happening. Small at first, objects moving in our houses, doors opening on their own, the feeling of being watched. Then worse. Jess swore she heard humming outside her window at night. Ethan's car broke down 3 times in 1 week, each time when he drove near the woods. Claire called me in tears one night, saying she saw a figure standing at the end of her driveway, tall and still, watching her. And Ryan. Ryan was the first to disappear. He stopped showing up to hangouts, wouldn't answer calls. His mom said he spent hours in his room, muttering to himself. Then one night he left and never came back. They found his bike abandoned on the dirt road near the Chandler house. No sign of him. The rest of us tried to move on, tried to pretend nothing had happened. But we couldn't. Ethan grew withdrawn, snapping at Jess for no reason. Jess barely slept, her eyes ringed with dark circles. Claire started refusing to go out at night at all. One night in late July, I woke up to a sound outside my window. Humming. The same tune we'd heard in the house. My blood ran cold. Slowly, I pulled back the curtain. There was someone standing in my yard. A man, tall and thin, his face pale and expressionless. His mouth moved, though I couldn't hear words, only the endless, awful humming. I stumbled back, heart racing. When I looked again, he was gone. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I called Ethan. No answer. I drove to his house. His car was in the driveway, but the front door was wide open. Inside, the house was a mess. Furniture overturned, dishes smashed on the floor, and on the wall, scrawled in something dark and sticky, were the words, "You shouldn't have come." Ethan and Jess were never found. Neither was Claire. By August, I was the only one left. I left town as soon as I could. I went back to college, tried to bury myself in schoolwork, tried to forget, but I couldn't. Even now, years later, I still hear it sometimes when summer rolls around and the nights are hot and heavy, the low, slow humming drifting through the dark. And I remember that house standing in the woods, waiting for the next group of kids dumb enough to go inside. Story the end. The summer after my junior year was supposed to be the best summer of my life. I was 19, freshly out of high school, and full of that restless energy that only comes from having nowhere specific to be and too much time on your hands. My friends and I lived in a small town in Pennsylvania, a place where summers meant endless days of heat, humidity, and the faint smell of fresh-cut grass lingering in the air long after sunset. The kind of town where everyone knew everyone, and the biggest excitement was the annual county fair or the Friday night football game. I was staying with my cousin Jake, who had recently moved into the old farmhouse on the edge of town. The house had been in our family for generations, but it had been empty for years before Jake decided to make it his home. It was the kind of place that had stories attached to it, the kind that made kids dare each other to go inside but never actually did. Jake always said he didn't believe in ghosts or anything like that, but even he was a little uneasy sometimes. We spent most of our days working part-time jobs, Jake at the hardware store and me helping out at the local diner. The nights, though, were when things got interesting. On a Thursday evening, Jake brought up the idea of exploring the woods behind the farmhouse. There was an old trail that led deep into the forest, and rumor had it there was an abandoned cabin somewhere out there. The locals said it was haunted, but no one really knew why. Against my better judgment, I agreed to go. We packed some flashlights, a couple of beers, and set off just as the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon. The woods were thick and dark, the trees towering above us and blocking out the fading light. The trail was rough and overgrown in places, but we pushed through, joking and laughing to keep the nerves at bay. After about an hour, we found the cabin. It was smaller than I expected, a single story with peeling paint and boarded-up windows. The porch sagged, and the door hung ajar. Inside, the air was heavy with dust and the smell of decay. Old furniture lay overturned, and the floorboards creaked under our feet. As we explored, Jake found a trapdoor beneath a rug. It led down into a cellar, damp and cold. The walls were lined with crates, some broken and empty, others sealed tight. We pried one open to find old journals and papers. One of the journals belonged to a man who had lived there in the early 1900s. His entries spoke of strange noises in the woods, shadows moving just beyond sight, and a feeling of being watched. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from above. We rushed upstairs, only to find the door slammed shut. Our attempts to open it were futile. Then came the humming, a low, unnatural sound that seemed to come from all around us. The temperature dropped sharply, and we felt cold breath on our necks. Panic set in, and we scrambled to break a window and escape into the night. Back at the farmhouse, the feeling of being watched didn't leave. Lights flickered, shadows darted just out of sight, and the humming returned at odd hours. That summer was anything but normal. Friends moved away, nights were sleepless, and the woods seemed to close in tighter every day. Years later, I still hear that humming when the wind dies down and the night is still. I know whatever it was out there never really left. Story the end. The summer I turned 19 was the first time I didn't have any real responsibilities. I had just finished my freshman year of college, scraped through exams I probably didn't deserve to pass, and came home to a house that felt too familiar, but also strangely distant. My parents both worked long hours, and most of my old high school friends were either out of town with their families or staying near their universities. For the first time in years, I had a summer completely free of plans. It should have felt like freedom, but instead, it gave me this strange hollow feeling, like something was waiting to happen. I spent the first 2 weeks mostly lazing around trying to reconnect with people. My friend Trevor, who had stayed in town, was the one who pulled me into something that still makes me uneasy to think about. He had a car and a knack for finding ways to kill time. He told me one afternoon while we were sitting on his porch, swatting away mosquitoes, about this place out by the lake. It wasn't a beach spot, not the kind families go to. He said it was kind of tucked back in the woods where kids used to sneak off during the summer to drink or mess around. "There's this old house out there," he said, sipping from a can of Mountain Dew, his voice low like he was telling me a secret. Used to be a summer place for some rich guy back in the 70s, but he died and nobody really did anything with it. Locals say it's haunted, but you know how people are. I laughed at him, but he just shrugged and smirked, like he knew something I didn't. He went on about how he and a couple of other friends had gone there once in high school, but they never stayed long because it felt wrong. He wouldn't elaborate, just kept repeating that word, wrong. A few nights later, we were bored enough to actually drive out there. It was the middle of June, sticky and hot, with the kind of thick air that clings to your skin. We left around dusk, the sky painted with streaks of orange and purple as we rolled out past the town limits and into the stretches of dark road lined with trees. The lake wasn't far, maybe half an hour, but by the time we parked on a gravel pull-off and started walking, night had settled in fast. The cicadas were loud, buzzing in a constant rhythm that only seemed to amplify the silence between our words. Trevor carried a flashlight, and I followed him down a narrow path that twisted deeper into the woods. The farther we went, the thicker the air seemed to get, until it felt like breathing soup. After what felt like 20 minutes, I saw the outline of the house. It sat up on a small rise, partially hidden by trees, its roof sagging and the windows empty like dark eyes. It wasn't huge, but it had that unsettling air of abandonment that made you instinctively lower your voice. The front porch looked warped, and the paint had peeled almost entirely away, leaving gray, naked wood. We stepped up carefully, the boards groaning under our weight. Trevor pushed open the front door, which wasn't even locked. The inside smelled like mildew and wet wood. My flashlight beam caught a broken chair, some fallen plaster, and graffiti scrawled across one of the walls. "Kids come out here sometimes," Trevor muttered, his voice echoing faintly in the empty space. I nodded, though I felt a chill run down my spine despite the heat. There was something about being inside, surrounded by silence, that made me feel exposed. We poked around for a while, finding nothing more than beer bottles, old magazines, and the remnants of bonfires. At one point, I thought I heard something upstairs, like the faint shuffle of a footstep, but Trevor waved it off as an animal. We didn't stay long that first night, maybe half an hour. But when we left, I couldn't shake the feeling that we hadn't been alone. The next day, I told myself it was just nerves, that the house was creepy because it was supposed to be creepy. But Trevor wanted to go back, and this time he convinced me to bring some other friends. By the end of the week, there were 5 of us trudging up that path in the dark, carrying coolers and laughing louder than we really felt. There was Trevor, me, and 3 others. Ashley, a girl I'd known since high school who was always down for something reckless. Her cousin Derek, who was a little older and had this cocky edge about him. And Marissa, one of Ashley's friends from work. They had all heard about the house but never been inside. We set up in the living room, passing around beers, playing music from someone's phone. For a while, it almost felt normal, just kids hanging out somewhere they weren't supposed to be. But as the night wore on, the air seemed to shift. The cicadas outside quieted down, and the silence that replaced them pressed in heavy. At one point, Derek swore he saw someone move past a doorway. We all laughed it off, but when I turned my flashlight down the hall, the beam fell on a long smear on the wall. It looked like dirt, or maybe something darker, dragged across the peeling wallpaper. I felt a twist in my stomach, but didn't say anything. Around midnight, we started daring each other to explore upstairs. The staircase groaned and bowed under our weight, but we went up in pairs, checking out the small bedrooms littered with broken furniture. I was with Ashley when we found the room at the end of the hall. The door was shut, the only one that had been. She grinned at me, then pushed it open. Inside was a narrow room with a single window. The floor was mostly bare, but in the center was an old mattress, stained and sagging. My flashlight caught something scratched into the wall above it. Lines of words, over and over, so faded they were barely legible. I leaned closer and made out fragments. "Stay out. Not safe. He comes back." Ashley laughed nervously and backed out, but I couldn't pull my eyes from it. There was something raw in the way it had been written, not like graffiti, but like a warning. I finally forced myself to step back into the hall where the others were waiting. That was when we heard it, a noise from downstairs, a heavy, dragging sound like furniture being moved. We all froze, exchanging wide-eyed looks. Trevor whispered, "Probably raccoons." But nobody moved. Then another sound, slow, deliberate footsteps moving across the floor directly below us. Marissa grabbed Ashley's arm and Derek muttered, "Screw this." He headed down the stairs, flashlight cutting across the walls. We followed, unwilling to be left alone. When we reached the bottom, the living room was empty. Nothing had moved. But the sound kept going, faint now like it had shifted farther into the house. We stood there in silence, straining to hear. Then it stopped. That was enough for Marissa. She demanded we leave, and Ashley quickly agreed. Trevor hesitated, but even he looked pale. We packed up in a rush and stumbled back through the woods, not daring to look behind us. For a while, that was it. We didn't talk about it much, just brushed it off as nerves or maybe another group of kids messing with us. But I couldn't stop thinking about the writing on that wall, the sound of those footsteps. And against my better judgment, when Trevor suggested going back again a week later, I said yes. This time, it was just the 2 of us. We went earlier in the evening, while there was still some light. The house looked worse in daylight, sagging, hollow, like it might collapse under its own weight. But we went inside anyway, retracing our steps. The place was exactly as we'd left it. We ended up back in that room upstairs. In the clearer light, I could see more of the words scratched into the plaster. Some were angry, gouged deep. Others were almost like prayers, begging for something to stop. The mattress stank, and I had to step back from it. Trevor was quieter than usual, just running his hand over the wall. Finally, he said, "You know what's weird? There aren't any records about this place. I looked it up. No death notices, no police reports, nothing. Just people saying it's haunted. Before I could answer, the door behind us slammed shut. We both jumped, spinning around, flashlights snapping to the door. There was no one there. The knob was still in place, but when Trevor grabbed it, it wouldn't turn. We pushed, yanked, even slammed our shoulders against it, but it wouldn't budge. Then the sound started again. From the hall this time. Slow, dragging footsteps, getting closer. I swear on my life, it wasn't just sound. The air in the room changed, like the oxygen had been sucked out. The hairs on my arms stood on end. Trevor was cursing under his breath, slamming at the door, but I couldn't move. I was staring at the window, at the faint reflection of the hallway behind us. There was someone there. Tall, thin, with shoulders hunched forward, standing just out of the flashlight's beam. I only saw it for a second before Trevor managed to crack the door open enough for us to shove through. We bolted down the hall, down the stairs, and out the front door, not stopping until we were back at the car. We didn't speak on the drive back. That should have been the end of it. I wanted it to be the end of it. But I started dreaming about that house, not just once or twice, every night. In the dreams, I was back in that upstairs room, staring at the wall, except now the words were fresh, carved deep and wet, and the sound of footsteps came closer and closer until I woke up gasping. A week later, Trevor called me late at night. His voice was shaking. He said he'd been back to the house by himself. I told him he was insane, but he just kept whispering, I had to. I had to see it again. He wouldn't say what happened, only that he wasn't going back. 2 days after that, Trevor stopped answering calls. When I finally went by his house, his mom said he'd gone up to stay with his uncle in another state. She looked worried, like she didn't fully believe what she was saying. I haven't seen him since. But sometimes when I'm lying awake at night, I hear it. The sound of slow, dragging footsteps, moving just beyond my room, like something followed me back that summer. And I think about the wall in that upstairs room, about the warnings carved over and over. I think about the words, he comes back, and I wonder if he ever really left. Story the end. That summer, the heat settled over our town like a thick blanket, sticky and relentless. I was 19, freshly graduated, and home from my first semester of college. Everyone else was in the same boat. Kids desperate for freedom, the last taste of unfiltered youth before the real world swallowed us whole. Our group of friends had made plans months before to spend the summer working odd jobs, going to the lake, and partying until the sun came up. It was the kind of summer people remembered. At least, that's what I thought until it all went sideways. The town I grew up in was small, the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else's business. Nestled in the rolling hills of western Pennsylvania, surrounded by thick woods and old farms, it felt like an endless playground during summer. Our go-to spot was a little lake about 20 minutes outside of town called Silverwood. It wasn't fancy, just a handful of cabins, a rickety dock, and a deep swimming hole tucked beneath towering maples. One night in early July, my friends and I decided to make a run to the lake for what was supposed to be a casual bonfire party. There were 7 of us that night. Me, my girlfriend Emily, my 2 best friends Jake and Lucas, and then Marcus, Sarah, and Aaron. All people we'd grown up with, kids who'd been coming to Silverwood since they could walk. We piled into Jake's old pickup around 9 p.m., the cab packed with backpacks, coolers, and a Bluetooth speaker blaring some pop-punk playlist. When we arrived, the sky was already dark except for a pale crescent moon and the faint flicker of fireflies drifting over the water. We set up the fire close to the dock, the usual place where the glow from the flames mixed with the murky lake water and the scent of pine. It was the perfect kind of night. Warm but not too hot, just enough breeze to keep the mosquitoes at bay. As the night wore on, the beer flowed and laughter came easy. We told stories, some funny, some exaggerated, and teased each other for the dumb things we'd done that summer. But around midnight, the mood shifted. It started as a sound, faint but unmistakable, a soft crunching of leaves coming from the woods behind the cabins. At first, we thought it was a deer or raccoon, but the noise didn't move away. It circled us, slow and deliberate, closer and closer. Jake laughed nervously and threw a stick toward the tree line. Probably just some idiot trying to scare us. But then Sarah's voice cut through the laughter, trembling. Guys, I don't think that's an animal. We all went quiet. The fire cracked and popped, but nothing else made a sound. Emily grabbed my arm tightly, her eyes wide. Someone's out there. Probably one of the locals, maybe a drunk, Marcus said, trying to sound tough, but failing. Lucas pulled out his phone, but of course, no signal. We were too far out. The nearest cell tower was miles away, and in the valley where Silverwood sat, the trees swallowed the bars. That's when the footsteps started. Soft, but distinct. They moved closer, crunching over twigs and dead leaves. The air grew heavy and cold, like the temperature had dropped 10 degrees in seconds. We grabbed our flashlights and shone them toward the woods, but the beams only caught shadows, long branches, thick trunks, swaying leaves. No one was there. Emily gasped as a shadow flickered just at the edge of the light near the cabin where Sarah and Aaron were sitting. Something moved. Not human. Not quite. It was tall, but bent strangely, like it was limping or twisted. "Run," I said, voice shaking. The group scrambled to the trucks, but the forest seemed to close in around us. Branches whipped at our faces, roots caught our feet, and the thing followed silently, always just out of the light. We barely made it into Jake's truck, locking the doors and flooring the gas as we tore away from the lake, headlights cutting through the black woods. On the drive back to town, the tension didn't lift. Everyone was silent, eyes wide and fixed on the road. The next morning, Sarah was missing. Her bed was untouched, but her backpack was found tossed near the edge of the woods, torn and wet. The police searched for days, combing the forest with canine units and drones, but there was no trace. No footprints, no signs of a struggle, nothing. The strange thing was that everyone who had been at the lake that night reported the same feeling, that something was there with us, something not quite human, watching, waiting. No one went back to Silverwood that summer. Some of us moved away, others just tried to forget. But every summer since, when the air grows thick and the sun sets early, I hear those footsteps again in my dreams, slow, deliberate, and always coming closer. Story the end.